Chapter 502. The few old scholars also got up and left. Whether it was the martial world or Jianghu, not to mention the scholarly and literary circles, in the end it was up to the young to shine. However, Master Luo was still considerate and quietly left behind a wine bag. Su Fengyin shook his head and self-mockingly said, "If it's really a good poem, it's only because I accidentally used up the last bit of talent I had left in my life." Luo Changhe laughed straightforwardly. "Young master's modesty makes me feel even more ashamed. For example, my title of scholar swordsman sounds like something, but its origin is actually quite unbearable. It's just spending money to get the literary circles to promote it. When drinking with the brothel's famous prostitutes, I accidentally came up with a few lines of poetry. It's really romantic to spend a lot of money to get drunk instead of buying meat. I found a few soft persimmons that the common people hated to the core to play with. When I turned 20, I asked the scholarly and famous people to give me a profound and resounding word. My reputation snowballed. Such a scholar swordsman, if the goods aren't real and the price isn't, how much can he be? Young Master Su's poem is much more realistic." Su Fengyin's lips curled up. "Young Master Luo is really a very straightforward person." Luo Changhe asked, "Since you're so honest with me, can we drink a bowl of wine together?" The smiling woman surnamed Su helped to pour the wine. Su Fengyin and Luo Changhe held their bowls and drank it in one gulp. Su Fengyin laughed softly. "Actually, when it comes to writing poems, my second sister is the one who's really talented. In the past, I wasn't as good as young Master Luo and only knew how to spend money to buy poems. Looking back now, it's quite silly." The woman surnamed Su took small sips of wine, her smile becoming more sincere. Luo Changhe raised his bowl and said, "Which young man isn't frivolous? I'll toast you on behalf of a friend to thank you for your chivalrous help a few days ago. I'll drink first as a sign of respect." They each drank another bowl of wine. Luo Changhe's face was already red from drinking. He stood up and said apologetically, "I can't drink any more." Su Fengyin and the woman surnamed Su stood up at the same time. The latter said softly, "Mr. Luo, shall we walk together?" Seeing Su Fengyin secretly winking at him, Luo Changhe, who had a tacit understanding, blushed even more and went to relieve his boredom. Luo Changhe was in a great mood now that his efforts had finally paid off. Along the way, he had been unable to subdue the beautiful young lady by his side. It wasn't until tonight that the young man surnamed Su was reciting a poem that Luo Changhe suddenly realized that this beautiful young lady didn't like the free and easy style of the past. Luo Changhe was also a decisive person, so he lowered himself to the bottom and used the opportunity of exposing his heart to the young man surnamed Su to beat around the bush. Sure enough, it worked miraculously and won the young lady's heart. He turned his head and saw the young man surnamed Su standing in the same place and gave him a thumbs up. Luo Changhe returned the gesture without saying anything. Su Fengyin picked a secluded direction and walked alone, lying down on the bank of a river. There were 8 prefectures in Beimang. Gusai and Longyao prefectures were adjacent to Beiliang, Yuzhou and Fengzhou, while the long and narrow Tangerine prefectures bordered the northern Liang dynasty and Liao. North of Tangerine prefectures was Jinsi. Putting aside the farthest places in the Tangerine prefectures that he was about to enter, there was a martial arts ranking official, Murong Baoding. Of course, Su Fengyin was not so bored as to risk his life to fight with such an important figure. This time he had a clear plan for his trip to Beimang. He went to Liao City to kill people, and he sent the young and strong General Tao Qianji to contribute his meager strength to Beiliang. He went to Flying Fox City to find someone, the masked man who had taught a disciple like Qin Jibao. However, it seemed that his luck was not good. His next plan was to go to Jinsi Prefecture to assassinate a descendant of the imperial Yelu family, and then temporarily flee south to Tangerine Prefecture to find a blacksmith and a blacksmith. Regardless of whether he could find a blacksmith or a blacksmith, his next plan was to rush to the northern ice plains. However, in the middle of this plan, the old abbot of the 2 Zen temples had intentionally or unintentionally disrupted the plan. Su Fengyin had almost lost his life in the grassland. He could not say that he hated this old monk, but he had always been very respectful towards him. Moreover, he had taken the living Sariras and Jindan in his sleeves for nothing. However, it would be a lie to say that he was grateful to the old monk. It was not scary to provoke Tuoba Chun's son, but it would be troublesome to implicate the Tuoba family. Su Fengyin took out a small square wooden box, held it in front of his eyes, and then spun it on his fingertips. Chao Changqing had said that his whereabouts had been exposed, and 2 people had smelled his scent and wanted to kill him. One of them was the female blind zither player who was ranked 5th among the 10 great devils. Was she an expert in the Mystic Finger killing Vajra realm? Since she was at the Mystic Finger realm, which was beyond the first stage of the Vajra realm, why was she an expert in it? Did this mean that this woman was the most hardworking and most familiar with killing Vajra realm experts? Su Fengyan flicked the small wooden box and shook his head. He didn't want to be troubled by these unanswered questions. He was looking forward to meeting the swordsmith who was a remnant of the spring and autumn period who was hiding in the marketplace of Orange Prefecture. Only people like the Grand Preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji, had reached this realm. It was the same for a small recluse to hide in the wilderness, give lectures in the academy, and escape from the Zen forest. It was already considered not bad to be able to achieve this without making a name for oneself. As for the swordsmith who was hiding in the marketplace, it seemed that he had the least talent and the most expert aura. However, when he thought about the identity of the person that this blacksmith wanted to protect, Su Fengyan felt relieved. It was already a magnificent feat to be able to survive. The West Shu Emperor's family produced a sword emperor who died in battle due to exhaustion in Bailiang's iron hooves. However, two loyal officials risked their lives to steal the young crown prince. One was a scholar while the other was a warrior. The scholar was Zhao Dingxiu, the great scholar of the spring and autumn period. The name of the warrior was unknown. He only knew that he was the one who forged and carried the sword for the Sword Emperor of West Shu for more than 20 years. It was said that a group of people escaped to the cliff in the South Sea and jumped to their deaths. Su Fengyan only knew that this was not the case before he left Bailiang. When he was looking for someone in Flying Fox City, it was Su Xiao who asked him to pass a message. This time it was his master, Li Yishan, who roughly meant that West Shu's 400-year legacy could continue. However, the prerequisite was that the crown prince, who should be in his 20s, had to go to Bailiang. Su Fengyan was a little uncertain. West Shu's imperial palace was destroyed by the Bailiang cavalry and the legacy was broken. Could such a thing be negotiated? Would that swordsmith kill someone as soon as they met? However, his master must have a countermeasure in the tide listening pavilion. In the past, even if the sky fell, Su Fengyan had Su Xiao to shoulder it. Su Fengyan had never paid much attention to these kinds of undercurrents in the imperial court. However, he had been influenced by what he saw and heard since he was young. To say that Su Fengyan was a layman in officialdom was indeed to underestimate his royal highness, who had a bad reputation on the surface. Su Fengyan sat up, put away the living Saraira and counted with his fingers. Other than the few old generals left in the Bailiang army, the biggest force in the core force was probably Su Zhao's 6 adopted sons. Chen Zhibao did not need to be mentioned. Yuan Zhuozong's loyalty was unquestionable. Yi Shizhen, who had the reputation of little Zhao Chongling, was good at scheming and had an open personality. However, his relationship with His Royal Highness could only be considered distant. Yao Jian, who was good at searching for dragon sand, was the closest to him other than Chu Lushan. When he was young, he would often follow him to various places in Bailiang to study geography. As for Lu Qiuer, Su Fengyan sighed. In the world, only Su Xiao could see through this fatty's thoughts. He was still too weak. Next were the generals and advisors like Ning Amei and the mighty beast Wei Fuqing. They were also outstanding in their own style. They either set up their own schools or attached themselves to one of the 6 adopted sons. Naturally, these people also had their own small mountaintop camp. Their roots were very intertwined. But compared to the Liang dynasty's imperial court, in the end, it was still a bit cleaner. The group of civil officials led by Li Hanlin's greedy father, Li Gongda, was still far from being able to challenge the Bailiang army. They could only observe the situation and maintain politics. Su Fengyan counted. The only one who could be called his direct subordinate seemed to be Commandant Gui Huangfu Cheng, who had used the lives of his entire family as a pledge of allegiance. Su Fengyan looked down at the lonely finger that symbolized only one trusted aide. He said to himself, "So miserable." Chapter 503. Su Fengyan sat alone by the river. Luo Changhe, old scholar Luo, and the others were already used to it. In the middle of the night, Su Fengyan controlled the Xian Lei sword and dripped blood to nourish the sword embryo. 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. The metaphor behind these two sayings was a top secret in Bailiang Palace. The former was Su Fengyan's men of sacrifice, while the latter was Su Zhao's trusted retainer. After obtaining the Peach Blossom Sword deity's 12 flying swords, Su Fengyan had an unforgettable memory of the latter. Zi Xian Jia Chou Chun Mei Yin Bamboo Horse, Mao Morning Dew Chen Chun Shui Si Peach Blossom Wu Jinlu Wei Huang Tong Shinamei Yujuke Su Wuling and Hai Te. The time of nourishing the swords corresponded with the time when the flying swords came out of the furnace. Except for the Jianghu sword, which received the Buddha's golden blood as a gift and was able to nurture more than half of the sword embryo, the rest of the flying swords were less than half. Especially the Xianlei and Hai Tai swords, which had the strongest sword wills, they were simply stubborn. It seemed that they did not see eye to eye with their new master and were progressing at a snail's pace. Putting away the Xianlei sword, Su Fengnian released the Jianghu sword. As his fingers slid, the flying sword killed a fish in the river. Having nothing to do, Su Fengnian felt that using one sword to stir the water was not bold enough, so he simply controlled 8 more swords to form a 9. Gradually, countless splashes appeared. Then he put away all 9 flying swords in an instant. After putting them in his sleeves, they were almost all wrapped around his arm into the sword pouch. Not to mention other things, just this exquisite control was enough to stun ordinary martial artists. Su Fengnian picked up a stone and threw it into the river. Then the elite retainer of old scholar Luo's family walked over from afar. He stood in the distance and hesitated for a while. When he saw Su Fengnian throwing stones into the water from time to time, he walked 30 steps closer and said loudly, "I'm Feng Shanliang. If I've disturbed young Master Su and offended you in any way, please forgive me." Su Fengnian threw a stone and clapped his hands. He turned his head and smiled. "It's fine. I can't sleep either." Feng Shanliang was sitting by the riverside a little further away. He cupped his hands and said, "Young master, thank you for your help in killing the horse gang a few days ago. I'd like to thank you on behalf of my brothers. I'm not afraid that young Master Su will laugh at me, but my brothers and I are just slaves and servants. We don't dare to say that we'll repay your kindness. On the one hand, you really saved our lives. On the other hand, even if we want to repay your kindness, we don't have anything to offer. I only dare to say that when we reach the town tomorrow, we'll privately invite young Master Su to find a clean restaurant to drink and eat meat." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "That's good. I still have some money left. After eating and drinking to my heart's content, even if I can't afford the girls in the big brothels, I can still go to the small brothels. Brother Feng, are you interested? Although I say to others that I'm from a small aristocratic family, I'm actually just a merchant's son. I'm not on the same path as young Master Luo and the other aristocratic families. I'm also afraid of being snubbed. Brother Feng, you're on the right path. To tell you the truth, the reason why I'm treating you to the brothels is that I want to invite Brother Feng to have a meal with me when I'm in your territory. That way my small business can be taken care of." Previously the horse gang was defeated, but they didn't suffer heavy casualties. I was afraid that young Master Su was the horse gang's spy, so I secretly sent a brother who used to be a scout to inquire about information from the periphery. However, there was no trace of the horse gang. Tomorrow we will enter the military town to rest, so I feel that I have wronged young Master Su. My brothers and I are rough people who only know how to wield swords and spears, but we still want to be thick-skinned. Therefore, I want to apologize to young Master Su and accept any beating or scolding." Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "It's human nature. Brother Feng, you worry too much. If I were in your shoes, I would also be more cautious when I'm outside." Feng Shanliang was not a talkative person. After saying the words that he had been preparing for a long time, he did not know what to say. Su Fengnian hesitated and asked, "I heard from old Master Luo that Brother Feng used to be a crossbowman in Bailiang?" Feng Shanliang showed a trace of absent-mindedness and said with a smile, "It was a long time ago." Su Fengnian picked up a flat stone beside him and threw it into the water. He said, "The Liangmang border has a crossbow control pass to prevent crossbows from crossing the border. Brother Feng, I'm afraid that you haven't touched a crossbow for many years?" Chapter 504. The rough man who had once become a Bailiang crossbowman because of his outstanding talents smiled bitterly and lamented, "Yes, I still remember that before I retired from the army I squatted on the ground and touched the broken crossbow, secretly crying for a long time. All these years I was the head martial arts instructor of the Luo family's courtyard. Relying on the skills I learned in the Bailiang army, I taught more than a dozen of the Luo family's concubine sons archery and equestrian skills. I also accumulated some money at the same time and thought that I could finally buy a good crossbow to satisfy my craving. Unexpectedly, a daughter without a handle was born in the family last year. My daughter-in-law said that she should save up for her daughter's dowry now and buy this and that. Not to mention the other things, just the carved daughter's bed, not to mention the matching dressing table, washstand, silver cabinet, and chairs. Just one bed cost 60 taels of silver. Alas, the money was spent like flowing water." Su Fengnian smiled. "Does our daughter look like Brother Feng or sister-in-law? If it's like Brother Feng, it's indeed necessary to prepare more dowry." Feng Shanliang was stunned for a moment, then he burst into laughter. Young Master Su's honest words, old Feng likes to hear them. Hey, you don't say. That girl is lucky that except for her eyes she looks like her mother. In the future, it shouldn't be too difficult for her to find a good match. Su Fengyan joked, it's a pity that I am too old. If not, I can still claim kinship with brother Feng and become his father-in-law. Feng Shanling said seriously, don't even think about it. Before my daughter is 13 or 14 years old, which bastard dares to have bad intentions? I will hang him on a tree and beat him. After saying that, Feng Shanling laughed first, and then he didn't forget to cup his hands and apologize to Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan nodded and said, the son-in-law is half a son to the mother-in-law, the more she looks at him, the more pleasing he is to the eye. But he is also half an enemy to the father-in-law, a thief who stole his own daughter. My father said that he can't wait for my two sisters to never get married in their lifetime. What's the point of getting married? It wasn't easy to raise a daughter, but she was bullied by other men who don't know how to cherish her. Feng Shanling smiled and said, yes. In the past, I always complained to my wife that when I first came to propose marriage, the father-in-law always looked at me with disdain. Now that I have a daughter, I finally understand. Su Fengyan looked at the bright Milky Way above his head and then looked to the south. Compared to Luo Changhe and the other aristocrats, he was much more pleasing to the eye and felt comfortable. Down. Of course. If one stood outside the boundary, the aristocrats would naturally be amiable and friendly. If one didn't have eyes and crossed the boundary, they would be in trouble. Feng Shanling and the rest of the aristocrats were well aware of these boundaries. On the other hand, the young master in front of them was much easier to get close to, perhaps because he was more of a merchant than a landowning household. He was also to Feng Shanling's liking and temperament, so he was worth making friends with. As for whether they could become close friends, of course only time would tell. Feng Shanling wasn't a 3-year-old child who would pour his heart out and think that they could become brothers who could exchange their lives for each other. Su Fengyan asked curiously, Brother Feng, why did you leave the Bailiang army? Feng Shanling looked at the river and plucked a bunch of weeds. He sighed and said, I joined the army late and didn't make it in time for the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period. I only joined the army when the great general was on his way to Bailiang. My parents had already passed away, so I had nothing to worry about. I just wanted to accumulate military merits so that I could bring honor to my family. With good luck and some brute strength, I became a Bailiang crossbowman in less than 2 years after joining the army. I followed the great general and the Bailiang army all the way to the Nanjing prefecture of the Bailiang army. It was so satisfying. I killed so many barbarians that my eyes turned red. There was once when my frame was trampled to pieces by a Bailiang crossbow. While I was in a daze and didn't know what to do, the commandant slapped me on the head and ordered me to kill my way in with my Bailiang saber. At that time, I didn't care if I was greedy for life or not. I only thought that if I could kill one barbarian, I wouldn't lose anything. If I could kill a pair, I would earn one. If I could kill a few more, I would be able to become a commandant. I didn't expect that after running a few hundred steps with my brothers, I would trip over corpses and fall flat on my face. Fortunately, when I got up, I still had the courage to kill the barbarians. In the end, I actually killed 2 barbarians. In the following few battles, I didn't have the opportunity to charge into the battlefield and kill the enemy with my own hands. With the great general and General Chen present, the Beimang barbarians didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Later on, when I heard that His Majesty the Emperor had also personally led an expedition to join the Bailiang army, my brothers and I were quite happy at first. But later on we didn't understand. The battle was called off just like that. Moreover, the Bailiang army actually took the lead in withdrawing south. The great general didn't say anything either. At that time I didn't understand anything. I only felt that I had made a mistake in joining the army. Holding my anger, I left with many of my brothers. Some of my brothers and I also went our separate ways along the way. It wasn't until I ran into the head of a side branch of the Luo family that I thought that since we were a family that had migrated from the Central Plains, it wouldn't be embarrassing to work for them. So I settled down. It was only later that I overheard the Luo family's idle chatter that I learned that it was the Zhao family's son who had issued an imperial edict that forced the great general to withdraw the army. Feng Shanling threw the wild grass into the river and said with a regretful expression, all these years when I sleep at night, I still wake up with a start whenever I hear the sound of horse hooves outside the wall. Otherwise, when I'm dreaming, I subconsciously jump up like a carp and think about drawing a sword and going into battle. Su Fengyan wanted to laugh but couldn't. The rough man rubbed his cheeks and muttered to himself, I don't know how many times I've been scolded by my wife. But it seems that I won't be able to change in this lifetime. Su Fengnian exhaled deeply. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. How many old soldiers were there in Bailiang? How many of them were there in their dreams? Chapter 505. With the foreshadowing, it was better to strike while the iron was hot. The next day, Su Fengnian followed the large group to the city of Orange Province. He got close to Feng Shanling and the other rough men and chatted. It was a completely different feeling from talking about moral essays with Mr. Luo and the other old scholars. It was probably the difference between gulping down wine and drinking warm tea. Su Fengnian borrowed a good bow from Feng Shanling along the way. With his arm strength, it was not difficult for him to pull the bow to a full moon. He tried to shoot the arrow several times and was full of vigor. Fortunately, Su Fengnian had killed the horse gang before, so these retainers were not surprised. Moreover, Su Fengnian was not in the same line of work as them. He was a bastard who fought for their rice bowls, so they were happy to say a few words to warm up their relationship. In comparison, Feng Shanling was more sincere. As a middle-aged man, he probably had too many pent-up frustrations in his heart that could not be quenched by drinking. He wanted to chat with others. Taking advantage of the time when no one was around to pick up the arrows, he told Su Fengnian a lot of old stories about Bailiang. Seeing that Su Fengnian was not the least bit impatient, Feng Shanling opened up completely. In the beginning, when I joined the army, I actually had two choices. One was to join General Gu Jiantong's old division. There weren't many battles, so I could live a peaceful life. However, I was destined to not be as good as those rich kids. As a bachelor who had nothing to lose, I thought about joining the Bailiang army. Although the Bailiang border was not peaceful, the great general had defeated 6 of the 9 kingdoms during the spring and autumn period. I felt that even if I went to the border, as long as I didn't become a scout or a mounted ranger who charged at the front lines, it would not be easy to die. I really hit the jackpot and became a crossbowman. Other than that time when I stepped on the crossbow, I didn't have much close combat with the barbarians. In the beginning, every time a battle ended, I would feel my scalp tingle when I saw those cavalrymen and infantrymen with broken arms and legs or their entire backs slashed open. Later on, after fighting for a long time, I was scolded by the sergeants and commandants. When I heard the old soldiers talk about their achievements in the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period, the brothers beside me all complained that they would not be satisfied if they did not kill people. I was still afraid of death. Who in the world was not afraid of death? However, if there was a day when it was my turn to charge up and fight with my life, I was not afraid of dying on the battlefield. Besides, at that time, I did not have a wife to think about. If it were now, I wouldn't have the guts to do so. I remember very well. I stayed in the Bailiang army for a total of 3 years and 9 months. I didn't see any important people. The highest-ranking official was only a 6th-ranked officer. He was a young cavalry general. The general's mount was very tall. However, at that time I was envious. When I thought about how everyone used the same Bailiang saber, including the great general, there was nothing to be jealous of. Young Master Su, it's not that old Feng is shrewd, but I sincerely advise you to learn some Bailiang language. If one day the Bailiang cavalry really goes all the way north and defeats the Baimang Southern Dynasty, it's always right to learn some Bailiang language. Following Feng Shanling's nagging, they gradually approached the border town. Su Fengnian pulled away from Luo Changhe and the others, squatting beside a dried-up river and staring blankly for a while. During the Third War between the two dynasties, it was the second and last time the Liang dynasty had the upper hand in the early stages. Unfortunately, it was precisely in the vicinity of the Purple Martin Terrace that they fell short of success. At that time, under the careful planning of the old Grand Secretary and a group of important ministers who were familiar with border defense, including Gu Jiantang, the elite troops of the Tu Liao 9 towns border army turned out in full force and marched 100 li in a day. On the 9th day of the 6th lunar month of the 3rd year of the Honghan dynasty, they arrived at Tunjin Tai on the 16th day and arrived at Baimang's present Yibing town on the 17th day. More than 6,000 garrison troops surrendered at the sight of the wind. On the 19th day they surrounded Juzhou and then went to the various fortresses of Yehu Pass, intending to seal off the entrance of Baimang's troops to the west. However, they only attempted to encircle Juzhou and attack reinforcements at the Purple Martin Terrace. Later on, they were ridiculed by the military scholars of later generations for using troops with no special purpose. The young emperor of the Zhao family, who was personally leading an expedition for the first time, was even ridiculed by the military scholars of later generations for using troops with the formation map. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Jiantang, who was guarding Jinliao, disobeyed the previously established edict and led 8,000 elite troops to rescue them, and that Bailiang's Chen Jibao led 90,000 cavalrymen and Gu Jiantong's troops to the north at almost the same time, like an all-piercing towards Nanjing Prefecture, the empire of Bailiang wouldn't be the empire of today. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Su Fengyin stood up and jogged to catch up with the large group. The Spring Thunder saber was wrapped in a cloth strip and placed in his backpack. In this town, civilians and civilians mixed together, so the inspection at the city gate was very strict. Among the sparse crowd, a woman walked slowly with her head down and handed a pass to a spear-wielding city guard. After the young, sturdy soldier in armor confirmed that there was no mistake, he shot a glance at the woman and frowned. He used the tip of his spear to knock on the large cloth bag that the woman was carrying with great difficulty. The woman slowly untied the rope slanting across her chest and opened the cloth bag, revealing a guqin. The guqin was 3 chi 6 inches and 5 centimeters long, with 7 banana leaf strings, a snake belly pattern and a scorched tail. Of course, the city guard couldn't recognize this kind of elegant object, nor could he see the depth of its craftsmanship. Seeing that she seemed to be blind, he didn't make things difficult for her. There were more than 10,000 controlling Crane army stationed outside the town, and their governance was strict. He had already earned a few hundred copper coins today, so he didn't dare to make too many petty moves, so he let her pass. The woman was wearing the Southern Dynasty's attire, a small skirt with narrow sleeves. She didn't wear the veiled hat that was exclusive to young ladies. Probably because she practiced the zither, she had a mild temperament, so she walked lightly and slowly. After entering the city, the market and the streets began to bustle with noise and excitement. Many children were playing and running around. Several local ruffians, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, were squatting at the mouth of a well on the side of the street, basking in the sun. Seeing such a lonely and weak woman entering the city alone, they looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Taking advantage of the fact that the city guard at the gate wasn't paying attention to them, one of the ruffians pretended to be drunk and staggered over, bumping into her shoulder. The woman on her back was reasonably shaken and almost fell down, but she still kept her head down and her expression hidden. The man, who was single and could only make a living by stealing undergarments from women in the neighborhood, smiled even more. After brushing past her shoulder, he turned around and was about to touch the woman's buttocks. He pinched her buttocks and brought it to the tip of his nose for a sniff, provoking a roar of laughter from his rogues on the street. The woman was in a hurry, she didn't dare to reprimand him. This undoubtedly greatly increased the ruffian's arrogance. He quickened his pace and was about to pull her. His mouth was full of nonsense as he shouted, "Wife, quickly go home with your man and give birth to babies. What are you strolling around for?" The woman whose slender arm was pulled didn't say anything. The ruffian was about to take advantage of the situation and embrace her to his heart's content. On the other side of the street stood a neatly dressed young man with a ruffian face. Seeing this scene, he didn't lack the understanding of a hero who saw injustice and saved the beauty. He only picked his nose and sneered, "Lu Scar, you think you can get a wife? You should go sleep with your mother. Anyway, your mother is also a trash that can be ridden by thousands and thousands of people. One more won't make a difference." The ruffian who was called Lu Scar was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He didn't let go of the woman's smooth arm and turned his head to curse, "Su, no matter how idle my balls are, they are still 100 times better than yours. You brat, you've been facing these 2 old bachelors for more than 20 years. Has your buttocks bloomed?" Chapter 506. After the young man finished picking his nose, he went to pick his ear wax. With a calm face he said, 2 hours ago, I went to your house to climb the wall and had a private conversation with your mother. Do you know what is 6 short words and 3 long words? You are still young and inexperienced, so you definitely don't understand. In any case, your old mother is very happy in bed. Who knows, maybe tomorrow I will become your cheap father. Come, call me father first." The young man straightened his back. Lu Scar was humiliated on the street. He no longer cared about the woman. He looked around but didn't find anything useful to beat people. He took big strides and rushed up to teach this little bastard a lesson, who still hadn't grown up after being beaten countless times. The young man's appearance was actually quite delicate, but it was covered by his ruffian appearance. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he wanted to run away, but he was blocked by 5 or 6 of Lu Scar's brothers. He cursed in his heart, skillfully covering his head and face, and gave them a good beating. Especially the person in question, Lu Scar, who rolled up his sleeves, squeezed out all of his strength and kicked this surnamed Su's ass. Hearing a wail, he covered his ass and ran away. Lu Scar and the others began to chase after him, grabbing the chairs by the side of the street and randomly smashing them. The street vendors who were doing business were all cursing. This town wasn't that big, but after living together for 20 years, they knew these idle and lazy people very well. They knew which ones to curse and which ones to fight back. When Lu Scar and the others vented their anger, they casually threw the chairs and stools back. There was also no trace of the backpack girl. This made Lu Scar want to go to Sue's house and turn it upside down, but thinking of the old bachelor's strength, he shrunk his neck and felt a chill. He could only endlessly curse that Su, that brat, had been beaten until his D*ck was gone, and he would never be able to sh*t in this lifetime. The young man surnamed Su, who had suffered an unexpected calamity for no reason, took a detour and walked through several alleys before squatting at a corner of a wall. He used his thumb to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His nose was bruised, his face was swollen, and his whole body was sore. He pulled open his collar and saw a bruise on his shoulder. He sucked in a breath of cold air, stood up, tiptoed, and leaned against the yellow mud wall. He shouted a few times, but in the end he still didn't see the lady who sold scallion pancakes. He also didn't see any women's undergarments or other personal items on the bamboo poles used to dry clothes. Feeling somewhat bored, he endured the stinging pain and pretended to walk leisurely while whistling. On the way he casually grabbed a piece of bacon and threw it into his mouth to chew. Su Fengnian and the group of Confucian scholars checked into a first-class inn. Old scholar Luo had already helped to pay the bill, so Su Fengnian didn't want to be pretentious about this kind of trivial matter. He made an appointment with Feng Shanling to have dinner at a time-honored restaurant that he had just inquired about. Because it wasn't time to eat yet, he went out for a walk. After walking a few streets, he saw a simple fortune-telling stall under an old willow tree. The fortune-teller wore a wrinkled and tattered Taoist robe and had a goatee. The business was cold and cheerless. He sat on a borrowed bench and dozed off in a daze. From time to time, his chin would knock on the table covered with a cotton cloth. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment. He raised his head and looked at the flag that was fluttering softly due to the lack of wind. It was probably about 500 years. As a fortune-teller, he was afraid that his tone would be too low. Su Fengnian walked over and knocked on the stall with his finger. The fortune-teller woke up with a start and hurriedly wiped his saliva with his sleeve. He sat upright and still and tried his best to put on the air of an expert. He spoke incessantly. This immortal is proficient in yin and yang, the 5 elements, ziwei, astrology, palmistry, qimendunjia, geography, feng shui. Whether it is yin or yang, all of them are extremely accurate. May I ask what Gongzi wants this immortal to tell? Su Fengnian had partnered with old Huang and Wenhua in the past, so he could be considered a veteran in this line of swindling money. He smiled and said, "Why don't you pinch your fingers and calculate what I want to calculate first?" The old Taoist did not dare to talk nonsense for a moment. He stood up and pretended to pass the bench to this customer who had taken the bait with great difficulty. He sat down in the old willow pit and took the opportunity to look at this ordinary-looking young man from the corner of his eyes. After he sat down, he stretched out 2 fingers and twirled his goatee. He did not say anything. Su Fengnian held back his laughter and was not in a hurry to speak. In fact, this line of work was very important in terms of acting. It was nothing more than blindly guessing and asking for money to solve a disaster. There were 4 parts to it, one after another. If there were no mistakes, one would be able to earn a copper coin. In the past, it was difficult for him to be a fortune-teller. After all, he did not have hair on his mouth and was not reliable in his work. Even if he borrowed a Taoist robe, it was difficult to fool people. The old Taoist's eyes wandered and said softly, "Gongzi, are you here to calculate the fate of an official?" Su Fengnian shook his head. The old man said, "Oh, to calculate the fortune of an official." Su Fengnian still shook his head. The old man was finally unable to sit still. If he could not guess correctly, then wouldn't the fatty meat in his mouth fly out of the bowl? Su Fengnian did not continue to make things difficult for this fortune-teller who was clearly living a simple life. He smiled and said, "Actually, old immortal has guessed correctly. Not only is it to calculate the fortune of an official, but it is also to calculate the fortune of an official." The old man was relieved and nodded lightly. This immortal has always calculated with every possibility taken into account. With a beginning that was not too embarrassing, what followed was a deluge of nonsense. Su Fengnian did not expose him and nodded from time to time. The old Taoist's saliva flew everywhere and he was in high spirits. Su Fengnian had exchanged some pieces of silver at the inn. After hearing that he might have a bright future, he took out a piece of silver and prepared to return home. The old Taoist, who had not touched silver for more than half a year, suddenly had his eyes lit up. When the silver was placed on the table, he grabbed it with lightning speed and put it into his sleeve. He then stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Gongzi, what time were you born? This immortal can calculate it for you again. This is free." Su Fengyan had already left the bench and sat down again. He smiled and said, "Let's not talk about me first. Help me calculate my father's time. He was born in the afternoon." The old Taoist pretended to ponder and asked about the specific time in a day. He then said slowly, "This is not a good time. It is the fate of leaving home early in life. Brothers and sisters also died early. If the fortune is not good, the husband and wife will not be able to grow old together. However, the death of the wife will make the man's fortune better in his later years." The old Taoist saw that the young man in front of him had a dull expression and thought that he had said something wrong. He was about to change his words and was afraid that the silver in his sleeves would be taken back. He did not expect that the young man would ask about the fortune of his eldest sister and second sister. After knowing the time, the old Taoist deliberately mystified him. He pinched his fingers and calculated again and again. He braced himself and said a few words, not daring to say more. He carefully glanced at the young man. The latter's lips trembled as he squeezed out a smile and told the old Taoist the time of his birth. The old Taoist quietly wiped his sweat and pretended to be calm as he said, "Not bad, not bad. Gongzi is handsome and intelligent. You have a lot of fortune in your life. Your parents' fortune has been shared with you. Your early days were rough, your middle days were hard, but your late days were good. Therefore Gongzi need not worry too much." The old fortune teller hesitated for a while before saying, "Gongzi, forgive me for speaking out of turn. Gongzi's family has more or less had their fortune reduced because of you." He then hurriedly added, "But Gongzi's family's fortune is not bad. They do not care about this little bit." Under the old willow tree, the young man and the old fortune teller looked at each other. Su, who was strolling over, was thinking that there would be an idiot who would read the fortune of this old swindler. He then saw the man whose head had been kicked by a donkey scatter a handful of silver. The next scene made him feel even more incredulous. Su turned around and planned to return to his shop to be scolded. He rolled his eyes and muttered, "This guy is crazy." A young man from a foreign land sat under a withered old tree. He did not cry out loud and just stood there crying. Chapter 507. Su paced back and forth outside for half a day before gathering the courage to return to a blacksmith shop located in a corner of the town. It was a two-section courtyard with a frame. However, at a glance, the furnishings were simple and crude, giving people a feeling of emptiness. She knew that this family's life was not easy and could not be considered wealthy. In the front room, in front of the furnace and bellows, there was a middle-aged man who was bare-chested. His body was burly and his muscles were solid. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his fists were strong enough to run horses and his arms could stand on people. His arms were thicker than a woman's thighs. It would be a pity if he did not have the strength to walk on the streets. The man was dressed in bronze and was holding a hammer to hammer a piece of hot iron on the anvil. The man glanced at Su and did not make a sound, continuing to hammer the iron. Su, who had been a helper since she was young, was very familiar with the temperature of the iron. She ran to the basket and poured some charcoal into the furnace. Then she was about to go to the back of the room to rest. In this old man's words, it was to cultivate righteousness. Her sharp ears heard the footsteps that she had been hearing for more than 20 years and quickly slipped away. Just as she ran to the doorstep, she heard a light shout. She could only obediently stop and turn around. She pretended to be stupid and laughed. An old man who looked like a poor scholar was holding a carp with branches pierced through its gills. He angrily said, "Fighting with Lu Hong and those scoundrels again? How can this be the conduct of a modest gentleman? If you can't even cultivate your body, how can you accomplish great things?" Su softly curled her lips and muttered, "I'm a gentleman who stays away from the kitchen." The old man was about to glare when the young man ran in front of him with a mischievous smile. He took the plump carp that was still jumping around and said happily, "Old man, there are some onions and garlic at home. I'll go make you a braised carp that even you Binglo's head chef would be ashamed of." Hearing this old man's anger surged. Where did the onions and garlic come from at home? The young man who spilled the beans took the carp and ran to the backyard. The pedantic and inflexible old master didn't even look at the blacksmith, and continued to nag. It was probably similar to the sage's teachings. When dealing with matters, I will deal with them. If I don't, I will deal with them. Su had long been sick of hearing it. With his back facing the old master, he mouthed the exact same words as the old man. When the old master painstakingly said, "The temperament of a young man should be restrained. You can cultivate virtue." Su couldn't take it anymore and said indignantly, I still have the temperament of an old man. Old man Zhao, if you continue to be like an old woman, I will not cook. This old man's son was stunned for a moment. He sighed and shook his head. He did not say anything else, but his expression softened a lot. He put his 5 fingers together and slid them through his beard. He clearly agreed with the young man's words. Su Su went to the narrow and dark kitchen. She threw the carp on the chopping board and opened the window. First she washed the rice and cooked. Then she skillfully used the knife to deal with the red carp that was destined to die soon. This old man's son stood outside the door with kind eyes. Su Su peeled the fish scales and raised her hand to block the hair on her forehead. Her expression was focused. The scholarly old pedant behind him, since he could remember, had relied on each other for survival. That old pedant's mouth had endless principles. He had lectured for more than 20 years and still had not finished. It was a waste of talent for him to not be a saint and only be a private tutor in the city. However, in these years this house did not feel like a home. They relied on this old man's son to teach more than 10 children to earn money and Uncle Chi to forge iron in the front yard. But strangely he saw Uncle Chi knocking all year round, but he did not see him sell iron to anyone. He did not like to read. When he read a book he would doze off. He also did not have the willpower to secretly learn skills like his peers in the neighborhood. He knew his own weight. Unless a sack of gold and silver fell on his head from the sky, his life would be worthless. Whether he could marry a wife in the future was uncertain. What else could he do? Join the army and fight? Wouldn't he be so scared that he would wet his pants? Do business full of the stench of money? Firstly, he did not have the capital. He did not have the temperament of bowing and bending his knees to others. Secondly, this old man's son was anxious and wanted to break his arms and legs. Su Su sighed. If she was the storyteller's so-called leopard cat swapping the crown prince, how beautiful would that be? After a while, the rice was cooked and the dishes could be placed on the plate. Su Su unhappily said, "Old man, go call Uncle Chi to eat." At the dining table, even though this old man's son often said that he did not speak when sleeping or eating, Su Su was gradually getting older. This old man's son was really an old teacher. After the young man could withstand the beating, he did not take it seriously. While eating, he vaguely said, "Uncle Chi, why don't you go to the Crow Swallow Bridge Bazaar to solicit business? The fragrance of the wine is afraid that the alley is deep, and it will waste your good skills." This old man's son could not help but break his precepts and said, "Selling skills to peddlers and pawns, what a scandal." Su Su looked askance at the wooden man and this old man's son, who had a scowl, and said helplessly, "What's wrong with peddlers and pawns? Aren't they human? Was it just 1 less eye or 2 less legs than the emperors and generals? Didn't they all come out from their mother's womb?" This old man's son slammed the table and said, "Absurd." The old man was originally eating carefully. With this righteous reprimand, a few grains of rice were spat out onto the table. Su Su pointed with his chopsticks. This old man's son's face was slightly red. He picked up his chopsticks and put them back into his bowl. Su Su pouted with some grievance and said, "Old man, you said yourself that a wise man does not force others to do things against their will. You just have to change a bit of nature's kindness. There is no harm in saying a few kind words to others. But all these years, when have you ever said anything good about me? If I am not successful in this life, it will all be because of your scolding." For the first time the old man did not make a sound. He did not even refute. He only slowly chewed and swallowed the rice that the people of Orange Province did not often eat. After eating and washing the dishes, this old man's son sat on a small stool near a few pots of orchids in the courtyard. He tilted his head, squinted his eyes, and took advantage of the twilight to read a few more scriptures. The oil lamp consumed oil, so it was best to use it less. Su Su went to the blacksmith shop in the front yard to help Uncle Chi take care of the furnace. Ironware was strictly supervised in Beimang. If the furnace was delayed, they would have to squander a large piece of iron. This family could not afford to be tormented. Although Su Su was heartless and did not have any ambitions, she was never careless when it came to the thickness of the rice jar. In the end, this old man's son's principles that he copied from an unknown book did not have much of an impact on a person who grew up in a border town. It was far more profound than looking at beautiful clothes and horses from afar. The tall and sturdy man was silent as always. Occasionally he would look at the young man's eyes, revealing a silent warmth. Chapter 508. This old man's eyes were almost glued to the yellowed book. It was really blurred. He gently put the book on his lap and looked up at the sky. He slowly said, "A gentleman is forced by circumstances. It's hard to avoid deceiving others. Deceiving yourself is the same as deceiving the heavens. If you have a clear conscience, you don't need to ask the heavens for good fortune. The old man suddenly said, I want to ask the heavens for good fortune. Holding the book with both hands, the old man said in a hoarse voice, life must have some energy left. Saying all that you want to say and all that you want to do, you can only have a short life. Can you really only have a short life? After a long silence, this old man slowly walked back to the house. After putting down the book, he went to move the pots of orchids. Taking advantage of the break, the man wiped his sleeves a few times. Then he went to Su Su's side and pressed his hands on his shoulders to help him relax his muscles and disperse the blood stasis. Su Su frowned in pain and forced a smile. Uncle Chi, a few days ago I heard from Wang Xiaofeng that last year there were bandits in the city who could leap over roofs and vault over walls. Is there really such a martial arts hero in the world? The strong man smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't nod or shake his head. Knowing this result, Su Su shook his arm. Hey, it really didn't hurt anymore. From childhood to adulthood, every time he fought with someone, Uncle Chi's massage was immediately effective. According to this old man's words, it was the same as acupuncture and massage in the Central Plains. Unfortunately, it could only cure diseases and not hit people. Su Su practiced a set of shoddy boxing skills. After finishing, he smiled and asked, Uncle Chi, how was it? Did it have the posture of a master? The man nodded. Su Su clicked his tongue, if I get a peerless martial arts manual, I will be invincible in the world. The man's mouth twitched. To him it was just a smile. Su Su heroically said, Uncle Chi, when the time comes I will give you the biggest iron mine in the world. You can do whatever you want. You can do it while standing or sitting. You can even do it while lying down. The man didn't say anything. Su Su thought of something and ran out of the yard. He turned back and whispered, Uncle Chi, let's go out for a stroll. The man nodded. Su Su took a big step and rushed out of the courtyard when he bumped into a soft body. Su Su took a closer look and saw that it was a girl carrying a backpack with her head down. He couldn't see her face, but judging from her figure, she didn't seem to be a local. He hurriedly apologized and didn't have any intention of taking advantage of her. Seeing that she didn't move, he didn't know how to get close to her, so he decided not to think about it and ran towards the alley. After running for a few steps, this son of AB*TCH God started to piss. It seemed like a big piss was going to piss on the roof of the alley. Su Su cursed a few times and turned back to the courtyard to get an umbrella. He had an appointment with a few of his brothers to fight a group of bastards on the east side of the street, so there was no reason for him to be absent. Su Su saw that girl foolishly squatting in front of his courtyard. Was she a stupid girl who didn't understand the situation? Even if you want to hide from the rain, you can't hide like this. Su Su did not pay any attention to her. She secretly took an umbrella and ran out of the yard. She saw that this woman was most likely really stupid. In just a short while, she had been drenched by the rain of soybeans. Su Su walked a few steps and sighed heavily. She walked to her side and said unhappily, Hey, take it. My family is poor. I only have one umbrella. I'll lend it to you. When the rain stops, you can put it at the yard door. I'll say it first. Don't take it with you. I, Su Su, can walk around this city with my eyes closed. Don't think you can slip away. The girl raised her head. Su Su jumped in fright. This was a blind man. His looks were average, like a pretty daughter from a humble family. But it was dark and raining. When he raised his head, his eyes were even more empty than his own courtyard. This really shocked Su Su. Could it be a female ghost? Su Su distanced himself. He gathered his courage and reached out his hand. He handed over the tattered oil paper umbrella that couldn't block much of the rain. The girl stood up gently. She slightly turned her body and folded her sleeves. It was as if she was performing a Buddha's blessing. Then she took the umbrella. Her voice was even more like a female ghost. Thank you, young master. Damn it. It's the middle of the night. I can't see if you have a shadow. Su Su was scared out of his wits. He almost threw the umbrella over. He kept saying, I have righteousness in my chest. No ghosts can invade. The girl seemed to have heard his words. She smiled gracefully and said softly, Young Master Su, you're thinking too much. I'm not a female ghost. Su Su was stunned. He was even more frightened. He stepped back and asked in a trembling voice, How do you know my name? And you say you're not a female ghost. The girl who was supposed to be carrying a heavy object thought for a while and said, Young Master just said it himself. Su Su thought carefully. Then he remembered that he did unintentionally tell her his name. He was relieved. Being hit by the torrential rain, Su Su guessed that there was no way she could fight. She leaned against the wall and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. She asked curiously. My house is a godforsaken place. What are you doing here? The girl who was supposed to be young said softly, waiting for someone. Susu wanted to get to the bottom of it. Waiting for who? The woman thought about it carefully and replied, people who come here. Susu slapped his forehead. This girl's brain wasn't working well. He couldn't help but think of the young master he saw under the old willow tree during the day. It was strange. It was raining heavily. Susu saw that her clothes were soaked. He naturally had a man's protective feelings for the fairer sex. He said, why don't you go to my house to hide from the rain? It's not safe here. Don't worry. There are no bad people in my house. I'm the only bad one. Didn't I lend you my umbrella, right? The blind girl shook her head stubbornly. Susu was a little angry. Then give me back my umbrella. The girl really did tilt the umbrella towards him. Susu said fiercely, if you do this again I'll be naughty. A man and a woman alone. I'll take off my clothes. I'll take them off first. Miss, you can do as you see fit. She faced Susu and tilted her head. The corners of her mouth were faintly raised. Susu was helpless. He reached out and pushed the umbrella towards her. He said, well, you're good. You're a heroine. Standing together in the rain, Susu couldn't stand the rain splashing down on his body. He said seriously, Miss, are you not afraid of getting sick? If you fall sick in front of my house, I won't have the money to treat you. She approached Susu and held the umbrella together. Susu was thinking about whether to kidnap her and bring her to the courtyard. He suddenly turned his head and saw a very unfamiliar slender figure holding an umbrella coming from the alley. Susu was a little jealous. He spat and cursed in his heart, what a handsome man. Chapter 509. It was raining heavily in the alleyway. The narrow water trough did not have enough time to drain the water. The spring rain was like oil soaking the soles of one's feet. It was very uncomfortable. In Susu's eyes, the handsome figure seemed to be hesitating whether or not to step into the alleyway. He was puzzled when he heard a word of apology from young Master Su. Then he was knocked on the neck by a hand knife and fainted on the spot. The blind female zither player supported the limp body of Susu and walked towards the entrance of the courtyard. A tall and sturdy man stood quietly at the doorstep and took Susu. The young woman closed the umbrella with a "pa" sound. She wanted to return the umbrella to the wooden man. Unexpectedly, the courtyard door was closed with a "huala" sound. She was calm and did not get angry. She placed the small umbrella in the corner of the door. The cotton bag on her back was already soaked by the rain, revealing the shape of a guqin. When she bent down to quietly put down the umbrella, she used 2 fingers to hold the knot. She gently swiped and took off the cloth bag. The wet cotton bag stirred up a burst of rain. At the same time, 3 splashes of water burst out in the air of the alleyway, like a lotus flower blooming. Then they disappeared in the dusky curtain of rain. The 3 flying swords of the Huangtong, Ame, and Peach Blossom were hit by the invisible qi. They somersaulted a few times in the rain and then bounced back into the sleeve, hidden in the soft armor sword pouch. The first test of murderous intent came to an end. It was also raining heavily, but the atmosphere in the courtyard was very different. This old man, who had finished moving several pots of orchids, came to the front room. He looked at the blacksmith who was carrying Susu back. His expression was dignified. Usually the old master would not stay in the blacksmith shop for long. Usually he would quickly pass through the shop. Today he brought a wooden stool and sat at the door. The blacksmith did not say anything. He kicked the chair in front of the stove and placed the sleeping Susu on the chair. Only then did he come to the door and squat down. He looked back at the back of the young man and sighed. Ever since Susu became sensible, the old man had become a rather famous teacher in the northern part of the city. Later on, a child who had been beaten with a plank came home crying. The butcher, who was adept at chopping meat, went to the private school the next day to beat up the old man. In the end, the old man was beaten until he had no strength to defend himself. At that time, Susu was also in the private school reciting sage books. Hot-blooded, she wanted to help the old man, but she did more harm than good. She caused the old man's arm to be slashed open. The butcher did not expect the rigid old man to see blood. He panicked and ran out of the cottage. Later on, Uncle Chi, who was a blacksmith, went to the butcher's shop, but he was not able to get back his reputation and medical compensation. He heard from the neighbors that the butcher saw the blacksmith and chopped the meat. Uncle Chi replied that he was here to buy meat. When Susu heard this, she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. When he was young, the 2 old bachelors in the family became the laughing stock of Lu Scar's group. They could not beat Susu, so Susu settled for the next best thing. Every time there was a quarrel between a shrew and an old woman, he would hold a bowl and squat at the side to watch. He learned many spicy and dirty words. These years he had benefited a lot. Lu Scar had never lost an argument and was always fuming. But Su Su also knew that there was no use in quarreling. Just like this old man could not beat a crude butcher when it came to reasoning. So he liked to listen to the legends of heroes who left no trace behind. He also thought that if he could have a chance to come into contact with such an outstanding Jianghu character, even if he was beaten up, it would be worth it. In his impression, heroes did not walk the normal path. When they appeared, they would not be standing on the highest point of the city wall with a sword and blade. Even if they appeared in the streets, they would at least be standing on rooftops or walls. Only then would they be worthy of the word expert. It was a pity that there was a military camp outside the city. After living for more than 20 years, he had not even seen a single flying hero. A few years ago he heard that there were two groups of heroes who were fighting on the Sable Terrace. Early in the morning, he eagerly went to admire the elegance of the experts. Who would have thought that he would finish a bag of melon seeds and only show up at noon? Together there were more than 20 people, each holding a sword and a saber. In the end, the two leaders stood on top of the Sable Terrace and did not make a move. After cursing for 2 hours, they actually said that they would fight again next time and return to their respective homes. This caused Su Su to lie on his bed for a long time without regaining his senses. At that time, the little bit of motivation he had to practice martial arts was immediately extinguished by a pool of urine. Originally, he used to go to the dry riverbank with a few of his peers every day to practice martial arts. After that, no one was willing to talk about it. Regrettably, he seemed to have missed an extremely close peak fight. Even more regrettably, he might not know the truth in this lifetime, just as he did not know the identity of this old man's son and the blacksmith. There was a clump of plantains planted in the front yard. It was not taller than the wall and looked sickly. Most plantains liked the half-shaded and warm climate. The clump of plantains in the yard was cold-resistant and was one of the few plantains that could grow in Beimang. However, the soil in the yard was not good and the growth was sparse. This was due to the fact that the young people in recent years did not have the bad habit of picking plantain leaves for fun. The sound of wind and rain, the sound of rain hitting the plantains, was very boring. The burly blacksmith said in a muffled voice, "Only Beiliang's poison warrior Li Yishan knows that we are staying here." The two people outside the door, the woman with the zither at the entrance of the yard and the man with the sword in the alley, are not simple. If there is only one, I can still block them. Chapter 5:10. This old man did not seem to feel the cold wind and rain. He softly said, "When we fled to the cliff where we could see the Guanyin nunnery in the South Sea, it was Li Yishan who personally led the troops to chase us away. He was also the one who secretly released the three of us. I Zhao Dingxiu have thought about it over the years. If someone were to say that Li Yishan wanted to help us restore the country, I would not believe it. However, no matter what this strategist, who was famous for his stratagem in the spring and autumn period, had planned, since he did not destroy the Western Shu royal family, then this old man would be willing to work like an ox or a horse for the Beiliang. However, if he wanted the crown prince to put himself in danger and do something similar to using his life in exchange for the attention of the Zhao family's emperor, I would definitely not agree." The blacksmith did not utter a word. He had never been able to understand the thoughts of scholars and was too lazy to think about it. He had lived here for more than 20 years. Every time Su Su fell asleep, he, who was born in a family of swordsmithing in Western Shu, would begin to forge a sword. He had been forging this sword for more than 20 years. He could not think of a good name, so this old man said that this sword would be called Spring and Autumn Period. This old man asked in a low voice, "When will it be ready?" The blacksmith said in a low, muffled voice, "Anytime." This old man nodded and asked, "The woman carrying the zither is most likely the devil Shuesongguan. There seems to be a new list of assassins. She and the little girl who killed Wang Mingyin are both ranked second. However, the zither cultivator's goal is to suppress evil and control the soul. For her to use the zither to kill, she has fallen into the wrong path." The blacksmith surnamed Qi twitched the corner of his mouth and did not say anything. This old man laughed at himself and said, "I know what you want to say. I also understand the simple logic of collecting gold and silver in troubled times. In times of war and turmoil, it is easy to produce a legendary pipa song, but it is impossible to produce a good zither score. It is just that I have some scholarly spirit, unable to tolerate sand in my eyes. My family has been making zither for generations, and we have produced many national masters. I'm afraid the unique technique of the 8 treasures paint gray will be broken in my hands." The blacksmith sighed and glanced at this old man. He remembered that there was a saying that Scholar Zhao was unrivaled in the Guqin world for 100 years, and it was said by that old tortoise, Huang Longshi. But now no one had the leisure to do so. In the alley outside the wall, the blind zither player sat cross-legged with his charred tail zither placed across his knees. His left hand hung in the air while his right hand plucked at the strings. The clanging sound instantly covered the sound of the wind and rain. The young saber man standing at the corner with an umbrella in hand finally stepped into the alley and began to run wildly. The gray and misty world was cut into two by this pluck. A faint silver line cut through the rain curtain like tofu and came straight for Su Fengyan's waist. Su Fengyan tapped the tip of his foot and jumped over the silver line. After the water curtain was broken, it was repaired. The two walls of the alley were not so lucky. They were torn apart, leaving behind an almost invisible groove. The distance between the two changed from 100 steps to 80 steps. The female zither player with a delicate round face was immersed in the music. She ignored the man with the umbrella who rushed forward. She still used her right hand, but two fingers pressed on the strings and made a circle. Su Fengyan, who visited the alley in the rainy night, narrowed his eyes. His palm slid down and held the handle of the umbrella. He twisted it gently with two fingers. The small plain oil paper umbrella spun and swayed in the alley. With a swish, the oil paper umbrella was cut by the two silver lines that were as sharp as real blades. Su Fengyan, who had identified the tracks in an instant, stepped out with his right hand. He tipped his toes on the wall and tilted his body in the air to avoid the danger. 70 steps. The woman made a relatively complicated hand gesture. The raindrops in the alley were instantly shattered. Countless tiny holes appeared on the walls on both sides. The oil paper umbrella that had not yet fallen to the ground was almost crushed into powder. Su Fengyan did not stop. He waved his sleeve and responded with the river breaker that he had learned when facing the wild bulls in the canyon. Since he could break a river, he could naturally break the sound of the zither in the rain. Two majestic chi movements, like dragons and snakes swimming in the water, collided with each other. Su Fengyan took advantage of the situation to drill through the broken wall of rain in the alley. He closed the gap to 60 steps. The blind zither player rolled her slender right hand. A particularly thick silver line rolled in front of her. It slid freely in the alley like a flood dragon out of the river. It pounced on Su Fengyan, who did not want to stop. Another silver line snake, slightly smaller in scale, arced behind her and split the wall to her left. It was thick in the middle and shallow on both sides. It was the first to shoot toward the bent and running swordsman. The spring thunder in the scabbard left her hand and tangled with the silver snake, creating a string of sparks. Su Fengyan then formed a hook with his 5 fingers. His right hand grasped the silver light that swam fiercely like a flood dragon. He suddenly exerted force and broke it. Water splashed out on his chest. It was a beautiful scene. Su Fengyan's figure arrived. The rain poured down on the blind zither player. Only 50 steps left. Su Fengyan flicked the spring thunder. It pierced the sky and the rain curtain, falling toward the woman's head. A golden thread came out of her sleeve. The woman who was waiting for the rabbit tonight had a normal expression. Her left hand, which was suspended in the air, finally fell. The sound of the slide was different from before. It was gentle and peaceful. Because the force of the pull was heavy, it surged with thunder. The spring thunder scabbard and the golden thread flying sword were both severed. Although Su Fengyan was reborn and forcefully pulled them back, he also lost the initiative. He finally had no choice but to stop and stand still. He rolled up his sleeves and pushed them out, resisting the killing intent of the strings created by the zither player's left hand. The needle-piercing mirror. The surface of the mirror was sturdy, but it could not withstand thousands of needles. In the blink of an eye, the sound of the zither stopped. Su Fengyan looked down at his left shoulder. Wisps of blood seeped out, getting thicker and thicker. Even if he had just entered the Great Vajra realm, he could not stop the injury. He somewhat understood why it was called, good at mysterious finger-killing Vajra. Chapter 511. The zither strings vibrated, full of life and killing intent. The blind female zither player, who was ranked second alongside Miss Hehe on the list of assassins, did not give Su Fengyan any chance to heal. Her right hand was large and thin, and Su Fengyan used the spring thunder inserted into the alley's limestone to cut off a strand. Looking up, he saw 2 silver lines cutting through countless drops of rain, sweeping before his eyes. This was similar to when Li Chungang bent his fingers to flick the water droplets on the muddy official road, stringing them together into a line of sword. Su Fengyan did not dare to lower his guard. He stretched out his arm and buckled his fingers, tapping dozens of times in succession. His body floated backwards as if he wanted to test the strength of this zither player's mysterious silver lines. The silver lines continuously pierced through the water droplets, like fine needles piercing through thin snow, without any stagnation. This made Su Fengnian feel somewhat helpless in his heart. Merely in terms of strength, half of the De Huang Ting gifted by Wang Zhongluo might not necessarily have no chance of winning, but in terms of using it for his own use, in terms of the abstruse degree of spinning silk from a cocoon, it was still too far away. He could only withdraw his fingers, clench his fists, and smash the tip of the silver line. Still he did not dare to be careless. Using the Wudong Mountain's four tails against the thousand caddies technique, he skillfully parted the two white lines, disappearing into the curtain of rain behind him. Su Fengnian bent his body and ran forward again, treading on the rainwater. He did not need to touch the alley's limestone, only sliding across the surface of the water. The right side of his waist raised the palm of his hand, and the spring thunder detached from a limestone and floated in the air in front of him. The sword chi rolled along the dragon wall, forcibly crushing the zither strings 20 paces away. Just now he had retreated 10 paces, but now he was only 40 paces away from the female zither player. Removing the chanting that repelled the spring thunder, the zither player pressed the strings, restoring the original clear and gentle tone. Su Fengnian had followed his second sister, Su Weisheng, since he was a child, studying ancient musical scores and musical instruments. His comprehension was average, but he was not a layman in the field of music, so he finally grasped some meaning. This zither player played the zither with both hands. The left and right hand split the zither wind into two, the right hand plucking the strings. It was the Southern Tang's fishing mountain school, emphasizing high mountains and flowing water, continuous and gentle, with the style of a scholar. His left hand had the typical style of the Eastern Yu Guangling sect. His voice was impatient and restless, like surging waves and rolling thunder, like a hero holding a sword and singing loudly. As a result, even though the sound quality was mixed, it had the advantage of being abrupt, catching people off guard. It was like a small boat capsized in the blink of an eye. Killing people with music was an unorthodox method of martial arts. This woman's mysterious finger-killing vajra not only had sharp silver lines, but also damaged her aperture acupoints and bones, making it extremely difficult for her to heal. There was something even more tricky about it. If Su Fengnian had not been used to multitasking, he would have long been restrained. Not to mention moving forward, he would have retreated in the face of difficulties and obediently escaped from the alley. Su Fengnian used the Kai Shu style to hack apart the endless silver threads. Step by step, another 10 steps. The endless silver threads wrapped in a semicircle was compressed by Su Fengnian's chi toward the female zither player. The blind girl was expressionless. It was unknown whether she was taking a breath or distracted. Her right hand paused slightly, and her left hand remained in the air without pressing the strings. The sound of the zither suddenly stopped, and a crack appeared in her watertight defense. The spring thunder stirred up the semicircle. Su Fengnian ignored everything and pressed forward. Even if it was a trap, he would break it all together. He waited patiently until they were 30 steps apart. Finally, both of her hands fell at the same time. However, it could only be said that she did not have any order. Her hands slapped the strings in a mess like a child playing around. She simply slapped the strings again and again. 18 consecutive slaps. What a great big and small read 18 slaps. The puddles around Su Fengnian exploded one after another. Fortunately, he had the swimming fish style of the knife manual to rely on. He nimbly swam between life and death. The splashes from the 18 puddles were like 18 rolling knives. Other than the 10 puddles that he completely dodged, the 5 water knife was blocked by the mirage. However, there were still 3 water knives that rolled into the big yellow courtyard. The raindrops pierced Su Fengnian's feet and caused blood to blossom. Su Fengnian clenched his teeth and held the spring thunder. He threw it out like a short spear. The zither player was blind to begin with, so it could not be said that she did not see anything. She only slightly curled the corners of her mouth. Her left hand moved forward and her right finger made a circle. The wind and rain in the small alley suddenly changed. The heavy rain in the sky was like a piece of cloth that had been forcefully pulled down by someone. Suddenly, a boundless snowstorm built a road. Su Fengnian was suddenly ambushed from all sides and surrounded. The spring thunder hovered 6 inches away from her head. It trembled and could not advance any further. The zither player's left hand brushed across 7 strings in one breath. His aura stacked layer by layer. His right hand seemed to slowly lift up. He gently bent his fingers and flicked the spring thunder's scabbard. It was inserted into the wall at an angle. In the courtyard, this old man, who had been listening to the zither with his head tilted to one side, praised sincerely, "There really is a sevenfold hand in this world. It has the boldness of a horse not moving forward when surrounded by snow. No wonder there are no old friends at the Western Pass. The zither has 3 notes. The pressing notes are like the person. The scattered notes are like the overtone of the person. It is called the 3 sounds. This zither player is unmistakably a great master of the country." The banana leaves that were slightly taller by the wall had been completely shattered. The burly blacksmith blocked the door. He closed his eyes and condensed his chi. His brows were tightly knitted. This old man was astonished. He clicked his tongue and said, "Isn't this our Western shoe's long-lost technique of fiber pulling?" Chapter 5:12. Killing intent was everywhere outside the courtyard. Su Fengnian guessed that this Guqin master assassin was not good at close combat, so he tried to close the distance even if he was injured. Fortunately, he was able to kill within 10 steps. However, the stakes in this dice game were so high that he did not even have the chance to open the jar to look at the dice. When he was 20 steps away, he was forced to retreat by the Guqin master's left hand plucking the strings. Looking at the heavy rain with the unique eyesight of a first-grade Vajra realm cultivator, it was as if a curtain of rain was erected between 2 people. If no one was creating momentum, there was no mystery. Previously, when the Guqin master played the Guqin with his right hand, it only produced silver threads that pierced through the curtain of rain to kill people. However, when he switched to his left hand, the sound of the Guqin controlled the water droplets and paved them into a curtain of rain that could be controlled at will. Such precise control made Su Fengnian, who was deeply trapped in it, miserable. The rain swords that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot toward him. He could only support his entire body's chi and retreat again and again. The blood on his body was washed away by the rain and seeped out again. This old man in the courtyard did not see this tragic and bloody scene. He only chuckled and said, "It's said that the people of Jianghu like to draw their swords at the slightest disagreement. However, according to what you said, these 2 people did not even speak before they started fighting?" The unsmiling blacksmith said in a deep voice, "These 2 are straightforward people." This old man nodded. The blacksmith, who was drenched in the rain, asked, "Who should we help?" This old man shook his head and said, "We should help the latecomer, but if he dies in the hands of the Guqin master Shui Songguan, it's useless to help. Just take it that we are the fisherman who benefits from the fight between the snipe and the clam. We have been stray dogs for more than 20 years, so we are not qualified to talk about kindness. The saint pacifies the world, not moving mountains and filling the sea. It's nothing more than returning an inch higher and an inch lower." The blacksmith had probably waited for so many years for the flowers to mature and fall. Regardless of whether the 3 people in the courtyard lived or died, there would be a result, and they would not be hanging in the air. It was rare for him to say something of an evaluation. "Scholar Zhao, just like the crown prince, I actually don't like to listen to your reasoning. It's mainly because my teeth are sore and it's like I'm chewing on pickled cabbage." This old man's son, Zhao Dingxiu, didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and pointed at this piece of wood. "You 2, one is a useless piece of white wood, and the other is a stone in a latrine." After saying that, the old man said softly, "I've already accepted my fate. Actually, this is pretty good too." The blacksmith carefully sensed the chaotic chi activities outside the courtyard and said, "This zither player probably jumped over the Vajra realm and entered the finger profound realm. He seems to be close to the heavenly phenomenon realm. However, the difference between a piece of paper and the difference between heaven and earth is hard to say." This old man said anxiously, "Then what's the point of fighting?" The blacksmith seemed to be amused by this old man's unprecedented vulgarities. He laughed and said, "For us martial artists, as long as we don't reach the realm step by step, there will be many flaws." In the alleyway, Su Fengnian used his sleeve to wipe the rain and blood off his face. He had almost returned to his original position and was once again 100 steps away from the zither player killer. Within 100 steps and beyond 20 steps, the zither player's ability to kill people with her right hand on the strings was already very frightening. He didn't expect that within 20 steps, the finger profound realm of her left hand would be even more tyrannical. Each of her silver threads wasn't enough to kill a Vajra realm martial artist, but it was like using a needle to prick a big leather bag. It was another kind of insidious soft knife cutting flesh. Once a deadlock was reached, the one who would be exhausted to death would definitely be the Vajra realm martial artist who couldn't get close to her. The blind zither player wasn't in a hurry to take advantage of her victory to pursue the killer. Her hand stopped and pressed on the zither strings. The corners of her mouth curled up as she said softly, "Come and kill me." Su Fengnian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He squeezed out a smile and asked tentatively, "I won't ask who wants to kill me. I just want to know how much it costs to buy my life." Unfortunately, she didn't speak anymore. Su Fengyan exhaled a long breath. At this moment, she suddenly bent her fingers and pulled on the strings, snapping a string on the spot. Su Fengyan's energy reserve was like a big pot of boiling water. It wasn't obvious that someone threw firewood into it and slowly heated it up. It was only at this moment that he completely lost control. He couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood and it gushed out of his throat. This was the blind zither player's true killer move. Playing the zither hundreds of times to injure the skin, and she was just a smokescreen. Since the zither music had always been regarded as the music to stop evil and correct the heart, of course it could also be used by a finger-profound realm martial artist to stop ghosts and gods from breaking Vajra. The zither music from before, whether it was the distinction between north and south or the difference between speed and slowness, it was all a kind of silent guidance. The late spring rain was like splashing ink, but the spring breeze moistened things silently. This snapping of the strings plucked at the heartstrings, causing most of the chi in Su Fengyan's entire body to surge violently in an instant. It immediately went straight for Su Fengyan's heart meridian. If she succeeded, his heart wouldn't be whole anymore. Finger profound. Finger low string. Profound bow string. The blind zither player's finger profound was not to ask for immortality, but to cut off other people's path to immortality. Su Fengyan smashed a fist on his chest, forcefully suppressing the chi flowing downwards. He, who had been using both feet to lock the chi in place, relaxed the last third of the confinement. He laughed nastily as he lifted his feet and ran. This woman had set up a series of traps and was quietly waiting for this opportunity. He had been patient from beginning to end, waiting for the opportunity to make his move. Wasn't he the Oriole behind? The spring thunder scabbard inserted into the wall rang, but it was covered by the sound of the rain. The zither player, who could be called a woman's national master, furrowed her delicate brows. She seemed to feel some heartache and regret, snapping another string. The majestic rain above the two people's heads froze in an instant, but the rain below the eaves of the alley continued to fall rapidly. Thus an extremely strange scene appeared. Heaven and earth separated. There was no rain in the alley. Chapter 5:13. The second string was snapped by a finger. The taut string jumped up and slid out a fine blood groove on her white palm, dripping onto the scorched tail guqin. As the blood dripped down, the sudden stop of heavy rain also came crashing down. Su Fengyan, who was less than 10 steps away from her, stretched out his arm. The trembling spring thunder inserted into the wall was about to leave its scabbard. However, the spring thunder had only left its scabbard for an inch when Su Fengyan lost control of the short knife. Instead, the blind guqin master bent her middle finger slightly, and the spring thunder bounced back into the scabbard, completely penetrating the wall. Su Fengyan, whose sea of chi had exploded, was shrouded in a scarlet mist. After landing, he stuffed the 2 Diana Jindan given to him by the dragon tree monk into his mouth. With a tap of his toes, he staggered forward. With a wave of his sleeves, 9 flying swords rushed out together. The female guqin master snorted coldly. Her left thumb and index finger hooked onto a string of the guqin and pulled it up. In a flash, the 9 flying swords were each twisted by a dozen silver threads. In a flash, sparks flew crackling. Her right hand moved in an abnormal manner with her left hand. Su Fengyan's abdomen seemed to have been hit by a heavy object. Like a tree stump smashing into a door, his entire body flew backwards and fell onto the limestone floor. At this critical juncture, a black-clothed man jumped over the wall like a leopard cat looking for food under the curtain of night. With a padao in his hand, he arrived at Su Fengyan's side in the blink of an eye and swiftly chopped down on his head. This chop was very soft. Of course, it was not able to cut off Su Fengyan's head. This was because Su Fengyan's hands were on the ground, his body was bent, and he spun in a big circle against the ice-cold stone floor. The golden thread that was originally used to deal with the Xian Guqin master shot out from his sleeve and pierced his head through his eye sockets. The assassin who had appeared not long ago died on the spot. Killing and being killed had always been done in the blink of an eye. Before Su Fengyan's body landed on the ground, the wall of the alley suddenly split open. The second robust black-clothed man was even more convenient. He directly broke through the wall and chopped at the waist with an axe. Su Fengyan did not need his hands and feet to touch the ground. His body spun to the side and the axe was full of energy. After missing, it split open an entire stone floor. After Su Fengyan stood up, he leaned his shoulder against the black-clothed assassin. He stuck more than he hit, but he did not want to let this astonishingly strong man gather his energy. Su Fengyin then extended a palm and pressed it against the assassin's temple. He took small steps forward, and in this process he took advantage of the opportunity to quickly accumulate the chaotic surging of the great yellow courtyard. He pushed out in one breath. His and the assassin's momentum decreased and the other increased. He pushed the axe-wielding man against the wall, his head smashing into the mud and creating a large crater. How could Su Fengyin give him room to fight back? His left hand punched the assassin's waist, and his right hand pressed against the head. He swiped it across the wall, forcibly wiping out a shocking pool of blood. After releasing his hand, the assassin's entire face was badly mutilated and seeped into the yellow mud. He was already a dead man. Su Fengyin had killed 2 people in a row. It had only taken 6 or 7 breaths of time. This time he was truly exhausted. The blind female zither player's fingers hooked onto a string. If she broke another string, Su Fengyin would undoubtedly die. Her fingertips had just touched the strings when her expression changed slightly. She changed the broken string into a plucked string. The scorched tail zither left her knees and flew backwards. Bang! The zither cracked in the air. Su Fengyin sighed and supported himself against the wall. He felt somewhat regretful that such a good opportunity would not come again. Before the rain. At that time, Su Fengyin stood up and left the fortune-telling stall under the old willow tree. He saw a 15 or 16-year-old robust youth blocking the middle of the street. His clothes were ragged and he held a broken porcelain bowl. He looked like a shameless beggar who had made up his mind to pester him for copper coins. The youth grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He softly said 2 words in Bailiang language, Su Wu. Su Fengyin continued forward. His eyes were exceptionally clear as he said softly, "My master is Su of the 12 earthly branches. He has always been in charge of secretly monitoring Su Zhao and Qi. I'm an orphan born and raised here. I was taken in as a disciple by my master when I was young. 3 years ago my master died of old age. I went to northern Liang in accordance with my master's wishes. I wanted to inherit his legacy and become Su, but the general did not agree. Instead he made me Wu of the 10 heavenly stems. Some time ago, I received news from another earthly branch's death warrior that your highness the crown prince might be coming." Su Fengyin pretended to take out a piece of broken silver. He was not in a hurry to throw it into the bowl. In the eyes of others there were scattered copper coins. He was somewhat distressed about the money. The youth quickly said, "There are 2 groups of assassins in the city. One group consists of 3 people who are not very skilled. The other is a female devil with a zither called Shuesongguan. She is ranked 5th in Beimang's 10 devils. She is ranked 2nd on the assassin ranking. She is very difficult to deal with. I am good at the 6-stone bow. I can hurt a King Kong physique within 300 steps. Your highness, do you want to kill her or avoid her? I will listen to you." Su Fengyin threw the broken silver into the bowl and said without hesitation, "Kill her." The youth pretended to be greedy for money. He smiled brightly and asked, "But your highness, she is a Xian Kuan expert. She is not easy to kill." Su Fengyin said as he walked. He had an impatient expression as if he was chasing away flies. He said in a flat tone, "I will attract her attention. If nothing unexpected happens, the group of 3 will take advantage of me fighting with Shuesongguan to hit me when I am down. If I am unable to kill her, I will definitely save my strength to kill them. When the time comes, you only need to shoot an arrow from 300 steps away." The sloppy youth laughed without being serious and said, "His Royal Highness, does he need to gamble so much? If you die, I won't be able to live either." Su Fengyin smiled and said, "When gambling you can't always think of using small to win big. This kind of stingy gambler will lose 9 out of 10 times." The youth's eyes lit up. He seemed to agree with this point of view. Su Fengyin smiled. Like an eccentric and capricious playboy, he kicked the youth away and took back the broken silver from the bowl. The youth was stunned as he looked at the handsome back. He swallowed and spat out 2 words, "Stingy." At this time in the rain. Chapter 5:14. Without the banana leaf-style zither, the woman's delicate body leaned forward slightly and stopped swaying. The blind zither player spat out a mouthful of blood and reached out to pull out a black iron arrow from his back. The sharp arrow only pierced an inch into his back and did not seriously injure his lungs. A long spear pierced through the wall and pierced toward Su Fengyin. In the end, the demoness inexplicably threw out an iron arrow that pierced through the assassin's head. Su Fengyin easily dodged the tip of the spear. He looked curiously at the zither player who had first killed and then saved someone. He then waved his hand. The archer youth drew his bow and shot from 300 paces away to hide his tracks. Since he had been exposed, he leaped nimbly from the roof like a leopard. When he was 100 paces away, he drew his bow like a full moon and aimed at the demoness. With his master's signal, the youth was not in a hurry to shoot. Besides, if the first arrow did not succeed, whether the second arrow could cause a fatal injury to the zither player was another matter. Apart from the string iron arrow in his hand, there was only one arrow left in the quiver on his back. She stood up and said slowly, Su Fengyin, or should I say Bailiang's His Royal Highness. When I was in Longyao province, someone first bought your death with 500 caddies of gold. Later, someone bought your life with 600 caddies of gold. Su Fengyin nodded and said, there are only 8 or 9 people in Bailiang who know my whereabouts this time. Many people can be ruled out as suspects. Now it seems that if it's not Chu Lushan, then it's Yi Shizhen who wants my life. Lucio, definitely has 500 caddies of gold, but Yi Shizhen might not. But the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Heaven knows what the truth is. As for buying my life, it's definitely my master, Li Yishan. Why do you still want to kill me after receiving the second batch of gold? She said matter-of-factly, I have to pay attention to first come, first served. I told myself that as long as the 3 strings are broken and you can still live, I won't kill you. Without waiting for Su Fengyin to move, the youth decisively shot an arrow and broke one of the 5 strings lying quietly on the limestone floor. Xue Songguan, who was both a devil and an assassin, asked, I've already decided not to kill you. Are you going to kill me? Su Fengyin's face twisted as he said, if you don't fight back, I'll kill you. The corners of her mouth twitched as if she was trying to laugh it off. Su Fengyin sat down cross-legged and finally had the time to absorb the essence of the 2 Diana gold core. Jianghu jumped all the way to Su Fengyin's side along the roof and wall. He cautiously looked at the female devil whose zither was destroyed by him. She just carefully picked up the guqin fragments and strings, carefully held them in her arms, and then sat on the stone steps in a daze. The heavy rain gradually stopped. This old man's son, Zhao Dingxiu, walked out of the courtyard accompanied by the blacksmith. The latter went to collect the corpse. This old man's son looked at the zither player who stood up and curtsied. He then looked at the young man who was meditating at the foot of the wall and the youth with the bow. He sighed and said, I heard everything you said. Everyone who comes as a guest, come in. The blind zither player walked into the courtyard first and did not forget to pick up the small umbrella that was slanted on the threshold. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Su Fengyin stood up and went to the wall to take out the spring thunder. He then walked into the courtyard with Young Wu. In this room, other than the unconscious Su Su, there was also Bailiang, His Royal Highness, Young Wu, the elder of Western Shu, Zhao Dingxiu, and the female devil Xue Songguan. It was really ridiculous. This old man's son glanced at Su Fengyin and said, every family has its own difficulties. I didn't expect that Bailiang, who had 300,000 steel cavalrymen, would be in such a mess. Su Fengyin took off his outer robe and said with a smile, I'm talking about a little rich. When a family has a big business, especially after it has completely settled down, the son of the Zhao family can't do anything to Bailiang, and Beimeng can't do anything to the 300,000 steel cavalrymen. Everyone has nothing to do, so there will be all kinds of internal strife. This old man's son laughed coldly and said, His Royal Highness is really broad-minded. Su Fengyin sat on the threshold and leaned against the door. In order to pass on a message to you, I almost lost my life here. Is this how the Western Shu people treat their guests? The great scholar of the spring and autumn period said coldly, Don't forget that Western Shu was trampled by your Bailiang army. Su Fengyin waved his hand and said, Bailiang didn't destroy Western Shu, and there were also Southern Liang and Western Liang who did this kind of thing that left their names in history. But Southern Liang and Western Liang wouldn't let go of your Western Shu crown prince. Even if I say a word now, my heart will ache. Can you stop keeping me in suspense? This old man's son narrowed his eyes and said, Do you believe that I won't let someone cut off your head with a sword? Su Fengyin pointed at the blind zither player. The woman who had her back facing him said telepathically, Official Xue Song has already accepted 600 kilograms of gold. If Swordmaster Qi wants to kill him, I will stop you. Su Fengyin smiled and said, Old Scholar Zhao, what do you think? This old man's son snorted coldly. Su Fengyin said, The revival of Western Shu is not in the old Western Shu. 800 miles down south, there are 18 tribes of Nanzhao. You can talk about reviving the country after you unify them. Bailiang has hidden pawns there that you can use. This old man's son's eyes turned cold. Su Fengyin went straight to the point and said, There is no free lunch in this world. I will first accept a deposit. I heard that the one surnamed Qi has been secretly forging a sword for the past 20 years. Regardless of whether the sword has been forged or not, even if it is only a sword embryo, he will still give it to me." This old man's son was furious and cursed, "Get out of here." Su Fengyan rolled his eyes and said, "Zhao Dingxiu, don't take it for granted. Let alone a sword, I reckon that if you had a granddaughter and heard that there was hope for reviving the country, wouldn't you give it to her with both hands?" This old man's son was so angry that his lips turned green. Fortunately, he had never practiced martial arts. Otherwise, he would most likely pick up his weapon and fight this little bastard to the death. The blacksmith who had returned to the courtyard said calmly, "You can take that spring and autumn sword." Su Fengyan was stunned. The blacksmith looked at Su Fengyan as if the sun had risen from the west. He laughed heartily and said, "The battle in the alley was full of strength. I have been listening to your speech. When you were fighting, you didn't say more than 10 words. I know that you are a straightforward person. I like it. You are just like my master in the past, our sword emperor of Western Shu. If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill. I believe that this spring and autumn sword will not be disgraced in your hands." After saying this, the blacksmith was even more straightforward. He stepped into the courtyard and a sword case broke out of the ground. Before it came out of the case, the sword aura was already surging. Chapter 5:15. Perhaps it was because of the appearance of the famed sword, Su quivered and was just about to wake up when Su Fengyan rode his sword out of his sleeve and tapped the hilt of the golden thread sword with his finger, knocking the former crown prince of Western Shu unconscious on the spot. This old man was so angry that his lips were trembling. When the golden thread sword returned to the blind female zither player, Shui Songguan snorted coldly. The golden thread struggled and trembled in the air, unable to advance or retreat. This old man, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, was able to see through the affairs of the world. He was even more wary of this Bailiang heir who spoke frivolously. The situation was clearly settled, but at this moment he still did not forget to try and kill Shui Songguan. Su Fengyan laughed shamelessly and pulled away the chi flow of the golden thread sword. Shui Songguan was not kind enough to give it away with both hands. She hooked her index finger and pulled the flying sword in front of her. She then used 2 slender fingers of her left hand to press down on the sword. She was a genuine Xian finger expert and could see the general situation from small details. The flying sword was meticulously crafted by Dong Tai. In terms of its indescribable texture, it was like a wordless sword manual. There were 4 realms in the first rank. Not to mention whether the current realm had advanced or was close to the land of immortals, there were 3 geniuses who could not be avoided. They had all once surpassed others in their respective realms. In the Vajra realm, there was the white-robed monk Li Dongxin, Chao Changqing who dominated the 8 battles of Qi, and in the Xian finger realm, there was Dong Tai who proved his Dao through techniques. In the battle in the Rainy Alley, including the golden thread, which could be said to be her trump card, the blind zither player had seen a total of 10 flying swords. At this moment, when she touched the sword, she knew that there was a lot of knowledge behind it. Shui Songguan guessed that this son of the butcher seemed to be unaware that he had a huge treasure on him. He was suspicious of picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. He only cared about nurturing the sword embryo and did not know the meaning of the Tao of swordsmanship contained within a flying sword. She also did not have the kindness to poke the window paper. Su Fengyan threw away the golden thread sword and was not worried that the demoness would not return it. He ignored Zhao Dingxiu's angry glare. He walked to the center of the courtyard and stared at the ebony sandalwood box that contained the spring and autumn sword, unable to take his eyes off it. The sword box was engraved with complicated inscriptions and talismans. Most of the top swordsmiths in the world were proficient in Qimendunjia. Since the swordsmith with the surname Qi was qualified to forge a sword for the sword emperor of Shishu, of course he was one of the best. If the scabbard was the inner garment, then the sword case was the outer garment of a person. This sword box had already exceeded this category. It was more like a cage, not allowing the killing aura to escape. Regardless of whether it was the literary world, the chess world, or the Jianghu Wulin world, they all had the bad habit of worshipping the past and belittling the present. They always thought that poems and essays were written well by the ancients, and martial arts secret manuals were more precious the older they got. Little did they know that the affairs of the world were like chess, always stepping on the shoulders of the ancients. The later generations were getting more and more exquisite. Fortunately, in the chess world there were Huang Longshi and Su Weisheng, and in the Jianghu, there were Wang Xinji and Li Chenggang, both of whom had created a new atmosphere of good fortune for 100 years. Now that the spring and autumn annals had appeared, it could be said that the present generation did not envy the ancients anymore. The blacksmith saw that Su Fengyin was about to reach out to touch the sword case and said softly, "Be careful." Su Fengyin reached out to touch the sword case. After retracting his hand, he looked down and saw that there were many fresh traces of blood seeping out. The killing aura hidden in this sword was so strong that it was rarely seen in his life. The blacksmith who had once carried the sword for the Sword Emperor of West Shu smiled and said, "I am only in charge of forging a good sword. How you take the sword and how you restrain the sword aura afterwards is your business." Su Fengyin did not even turn his head and said, "Wu, go and help Sister Zither Master find an inn to stay in." The youth with the big bow and the quiver on his back nodded and said, "Okay." Shui Songguan's 2 fingers released the golden thread, and in an instant it returned to Su Fengyin's sword case. The blacksmith, who was one of the top swordsmen in the world, saw this scene and secretly nodded. No wonder he could fight so fiercely with this finger-profound realm woman in the small alley. The king of Bailiang had a good son with a similar temperament. The blacksmith then thought of his own crown prince of West Shu, Su Su. Su Su was of course an alias. Su Su and Su Su were both homonyms of Shu. As for why his surname was Su and his name was Su, he had to ask the old scholar Zhao. He had not been able to figure it out all these years. Could it be that this old man missed the taste of the shortbread peddling on the streets of West Shu? The blacksmith walked in front of the furnace and looked at the young man sleeping soundly. He was different from this old man. He did not have so many enemies of the country. He only felt that it was good as long as this crown prince, who had been left behind in the marketplace, could live happily. Whether or not he could restore the country, it was up to the heavens. He remembered that when the great river crossed West Shu, the sword emperor, whose reputation was second only to the sword god Li Chenggang, had said that the sword's momentum was like a river flowing down from the top to the bottom. Naturally, the sword's aura was more abundant. He who held the sword felt that it was probably the same as being a person. Only Li Chenggang alone could go against the flow of the sword to open the gate of heaven. The blacksmith carried Su Su on his back. There were 2 small rooms in the backyard. When Su Su was young, she liked to cry and wet the bed in the middle of the night. The old man had to stand guard at the door almost the entire night. On the other hand, the blacksmith slept soundly, or only cared about forging a sword with the black iron from outer space. Every time he thought of this, the blacksmith could not help but want to laugh. It was really hard for an old student who had spent his whole life studying. Even in his old age, he still had to be both a father and a mother. Back then, who knew how many times his beard had been pulled off by the little crown prince? After pulling it off, he still had to giggle. The blacksmith felt that the old man, who had a face of helplessness back then, was much more humane than when he had angrily reprimanded the emperor in court. Su Fengyin stood in the courtyard and walked slowly around the sword case. The young kamikaze left his bow in the courtyard and then walked out of the courtyard with the blind zither player. She wrapped the broken zither in a cotton bag and held it on her arm, like a graceful young lady who had just returned from grocery shopping. The young man looked at her from the corner of his eyes and found it interesting. He was originally a happy-go-lucky person who could not hold back his worries. He joked, "Sister Shui, I accidentally broke your beloved zither. You won't suddenly kill me, right?" The female zither player shook her head gently and said, "I won't." The young man with the code name Wu asked curiously, "Sister Shui, aren't you a great devil who is ranked at the top of the Beimeng list? Don't devils kill people without a reason?" She smiled and said, "I don't know why I'm on the list. In fact, I've only killed 6 people. Other than the first person, the rest were paid by others to kill me. Maybe it's because the people I killed were all close to the Vajra realm." The young man laughed with a childish nature and said, "Sister Shui, if a woman's skills are so high, be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future. Think about it. Even if you're not a notorious great devil, which man would like to marry a wife who is better at fighting than him? Isn't this the saying? I wouldn't dare to marry someone like that. In the future, I'll definitely find a woman who only knows how to embroider. But I don't have money and I'm not handsome. When my master was alive, he was always worried that I wouldn't be able to find a wife." The blind girl said softly, "If you're with the heir of Bailiang, are you still afraid of not having a wife?" The young man Wu, whose hands were above his knees, walked on the bluestone path in the small alley. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, "I'm just afraid that I'll die one day. That's why I don't dare to find a wife." When he reached the door of the inn, the young man quietly disappeared into the night. At dawn the next day, Su Su, who had slept enough, wanted to use a beautiful carp flip to sit up. In the end, she fell heavily on the bed, making the poor wooden bed creak. Rubbing her waist, Su Su was a little confused. Why was she lying on the bed when she opened her eyes? Didn't she meet a woman who was waiting for someone in the rainy night? Su Su vaguely remembered that at the end of the alley, there was a slender figure holding an umbrella. This kind of person looked high and mighty. If she saw him on a normal day, Su Su would silently criticize him for half a day. Walking out of the room, no matter how the old master tidied it up, the old master would often nag about how he could sweep the world if he didn't sweep the room. At first, Su Su heard it in her left ear and out her right ear. Later, she couldn't stand it anymore and blocked the old master with a sentence, "Get the world and sweep it for me. I guarantee that this room will be spotless." After that, the old master didn't nag about it anymore. This made Su Su feel a little apologetic. This old man was moving out the pots of orchids. Su Su was not surprised and went to the front room. Uncle Chi was still working tirelessly on the iron. Su Su bent her arms and compared her muscles with Uncle Chi's. She was a little discouraged. Suddenly, she saw an unfamiliar figure standing in the courtyard. She ran over to take a look and opened her eyes wide. Angrily, she shouted, "Who are you?" For the entire night, Su Fengnian had been peeling the sword aura that flowed out of the sword sheath. The cracked soil had been unknowingly flattened. He turned around and looked at the orphan of the old Western Shu imperial family, but didn't say anything. Su Su frowned and then came to her senses. She sneered and said, "I remember now. You are the fool who was cheated of money under the old willow tree yesterday. You are a man and yet you are crying. Is your heart aching for the money or what?" Su Fengnian turned around with a cold face. This old man's son, Zhao Dingxiu, came to the front room and said helplessly, "Don't be rude." Chapter 5:16. To this old man's son, Zhao Dingxiu, Su Su was his own son. The only difference was that they were not related by blood. If that young man surnamed Su did not step into this alley, perhaps he would have died of old age in this town. The words Zhao Dingxiu's tomb were carved on the tombstone. Along with the tombstone would be scattered by the wind and rain. No one would remember the words of Zhao Dingxiu, the sage of calligraphy of Western Shu during the spring and autumn period. He would be worried that Su Su would not be able to marry a gentle wife. He would be worried that this child would be bullied by the ruffians in the marketplace. He would also be worried that without his scolding, Su Su would go astray, become useless, and live a miserable life. But now it was different. Li Yishan had fulfilled his promise. He was going to take the incognito Su Su to the south. He was going to the 18 tribes of Nanzhao to strategize. Just as Li Yishan had said on the cliff, Western Shu is not here, but there is still later Shu. Today, this old man's son personally came to apologize to the families whose children were teaching at the private school. He also gave away the pots of orchids. It was the butcher who had used a knife to cut his arm. When he heard that the teacher was leaving, he chopped off an entire fresh pig leg and stuffed it into his hands. Later, he was afraid that the small teacher would not be able to carry it, so he had the sturdy boy at home carry it to the door of the small courtyard. The boy, who was most likely going to inherit his father's business as a butcher, smiled and said a few words, "Teacher, remember to come back in the future." This old man's son smiled and reminded him, "Now that you know how to read, don't be sloppy when helping your father with the bookkeeping. You should be careful when doing things." The simple and honest boy scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. This old man's son waved his hand and struggled to carry the pig leg into the courtyard. Su Fengnian, who was thinking in the front yard, saw this and hurriedly carried it on his shoulder and helped to put it into the kitchen. It was close to dusk. Su Su had stewed a large pot. The aroma filled the entire courtyard. With him and Uncle Chi, two Taotais, there was no need to worry about not being able to finish it. Su Fengnian bought a few sets of fitting clothes in the city and a small bookcase that could fit the spring thunder. As for the spring and autumn sword, which was dormant with sword chi, he planned to carry it on his back instead of carrying a saber. It was better than nothing to conceal his identity. In this way he really did look like a scholar carrying a book and a sword on his back. Su Fengnian didn't want to waste the 600 caddies of gold. He had the female devil Xue Songguan escort the three of them to Nanzhao. Although they had the swordsmith surnamed Qi as their escort and there wouldn't be any major problems, it was always better to have more retainers. Even the young death warrior was ordered to go to Beiliang on the way. At first Wu didn't agree no matter what. He wanted to accompany His Royal Highness from Juzizhou to Jinsizhou. Su Fengnian had no choice but to put on the airs of the crown prince of Beiliang. Only then did the young death warrior obey the order to go south. A large table of people ate the fragrant stewed meat together. Even the blind zither player was asked to stay. Su Fengnian also called for the death warrior Wu to come and freeload. It was a rare lively scene in the courtyard. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Wu went back to pack up his belongings. Su Su took Xue Songguan to wander around the city. This old man took out half a string of money and secretly gave it to her. It was as if his disappointing son had finally swindled a girl. As an elder he had to keep up appearances. Only this old man, the blacksmith Su Fengyin, and the other two were left in the courtyard. They didn't have any misgivings when talking. Su Fengyin gave Zhao Dingxiu the names of a few people from Nanzhao according to Li Yishan's instructions. This old man was in a good mood. He silently memorized the names of these important people and their contact information. Finally he asked directly, "Is the Su family rebelling?" Su Fengyin couldn't help but think of Mount Qingqing and Qingyang Palace. He wondered if they had already released 6,000 soldiers. He sighed and shook his head. It's just a means of self-protection. This old man said emotionally, "There are as many strategists as there are carps in the spring and autumn period, but only a pair of hands can make a name for themselves. Your Su family's Zhao Chongling died early. It is a pity that he lost his talent as an advisor. Fortunately Li Yishan is still here. Otherwise the hound will be cooked after the rabbit is killed. Your Su family may not have what it has today. Previously I thought that while Li Yishan was better than Zhao Chongling in strategy, he lost in vision and spirit. Compared to Zhao Chongling who died young, and Nalin Yusi who is still helping the king of Yen plan and manage the vassals, he is only strong in arithmetic but weak in Dao. But in the last 20 years, through the scattered news that came to Orange Province, I slowly see that Li Yishan was hiding his abilities back then, or perhaps he was hidden by Zhao Chongling and could not show his abilities. When the Su family took over Bailiang, other than personally going to the battlefield, Li Yishan was a first-rate scholar in geography, insight, diplomacy, and literary talent. Simply calling him a poison scholar is an injustice to Li Yishan. Su Fengyin leaned lazily against the door and said with a smile, "My master is an all-rounder." Su Xiao also said that Zhao Chongling always felt guilty back then. He said that as long as Zhao Chongling was alive, Li Yishan would not be able to do his best. My master has really reached the realm of doing as he pleases. He can lead troops and govern with ease. Over the past 20 years, even I don't know how many moves master has made. I'm afraid that in master's eyes, only Zhang Julu is a match for him in the entire empire. This old man said with a regretful expression. It is a pity that I cannot meet Li Yishan on this trip to the south. I have too many things I want to talk to him about. Right, His Royal Highness, how is your master's health? Su Fengyin said softly, "Not very good." The old master frowned. Su Fengyin squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. He smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, he won't die." On the morning of the second day they left the city, gathered near the dry moat outside the city and then parted ways. Su originally wanted to shamelessly ask this old man to rent a carriage. Wouldn't it be good to show off? But when she woke up this morning and saw this old man's tense face, she did not have the courage. Fortunately, when she heard that Miss Shui was going with him to the unfamiliar south, she did not care if there was a carriage. Turning back to look at the handsome young master standing by the river and waving his hand, Su gently pulled on the woman's sleeve and asked in a small voice, "You are not familiar with Su?" The blind woman said softly, "No." Su asked with a smile, "Then do you like him?" The corner of her mouth curled up and she shook her head. Su was happy and relieved but also a little sad. Even the old master found that brat pleasing to the eye. In the future, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would have a bright future. As for herself, she was living a muddle-headed life as a scoundrel. Then she would not like her even more, right? The young man did not hurry to catch up with the group. His big bow and quiver were hidden and given to the burly blacksmith to carry. The young man just stood beside his master, wanting to say something but hesitating. Su Fengyin said with a smile, "There is no use for you to follow me. You might even be a burden. If you die, you will die in vain." The young man of sacrifice looked melancholy. Who said the young man did not know the taste of worry? Su Fengyin patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Go. When you reach Bailiang Palace, tell Su Xiao and my master Li Yishan that I am fine. This will count as you doing a good deed." The young man was worried quickly, but he was also not worried quickly. He smiled brightly and said, "Okay." Su Fengyin thought for a while, took out a bag of silver and threw it to the young man. "Don't let people think that we are stingy." The young man took the bag of silver and suddenly lowered his head and said in a low voice, "His Royal Highness, why don't I go with you to Jinxi Province? I'm actually not that afraid of death." Su Fengyin turned his body around and stepped on his butt. He laughed and scolded, "Get lost." The young man staggered and turned around to look at the back of this old man's son. He rubbed his eyes hard and then hurriedly ran to this old man's son's son. Su was surprised and asked, "Oh, you actually cried?" The young man who knew this person's nickname turned his head and said, "Damn you, it's none of your business." Su giggled and said, "Is that guy your brother?" The young man said angrily, "He is your uncle." Su was stunned for a moment and then laughed. The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation and imitated His Highness the Crown Prince's actions. He kicked Su's soft butt and said in an imposing manner, "Scram." Even this old man's son was happy to add insult to injury. He stroked his beard and smiled, "Little Wu, you taught him a good lesson." Su patted his sore butt and grimaced. He was not angry. He turned around and looked. Although Su did not think that he was smart, he was not stupid. He knew that the person surnamed Su was going north alone and did not let little Wu follow him. He was kind. If it was him, he probably would not have done it. Not to mention other things, it was pitiful to be alone without anyone to talk to. Su Fengyin, who did not know that he had become the scenery of others, went north. He patted the spring and autumn on his back and smiled, "I wanted to give it to Wenhua. It's not right to always use a wooden sword. But I have to wait until he is successful. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to carry it for a day or two and it would be snatched away. If he is stubborn and does not want it, then I will give it to Dong Tai as repayment for the gift of the sword. If I don't meet him, it's okay. I will return to Bailiang and give it to White Fox. If he doesn't want it, then this brother named Spring and Autumn, you can only follow me." Su Fengyin was silent and said to himself, "Actually, I want to give it to the old man with the sheepskin coat the most." In Honglu Cave in Jiangnan, there was a rice field between the green mountains. An old man with the sheepskin coat sat barefoot on the field after planting rice. There was a wooden water wheel beside him. Chapter 517. I originally wanted to be lazy and upload it tomorrow, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. I'll just take it as Li Chuangong's death and use the author's mouth to finish the story. P.S. If a new top scorer appears in the future, try your best to express your gratitude. Try your best. If Su Fengyin changed his face again, he would be in line with First Madame Xu Xiu's crafty taste. Indeed, he could not be more scholarly. The spring and autumn sword had already recognized him as its master. It withdrew its river-like sword intent and slung it on his back. He was already tall and slender, so he looked even more handsome. The only thing missing was an ancient temple sitting in the wilderness. Otherwise, when Su Fengyin entered the dormitory to read under the light, he might be seduced by the fox fairy. The geography of Orange Province was actually not much different from that of the Central Plains. There were also some towering mountains and steep ridges, but compared to the mountains and rivers of the south, it had a rougher feeling that it couldn't be carefully chewed. Along the way, Su Fengyin, other than nurturing his sword, spent most of his energy on deciphering the knot strands on the seventh blade. Stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. In the battle in the small alley, the blind zither player had played like a child's 18 strokes of the Wuxia. Although he had dodged in a hurry, he had benefited greatly afterward. Since Su Fengyin had fulfilled his wish and successfully persuaded this old man to go to Nanzhao, he was in no hurry. Now that he had arrived at the fork in the mountain, he saw a simple wine shop with a flag that kept falling down no matter how strong the wind blew. A young woman with an enchanting figure was standing at the door and stretching. As she twisted her waist, the unique charm of a mature woman swayed out. When she saw Su Fengyin, the handsome scholar, her eyes lit up and she immediately trotted over. She took the young man's arm and dragged him to the wine shop. She squeezed and squeezed, not forgetting to raise her charming eyes, and stared straight at Su Fengyin. Seeing his face full of righteousness, she smiled tenderly and said, "Young master, don't pretend. I know you're this old Taoist bird." Su Fengyin no longer purposely pulled a long face and looked like a lecher who hit it off with an adulterous couple. He laughed and said, "Auntie has good eyes." "Auntie." It was the young woman's turn to lose her composure. She said sweetly, "You're so naughty. I'm only 18. Su Fengyin said honestly, "Your daughter is 18, right? Little enemy, go to hell." The young woman had a charming smile on her face as she spoke flirtatious words. She took out a dagger from her sleeve and stabbed it towards Su Fengyin's waist. Su Fengyin's expression didn't change as he carried the book box on his back. He held the dagger between two fingers and said helplessly, "Auntie, please don't be like this. I'm just here to quench my thirst. Since it's for money, it's not for free." The woman, who was quite charming, was still smiling. She squinted her eyes and said, "How can silver be enough? Even the body and 100 caddies of meat should be enough to make meat buns for me." She pulled the dagger a few times, but it didn't move at all. Her eyes revealed some surprise. She shouted towards the tavern, "Come out quickly. I've run into a tough nut to crack." Su Fengyin looked at the dozen or so strong men rushing out and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That kid Wenhua would definitely like such a wonderful Jianghu. It was supposed to be the time when the tea before the Ming festival and the tea before the rain were in high demand, but the small tea house in Luqing still had little business. The owner of the tea house, who was not naturally suited for business, did not care, nor did the eccentric young lady who had just arrived care. However, Wenhua was anxious. It was not a good idea to eat scallion noodles with fried eggs every day. In any case, they should order some meat dishes every now and then, right? Wenhua was trying to attract customers on the street. His mouth was dry, but he did not invite a single customer into the tea house to sit down. He glanced at the old parrot hanging in the birdcage at the entrance, which was still calling out incessantly. He was so angry that he took down his wooden sword and fiercely knocked on the birdcage. However, this feathered beast imitated its words vaguely, but it had learned enough from its owner, Old Man Huang, to remain calm in the face of change. Wenhua shrunk his head back. When he saw Old Man Huang drinking tea with his back facing him, he stretched out 2 fingers to pluck the feathers. Just as he was about to succeed, a sunflower struck the back of his hand. Wenhua wanted to dodge, but it was simply too late. He glared at the little girl. This little girl was slender and elegant. Although her complexion was not too good, looking at her while eating could still increase one's appetite. Unfortunately, Wenhua boasted that he had turned over a new leaf. After falling in love at first sight for who knows how many times, he finally became enlightened. He made up his mind to uphold his chastity for that girl for the rest of his life. Wenhua angrily said, Jia family has married a beautiful cheek. If you hit me again, this young master will really make a move. When she first came to the tea house with a dispirited expression, Old Man Huang, who would not move an inch even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, felt heartache for her. Later, when he introduced her name, he was unwilling to put in any effort, only confirming that her surname was Jia, and the last 2 were homophones. Wenhua did not care about anything as he was born to be at odds with her. Every time he called her name, he would deliberately shout a long string of words. Last month, a scene had happened that scared him so much that he almost peed his pants. A tea house customer deliberately made things difficult for her, disliking that her tea brewing skills were too shabby. She patiently changed 2 pots of tea, but the businessman, who had the demeanor of a scholar, was still finding fault with her despite the cold weather. Wenhua was originally watching the fun, and was happy to see this young lady make a fool of herself. Then he saw the young lady standing next to the customer chuckling and chopping off his head with a karate chop. If it were not for Wenhua's quick-wittedness, throwing out a tea saucer to block the karate chop, and then risking his life to stand between the 2 of them, that head would have been chopped off like a watermelon. Since then, Wenhua had been on tenterhooks, wishing that he could even keep an eye on her when she went to the outhouse. These days, for the first time, Wenhua was willing to be an ox or a horse. He did not dare to trouble this young lady to receive the tea-house customers. He would rather she sit cross-legged on the bench by the window, and stare blankly with a sunflower that had been plucked from God knows where on her shoulder. The young woman chuckled with a stiff expression. Wenhua was helpless against her, and he walked into the tea-house embarrassedly before sitting down opposite Old Man Huang. When he saw the young woman didn't follow him, he said in a low voice, "Your granddaughter? Does she need to be spoiled like you? Just like last time, isn't it against the law to kill someone?" The old man with white hair took a sip of tea and said calmly, "My daughter killed a few people, yet it's against the law? Which clan's rules are these? Which country's laws are these? If it was 20 years ago, you could have asked those emperors and monarchs to answer and see who would nod." The corners of Wenhua's mouth twitched as he said, "Old Man Huang, you don't even make a draft when you boast. If it's according to what you said, then wouldn't you be on equal footing with the Zhao clan's son of heaven?" The old man glanced sideways at the wooden sword wanderer that personally taught him the sword technique, and he didn't say anything. Wenhua felt a chill run down his spine from being stared at, and he said, all right. You're formidable, all right? Since you're so boastful, then I'll make 3 large bowls of onion noodles for you tonight. Otherwise you'll surely be hungry to the point you won't be able to sleep." The old man that possessed an elegant aura waved his hand and said, "I'll go make a bowl right away." Wenhua said angrily, "If I don't go, then do you really think I'm a lackey?" Then he stretched out his hand and said with a mischievous smile, "My family's little Nian said that a man can't be subdued by force. Only riches and honor can allow me to be obscene. So, give me money first." The old man hovered over the teacup, so Wenhua immediately squeezed out a flattering smile and made an action of putting a towel on his shoulder. He ran away, but he muttered, See if I'll add a fried egg for you. Ha, I didn't even put a few pieces of onion for you. The old man turned his head and raised his voice and he shouted with a smile, "Little girl, come, come, come. Sit closer and drink tea with me." The little girl sat at the table next to him and sat cross-legged, and then she plucked the sunflowers one by one. The two of them still had their backs to each other. The old man didn't mind and he drank the coarse tea mouthful by mouthful. Wen Hua's legs were nimble and the onion noodles weren't strenuous work. After eating that bowl of noodles with onion noodles that were so pitiful that they could be counted on one's fingers, he didn't fuss over every ounce with the kid in front of him. After he put down his chopsticks, he sighed with emotion, "Little Wen, among those people on the martial arts evaluation, who do you think is the real expert?" Chapter 5:18. When they talked about this, Wen Hua was immediately in high spirits and he laughed loudly. Is there even a need to say it? Of course, it's old immortal Wang from the martial emperor city. Tuoba is a northern barbarian, so I don't care about him at all. In the end, it's still the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai. He's the #1 swordsman. Of course, I admire him from the bottom of my heart. If I can exchange a sword move with sword god Deng in this lifetime, I will have no regrets even if I die. As for those Chao Guanzi demon Luo Yang and the others, they are nothing. They are not my cup of tea. Old man Huang sneered, "With your knowledge, you want to achieve greater mastery in swordsmanship? Those who practice the sword only learn from that Dong Tai, but they don't know Li Chungang. In less than 100 years, the way of the sword will no longer occupy half of the glory of the martial way." Wen Hua was stunned. Li Chungang? I only know that our dynasty has an extremely exaggerated martial ranking, and this old geezer is only ranked 8th. Later on, Beimang's martial ranking was nowhere to be seen. Wasn't he pushed down by someone? The old man picked up the teacup and was about to splash it on Wen Hua's face. Wen Hua hastily used his sleeve to protect his face, which he believed to be incomparably handsome. However, the old man stopped and drank a mouthful of tea. He said slowly, "In the past 500 years of Jianghu, Li Chungang is the only great talent whose attainments in the way of the sword can catch up to the immortal Lu Dongxian. It's been 500 years, not just 100 years. At that time, Li Chungang was ranked among the spring and autumn 13 armors. Among them, Li Chungang's sword and armor champion was the most unquestionable." "Oh," said Wen Hua, and then he humbly asked for guidance. "Old man Huang, don't talk about unrealistic things. Tell me the truth, otherwise I won't be able to understand it as well." The old man laughed and said, "Do you know how many armors Li Chungang had cut with one sword at the Guangling River?" Wen Hua thought for a moment and asked probingly, 800. When he saw old man Huang smiling without speaking, Wen Hua gritted his teeth and made an exorbitant demand just like this old fellow. 1,600. The old man sneered, "Add another 1,000. Wen Hua slapped his thigh and roared, "Fucking ferocious. In the future I will no longer worship Dong Tai, who is rumored to have provoked Tuoba. I will change it to Li Chungang." The old man sighed. "If I'm not mistaken, he's already dead." Wen Hua was stunned. Old man Huang spun the white porcelain teacup with 2 fingers. He looked at the ripples on the surface of the tea and said softly, "There is a limit to a person's strength." He broke through 2,600 armor with a single sword and suffered irreparable injuries. Such a fascinating feat is even better than the Wu family's 9 swords that broke through 10,000 cavalry 200 years ago. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. It's all your fault. However, although Li Chungang was heavily injured, logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult for him to live for another 3 or 4 years. However, with Li Chungang's temperament, how could he bear to slowly grow old to the point where he couldn't even lift a sword? Back then, since he was willing to fall into the finger-profound realm for the sake of Fengdu's green-robed man, he wasn't willing to ascend or reincarnate after returning to being a sword immortal. Death is death. Only then would it be in line with Li Chungang's indomitable sword intent. This is why he recently lent Dong Tai a helping hand from 10,000 miles away. Gifting the sword is secondary. With a single sword, he split open the heavens and traveled 10,000 miles to the west. Gifting the sword Dao comprehension is the key. Finally, he helped Dong Tai, this sword Dao Jr., to fight to a draw with Tuoba. The old man seemed to have forgotten to drink tea as he sighed. Green clothes fluttering in the wind, wielding a sword in the Jianghu, causing the entire Jianghu to look up to him. His life has come to an end. With his final sword, he still created a new sword immortal. Only Li Chungang can do such a thing. He died a worthy death. I just don't know if Li Chungang can truly die without regrets. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly and pointed at the tea. The tea cools after the person dies. Not long after, the Jianghu will only see Dong Tai's unparalleled glory and forget that Li Chungang once brought the sword Dao to an unparalleled height time and time again. In my opinion, the world can do without an old man like Wang Xianji, but it can't do without a true playboy like Li Chungang. King of Jing and Zhaoheng is dead. This man from the Zhao family, who was worse than a woman his entire life, finally did something that a man should do. Li Yishan worked hard and finally died of illness. There are countless strategists in the world, but only 9 people were evaluated by me. Poison warrior Li Yishan was ranked 3rd. With his death, there are only 4 people left. It's hard to say whether the other young people can replace them. Seeing the scattered but not falling pillar of luck of West Chu reconnect with the heavens, that old guy from the Imperial Astronomer, who was often tricked by me, is probably furious. I don't know if that old pedant has finished compiling the almanac. If he hasn't, that bastard Li Xiaoxin will beat him to it and the Confucian school will be in danger. West Chu's Grand Preceptor, Sun Shiji, doesn't have many years left to live. Of the remaining 4 top strategists of the Liang dynasty, Nalin Yusi, who works as a helper for the king of Yen outside the capital, has at most 4 years left to live. As for the other 2 who are cowards in the capital, Yang Taisui, the sickly tiger, has destroyed most of his martial arts. The remaining one is the least famous but the most promising. Most of the court's movements in the next 30 years are in his hands. He was the mastermind of the white-robed case. Half of the 12 men of sacrifice by Su Zhao's side died on the way to assassinate this person. One of them was this person's favorite concubine. The cycle of karma is not good. Isn't it funny? They're all dead. They're all going to die. Counting back and forth, there's one less person. Whether it's Jianghu or the country, it's still for the young. I like this kind of world. It's not dead. The Liang dynasty has Zhang Julu and Gu Jiantang. Beimeng has the middle-aged Tuoba and the younger Dong Zhuo. In the future, there will be an endless stream of newcomers who will rise to the top like bamboo shoots after the rain. This is interesting. However, the Taiping Order of the Chess and Sword Music School doesn't seem to have given up. He wants to help the Empress of Beimeng play a big game of chess. I'm looking forward to it. When Hua was dizzy from hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Old man Huang, are you possessed? What nonsense are you talking about?" The old man picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. You don't have to pay attention to this chessboard. Just practice the sword at ease. You can only practice the sword for the rest of your life. Scholars have scholars' matters, boorish men have boorish work, and merchants have merchants' business. Everyone lives and works within the rules. This is the world's peace. When Hua patted the wooden sword at his waist and snorted coldly, "Just you wait." The old man mocked, "Don't make me wait for a few decades. I can't afford to wait." When Hua slammed the table, "You've just eaten my onion noodles and you're already burning the bridge after crossing the river?" The old man was about to speak when his head was hit by something. He turned around and saw that his daughter had hit him with a sunflower. With his scheming mind, he immediately understood and laughed. I know. Don't worry. I can live as long as I don't want to. No matter what, I'll live until the day you get married." Then the old man was sent flying by a sunflower. When Hua, who felt that his anger had been vented, couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaim in admiration, "You're even more chivalrous than a heroine. Apart from Li Chungang and Dong Tai, I admire you for daring to hit old man Huang." When Hua suddenly had a thought and suddenly started talking to himself. "I'm thinking that Su Fengyin, that pervert, will definitely take a liking to a girl with such character like you. Won't you become my sister-in-law in the future? Then what do I have to call old man Huang?" Then he was also sent flying. Old man Huang sat on the ground and asked himself, "Since Li Yishan drew a line before dying, why don't I go to Xiangfan to take a look?" He heard a cold snort above his head. The old man sighed and said, "A grown girl can't be kept at home. Forget it. Beiliang's own courtyard is chaotic enough. It's hard to say whether or not that brat can survive. Why should I bother to be this evil person? It's more practical to compete with that Taiping Ling who doesn't want the world to be at peace. Do you want to buy tie-in? That depends on whether or not I agree." He stood up and patted the dust off. He said with a smile, "Daughter, wait here. I'll make you some onion noodles." When Hua, who had been hit for no reason, hurriedly shouted, "Give me a bowl too." Old man Huang didn't pay attention to him at all. This made Wen Hua depressed again and missed the little new year. Chapter 519. Su Fengyin let go of the dagger as he was surrounded by more than 10 ferocious bandits. The woman, who had a graceful figure but a vicious heart, took the dagger away from him. She was also tactful and no longer stuck to the handsome scholar. She took a few steps back and imitated the naive look of a 16-year-old girl. She smiled and asked, "Young master, are you afraid?" Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "How can I not be afraid?" She held her chest and smiled sweetly, "It's good that you're afraid. I see that you have some skills, so I'll give you two options. One is to fight to the death and challenge all of us. After you die, we'll chop your meat and make steamed buns. The other is to join our stronghold and become brothers. We'll drink meat and drink wine together." A man who was as thin as a bamboo pole but had a full chest of hair whispered, "Qing Junyang, shouldn't it be eating meat and drinking wine?" The woman who was exposed raised her eyebrows. She twisted her waist and walked like a bamboo leaf. She stepped on the man's foot and said, "I'll let you eat meat and drink wine. Without me you can take off your pants and cut off your balls to cook and eat." Su Fengnian said without hesitation, "Let's be brothers." The woman's eyes flashed with contempt. The skinny monkey spat and scolded, "With this kind of virtue, it's a waste of food for our stronghold to accept." The sound of horse hooves came closer and closer. The woman frowned and raised her arm to cover half of her face. She squinted her eyes and looked over. More than 10 men were happy. Su Fengnian turned around and saw 6 valiant riders galloping over. The rider in the lead had a natural and upright appearance. He carried an iron rod wrapped in gold and silver thread. In a second-rate righteous sect, this person would not be careless at all if he were to be placed in the position of the head. One of the 2 riders beside him had a black body and carried a pair of broad axes. He had yellow eyebrows and unkempt hair. He was born with a ferocious face. The other rider was dressed as a Taoist priest. He wore a large linen robe with a pattern of yin and yang fish on it. There was a brown belt inlaid with jade around his waist. He wore a pair of silk shoes and clean socks. His face was white and his beard long. The remaining 3 riders were all strong men with weapons in their hands. Except for the leader of the stick dance and the middle-aged Taoist, the other 4 were all stained with blood. Especially the man with yellow eyebrows, it was as if he had been soaked in a blood vat. The 6 riders dismounted at the same time. The valiant leader said sadly, "We were not able to save Brother Song. We are sorry." The skinny monkey wailed and fell to the ground, wailing incessantly. A dark-skinned man who was 3 times the weight of a skinny monkey threw his 2 broad axes together and said in a muffled voice, "Damn bastard, I've been killing from the east side of the execution field to the west side. I've been killing until my hands have gone limp." The Taoist priest looked at Su Fengnian, the uninvited guest, and then glanced at the woman. The latter explained in a bad mood, "The fish and prawns have just been caught in the net. They haven't had time to cook them yet." She looked at the unlucky handsome young man and smiled charmingly, "This young man has some skills. Since my brothers have arrived, I'll capture him and send him to the kitchen. I'll make a few big trays of meat buns and send them up the mountain to reward everyone." The handsome leader frowned and said, "Lady Qingzhu, why are you doing this kind of business again?" She said righteously, "If I don't do this again, I won't have anything to eat. A hero will starve to death for a penny. I don't care how chivalrous you are, but I can't treat myself unfairly." The man took out a gold ingot from his pocket and smiled gently, "Take it as this month's food money." He turned to Su Fengnian and smiled, "I'm sorry to disturb you, young master. I'm Han Fong from Mount Liui. If you trust me, let's drink a bowl of inferior wine together. Just take it as me helping you get over your shock." The man who sat on the ground and gasped for breath said with a rough voice, "Brother Han, why are you talking nonsense with this pretty boy? Drinking is giving him a lot of face. If he doesn't drink, let me Lu Dei chop off his head with an axe and use it as a urinal." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded, "Drink." The elegant man who became a bandit shouted, "Don't be rude." He took the lead and sat down at the table outside the wine shop. He put aside the iron staff that was passed down from his ancestors that was worth a lot of silver and stretched out his hand to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian did not stand on ceremony. He took down his bookcase and sat down face to face with this man who called himself Han Fong from Mount Liui. They clinked bowls and drank the wine in one gulp. His straightforward action won the favor of many men who were watching. The Taoist who carried an ancient sword with pine patterns on his back sat down gently. Han Fong introduced, "This is Zhang Xiuqing, born in a noble family. He is good at everything including the classics, astronomy, geography and everything. He is good at writing. He was once a trusted aide of a provincial governor in Orange Province, but he became a Taoist because he was framed by someone. He is different from us rough people." The man with yellow eyebrows who sat down casually said, "Brother Han, you're still the descendant of 3 generations of generals. If it weren't for your Han family, Ji province would have been stabbed into a sieve by the northern barbarians. If it weren't for that fatuous ruler of Liang dynasty Zhao, who didn't know what was good for him, you would have been a fourth-grade border official by now. Han Fang's eyes were clouded, but he hid his emotions well. He laughed at himself and said, "Young master, you must be joking. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink." The curvaceous woman who was nicknamed Lady Qingzhu picked up another jar of wine and smashed it on the table. "You've drugged it. You're all fish on my chopping board." Han Fang quickly smiled and said, "And this one I have to remind you. Lu Qingzhu, just call her Lady Qingzhu. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart." Su Fengyin did not know what was good for him and said, "I've just seen Lady Qingzhu's dagger. She has a sharp tongue but a sharp heart." Han Fang was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 520. The woman smiled sweetly and leaned towards Su Fengyin. "This little scholar, I like you more and more." Slap. Without some elasticity there would not be such a crisp sound. The woman widened her eyes and looked at the handsome scholar who she thought was not very strong. Was she being taken advantage of in public? Was she being pecked by a baby goose all year round? Su Fengyin retracted his hand and smiled. "Qing Junyang, if you are really willing, let's go to the bridal chamber." The woman laughed and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She threw a coquettish glance and walked into the house. The middle-aged Taoist unsheathed his ancient sword and slashed it. It stopped at Su Fengyin's neck and quickly returned to the sheath. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The men who were not qualified to sit down and drink saw this scene and did not even dare to breathe. Su Fengyin, who seemed to be in the dark, looked at Han Fang and asked, "Qing Junyang, are you sharpening your knife?" Han Fang laughed. "You have a good temperament. I will go to the mountain village with my brothers first. If you don't mind, you can come with us. If you want to drink more, you can ask Qing Junyang to lead the way." Su Fengyin smiled. "Let's drink a few more bowls. Master Han will go first." They stood up and cupped their fists. Han Fang led the 20 men up the mountain. Su Fengyin sat alone at the table and drank a mouthful of wine. Qing Junyang stood nearby and said coldly, "They are not good people." Su Fengyin was puzzled and asked, "Why do you say that?" Qing Junyang sat down and poured a bowl of tasteless wine. That Han Fang used to be the leader of several mountain villages in Mount Liui. He looked down on everyone. In the end, those mountain villages worked together to deal with him. Now he is in a miserable state. Even Song's sworn brother went to visit the brothel in the city and leaked the news. He was stopped by a large group of soldiers and tied up and sent to the execution ground. Han Fang brought people to save him, but there were only 6 of them. Doesn't that mean they can't save anyone and can only kill unarmed and innocent people? As for that man with the double axes, although he looks like an ox, just listen to him speak in a genteel manner, you will know that he is not a good person. He has a belly full of evil tricks. In the past, the mountain village was prosperous, there were many people. He went to the small city to drink wine with prostitutes. These past few years, I don't know if he got drunk or went crazy, but he killed dozens or even hundreds of people in a row. How many young girls have been defiled by him? That Taoist man surnamed Zhang has a lot of crooked ideas. He is the mountain village's military counselor. Naturally, his swordsmanship can be considered brilliant. It is said that when he was young he studied under a great Taoist master of Dao De Zong and learned a celestial technique that can summon the wind and summon the rain. I think it is called 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit, or something like that. But Laonyang has never seen him ride the cloud or ride the mist. As for the rest of them, which one of them has not killed more than a few people? The mountain village raised an apricot yellow banner, saying that they want to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. But the rule in the mountain village is that whoever goes up the mountain must kill people at the foot of the mountain as proof of allegiance. How can this be considered enforcing justice on behalf of heaven? Su Fengyin laughed and said, "Then what about you?" The woman's expression was calm. "Laonyang is the same kind of trash as them, how can I be a good person? It's just that I don't have the ability to kill you, otherwise how can you sit here and drink wine so comfortably?" "That's right, what is your surname and name?" Su Fengyin replied, "Su Lang, I came to Mount Liui on a tour. I didn't know that this place is even more chaotic than the turmoil and chaos of war. If I had known earlier, I would have taken a detour." She laughed and said, "You should have taken a detour. This mountain is a den of thieves. However, I don't mind telling you the truth. No matter how ruthless Han Fang's bandit mountain village is, compared to the number 1 or 2 devil cult sect in the Orange province, they are just children playing house. Even if they only release a fart, these several hundred so-called Jianghu heroes of this mountain village will be suffocated to death. Fortunately, these devil rabbits don't eat the grass near their nest, they don't care about Han Fong and these small bandits. Su Fengnian was puzzled. Why are you telling me this? He asked. She propped up her cheeks, imperceptibly placing her chest on the table, revealing 2 lumps of dazzling fullness. She smiled coquettishly and said, You are just a fledgling entering the Jianghu. There is no knockout drug in the wine, can't Laonyang rub some on the bottom of the bowl? Su Fengnian stared at her. She laughed and said, You dare to take advantage of Laonyang, how many lives do you have? Later on I'll strip you naked and throw you on the chopping board. I'll chop off that little earthworm of yours first and make it into a side dish with wine. How do you think it will taste? Su Fengnian swayed and fell. She was getting happier and happier. In the end, after swaying for a long time, she still did not see this handsome scholar fall down. It was only until she noticed the young master's pair of captivating red phoenix eyes squinting that she bit her lip and said resentfully, Is it fun to tease me? After Su Fengnian sat up straight, he laughed and said, It's fun. In the end, the woman snorted and laughed. Silly handsome boy, Laonyang actually didn't rub any drug on the bottom of your bowl. Who is teasing who? Su Fengnian was stunned. She said softly, You should go. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. When you go up the mountain to that stronghold, even if you fall into a big fire pit, even if you are lucky and have excellent skills, you will still lose a layer of skin if you climb out. Su Fengnian said softly, Thank you. I know that you pretended to be a bad person just now to help me escape. Being stabbed in exchange for my life is just losing all my belongings. No matter how you look at it, it is a profit. She smiled and did not say anything. Su Fengnian lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. The 2 of them were speechless. She suddenly said, In the past, I wasn't this kind of bodhisattva. It's just that you look a bit like my man. Su Fengnian nodded seriously and said, From this, it can be seen how romantic and elegant your man is. The woman smiled sweetly and poured a bowl of wine over. Su Fengnian gently reached out his hand and used the embracing sparrow style. It was incomparably mysterious as he condensed the wine into a piece and then put it back into the bowl in front of her. Who said that spilled water can't be taken back? Chapter 521. Su Fengnian, who had played the game of seizing the sparrow and collecting the water, laughed and said, It's just acrobatics. Lu Qingzhu's slender finger touched the porcelain bowl, then she rubbed her willowy eyebrows and said in surprise, It's just acrobatics? Su Fengnian did not answer and asked, How did you enter the stronghold? She did not dare to drink the bowl of wine. After thinking for a while, she said with a smile, My complaints are too much and it hurts my liver and intestines. Let's not talk about it. Su Fengnian was not tactful enough to get to the bottom of it. Your man? She rolled her eyes. You really want to know? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, Forget it. Su Fengnian did not want to hear about it. Instead, she spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, but her tone was indifferent. He was dead, a useless scholar. When his family was destroyed, a man in the stronghold found him an eyesore and used an iron spear to crush his stomach. Afterwards, I was betrothed to a third party by Han Fong. Before we even consummated our marriage, that hero could not control the thing in his crotch and hurriedly wanted to have sex in the wild. My dress had already fallen to my calves and I waited for half a day naked. Only then did I know that a big shot from the devil cult was passing by and bumped into him and smashed his head. The devil lord saw that I was somewhat beautiful, so he showed great mercy and took me as his exclusive property. I followed him to that majestic sect. I was probably considered a concubine maid. I served him with a few foxes for half a year. When he got tired of playing with me, he sent me back. Fang Dei and the others only had evil intentions, but they did not have the guts. If they wanted to be the concubine of that great devil lord, they had to be alive, right? Otherwise, do you think a pretty widow like me could have lived until today? Even if I could have lived, I probably would not have had the strength to stand up straight in broad daylight. Serving men, especially those who were full of brute force, was very physical work. Now that he thought about it, back when he was in a place like the Imperial Palace, it could be said that he had seen a paradise on earth. He had not suffered for nothing. You see, you've brought up the topic. This old lady is really heartbroken. Let's change to another bowl of wine. This bowl is filled with evil energy. I'm afraid that I'll fall into your trap and really enter the bridal chamber with you. At that time, this old lady won't suffer any losses. You're just a newborn calf, and your head will be smashed by that devil's palm. You'll be a white puddle like soy milk. Su Fengnian pushed the wine bowl over and asked calmly, What sect is this? Why is it so influential? She said sarcastically, Young Master Su, you haven't even heard of Shin Men's thatched hut? How dare you travel to Mount Liui to study? Su Fengyin laughed. Shinmen's thatched hut? It sounds like a righteous sect that leans towards Confucianism. Qing Junyang took a sip of wine. Seeing that there was no one around, she said, Han Fang's nickname is the Qilin General. Which eye of yours saw that he looked like a Qilin? Do you really think he's the state preceptor of Beimang? Zhang Xiuqing is known as the Thunder Lord, but I've never seen him summon thunder. Song Kuei, who was beheaded on the execution field this time, was also called the cauldron-carrying Heavenly King. Isn't that a self-proclaimed title? With his small body that swayed in the wind, it's hard to say if he could carry this old lady who's over 90 kilograms. He only knows how to use some lowly poisoned hidden weapons. Therefore, Shinmen's thatched hut, although it's called a thatched hut, is actually similar to the emperor's residence. There's gold and jade everywhere. I don't know how they earned the money. Even the latrines are more imposing than the residences of the leaders of the strongholds on the mountain. I've never really been to the imperial palace, but I think it's not far off. Su Fengyin nodded and then asked, Qing Junyang, you're more than 90 kilograms, right? You should be around 50 kilograms. The woman was embarrassed and angry. Can't I eat 7 to 8 kilograms of beef today? Su Fengyin dismissed it with a laugh. The woman looked at the sky and said, Oh, you don't treat Mount Liui as a child's game. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. We're all elites. If we don't have some skills, we won't be able to stand firm. Go, leave behind something for me so that I can give an explanation to Han Fang and the others. I'm no longer the Guanyin goddess who saves people in distress, nor am I a woman who's at the age of her first awakening of love. You can't be confused just because you have a good appearance. If you don't want to part with the sword you're carrying, take out some silver and treat it as a loss to ward off disaster. Han Fang gave me an ingot of gold to reassure those poor brothers of his who can't take the next meal. I'm just trying to pretend to be a rich man in front of you. This stronghold has long been ruined. Su Fengyin really did take out a stack of banknotes from his bookcase and put it on the table. He smiled and said, More than 100 taels. Is this enough? She raised her eyebrows and tapped the banknotes with her fingers. She laughed and said, You're really a rich man. With your wealth, as long as your family's wealth isn't thin, you'll be worshipped as a spendthrift and a god of wealth in the stronghold. As long as they don't suck your blood dry, your life will be guaranteed. Just now I worked so hard to put on a show, but it turns out that I've been thinking too much. Su Lang, where are you from? Are you really a scholar who traveled to study? Su Fengyin teased, I'm from a small family in Gusai Prefecture. There are so many aristocratic families there that they're as numerous as the hairs on an ox. If you don't have the surname Ding, you'd be too embarrassed to go out and greet people. You can't even lift your head. I didn't expect you to have 100 or 200 taels of silver here and become a rich man. If I'd known earlier, I'd have come here earlier to show off. She glanced at the glib-tongued scholar and said sarcastically, You've been peeking at me for a long time and you don't dare to touch me? Su Fengyin, who was caught red-handed, shook his head and said, I'm not that kind of person. After she got up, she patted her chest either intentionally or unintentionally. The charming scene of her trembling made the man want to run over and hold her in his pocket, afraid that she would drop it because it was too heavy. Su Fengyin still kept his head down. Qing Junyang didn't know whether to roll her eyes or give him a coquettish look. She left with a smile. There were no waiters to help her in the wine shop, so she had to work alone. There were always trivial matters that she couldn't finish. Afterwards, the scholar with the sword and the book on his back didn't plan to go up the mountain. After paying more than 100 taels of silver, he sat down at the fork at the foot of the mountain. He moved the table to a shady place under the eaves and took out a geography book from his book chest. He asked Qing Junyang for a plate of salted peanuts, a bowl of cooked beef and a jar of wine. He sat there from noon until dusk. Qing Junyang didn't treat him as a guest of honor. She made a careless meal and ate it, then asked him what his plan was. Su Lang said that he wanted to stay here for a few days and pondered over how to maintain a mountain stronghold. He also asked her about a lot of trivial matters such as how to make money, how to recruit people, and how to win people's hearts. She even asked him if he wanted to cultivate a vegetable garden on the mountain when there were no killings or robberies. She didn't hide anything from him. After all, it wasn't a big secret. If this young scholar was a secret agent from the government and came here to scout for information and pave the way for the armored soldiers to enter the mountain to suppress the bandits, she wouldn't be afraid. If the mountain stronghold was razed, she could just go back to the thatched hut of Shinmen and work like a cow or a horse. To her, who didn't care who died, there was no one in the world that she was willing to collect. He could also pass the time at night, so he took 2 benches and slept through the night. In the house, Qing Junyang tossed and turned for half the night before she fell asleep. When she got up in the morning, she looked at herself in the bronze mirror. No matter how she tried, she couldn't get rid of the dark circles under her eyes. When she saw the energetic guy sitting there holding a book, her eyes were full of resentment. She didn't know whether she was angry at his shamelessness or angry that he was worse than a beast last night. He didn't even knock on the widow's door. Although she didn't know how to open the door, at least it proved that she still had some beauty. She snorted coldly and walked to the village with the banknotes that he gave to the village. After hesitating for a moment, she still didn't take 1 or 2 banknotes. However, she didn't spit out the ingot of gold that was in her mouth. This group of men were freeloading on food and drink, so this money should be hers. The village where Han Feng lived was not far from the mountain, more than 10 li away. However, the mountain road was not as flat as the official road. Fortunately, she was used to it and didn't find it too strenuous. After all, she was no longer the delicate girl who lived like a princess and didn't touch anything. Han Feng politely accepted the banknotes and was very polite. She even personally served him a pot of tea. Liu Dei, who was practicing in the mud martial arts field, stared at the young widow's buttocks and then looked at her tired expression. The man, who looked uncouth but was actually very thoughtful, had a strange look in his eyes. He was jealous and sneered in his heart. "Reckless young man, you even dared to eat this thorny woman. Do you think you can just leave after eating her?" Yesterday, when they went up the mountain, military counselor Zhang said that this kid might have some martial arts skills, but it was only Shira's kung fu. Could he withstand the pressure of the big devil in the thatched hut with one finger? This bodhisattva could single-handedly trample over a few stockades without taking a break. Chapter 522. Qing Junyang left the stronghold and returned to the wine shop. She saw that Su Lang was still there reading. Until today, the skinny monkey, whose name she still did not know, was squatting by the side in a daze. This scoundrel was gluttonous and lazy, bullied the weak and feared the strong. He had all the faults he should have. However, compared to the bandits on the mountain who would easily chop melons and cut vegetables, he was indeed less capable and more cowardly, so he did not appear as abominable. These past few years, he often came here to help with some trivial matters, so it was certain that he could not control his eyes. However, unexpectedly, he had never done something as perverted as pricking the window paper to peep at her bathing and coming out of the bath. This made her somewhat have a whole new level of respect for him. In this mountain, who did not believe in the principle of seeking riches and honor in the midst of danger, the skinny monkey became a distinct anomaly, and also a good-for-nothing example. She heard that the first time he killed someone under the guise of allegiance, he did not completely chop a woodcutter to death with a single chop. His tears and snot flowed profusely, and he even had to carry the woodcutter to see a doctor. Fortunately, there was a brother watching from the side who helped him stab the woodcutter to end his life, and only then was he allowed to enter the stronghold. However, if one were to say that because of this she was willing to spend a few nights with this skinny monkey, that would be too preposterous. She still preferred a more scholarly man. Seeing the shrewish Qing Junyang, the skinny monkey could only rely on his large chest hair to pretend to be a man to squeeze out a smile. He did not dare to talk to her, and only pretended to worm his way into being friends with the young man. He asked, "Hey, surnamed Su, do you know that a major event has happened in Jianghu?" Su Fengyan put down the orange prefecture geography book that he had stolen from this old man's son. He laughed and asked, "What's the matter? Tell me." The skinny monkey stood up and swaggered over to sit across from him. Seeing him take the initiative to push a plate of peanuts over, his originally somewhat nervous mood calmed down a lot, and he quietly became a bit more carefree. He threw a peanut into his mouth and with one foot on the bench, he clicked his tongue and said, "A few days ago I went to the city and went to a restaurant with a brother who works as a servant. Do you know which restaurant it is? A meal at Fengxian restaurant costs a few taels of silver." The woman who could not stand this skinny monkey's blind bragging smacked him on the back with a broom and laughed. "If you have something to fart to say it quickly. With your poor life, how could you know any brother who works as a servant? Going to Fengxian tavern to drink. Why didn't you just say that you were going to Jianghu to visit a courtesan? Isn't that more impressive?" The skinny monkey, whose face was flushed red, swallowed his anger back into his stomach. His imposing manner was weakened by 70 to 80%. He said embarrassedly, "Woman, you have long hair and short knowledge. You are looking down on me?" Seeing that Qing Junyang was about to raise the broom and smash it down, the skinny monkey-like man hurriedly said, "Do you know that the peach blossom sword god, Dong Tai, has come from Liang?" Su Fengyan nodded. "Let's talk later." Qing Junyang went into the house and took out some meat and wine before sitting down. The skinny monkey-like man smelled the fragrance on her body and swallowed his saliva. He said in high spirits, "Didn't the third most powerful sword god in the world go to compete with our military god? Guess what happened?" Qing Junyang was not in the mood to guess riddles, but Su Fengnian smiled and said, "He should have lost." The skinny monkey slapped his thigh. "Wrong. What are you yelling for?" Qing Junyang, who was startled, picked up the broom under her feet and rushed over. The skinny monkey, who was slapped to the ground, did not dare to be angry with her. After sitting up straight, he lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "He was going to lose. That sword god even broke the peach blossom branch. He fought with the military god of Tuoba from morning to night, and then from night to morning. I don't know how many days and nights they fought. Oh Qing Junyang, don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll get to the point." At the critical moment when victory was decided, oh no, when Dong Tai was about to lose, all the hundreds and thousands of masters watching heard a sentence. It came from thousands of miles away from the sky. Qing Junyang's face was full of sarcasm. She sneered and said, "You are talking nonsense again, aren't you? Do you think you are a storyteller telling a fairy tale?" The skinny monkey said with a thick neck, "It is absolutely true." Su Fengnian poured a bowl of wine and did not forget to pour a bowl for Qing Junyang and the skinny monkey as well. He said softly with a smile, "Continue?" The skinny monkey glanced at Qing Junyang. As for whether he wanted to cut her face or her chest, it was unknown. Then he said, "I heard a sentence, Dong Tai, I want to borrow a sword from you. Do you dare to take it?" Su Fengnian raised his wrist to take the wine. He stopped there and did not drink. The skinny monkey was about to slap his thigh, but when he thought of what had just happened, he retracted his hand and said with a fascinated expression. Then the sword god Deng replied, "Dong Tai, why wouldn't I dare? Thank you, Li Chungang, for opening the mountain for our swordsmanship." What happened next was even more frightening. A sword fell from the sky and into the hands of the peach blossom sword god. Then he fought the military god of Tuoba to a draw. No matter how soul-stirring the battle was, when it fell into the mouth of someone like the skinny monkey, there was always a lack of chewiness. Qing Junyang was skeptical. She had more doubts than she believed. She looked sideways and saw the young scholar drinking with his head lowered. The skinny monkey sighed and said in a muffled voice, "They are all celestial beings flying around. I don't know if I will be able to catch a glimpse of them from afar in this lifetime." Qing Junyang did not think too deeply and asked casually, "Who is this Li Chungang? Who can lend a sword to the third most powerful person in the world, the peach blossom sword god?" The skinny monkey, who had emptied his stomach, said weakly, "He is probably a great swordsman from Liang." Qing Junyang saw the young scholar raise his head. It was a stiff face with no expression. He put down the bowl and said, "He is a one-armed old man with a sheepskin coat." The skinny monkey curled his lips and said, "Who are you trying to fool? A one-armed old man can ride a sword for thousands of miles? You speak as if you have seen him before." The young scholar smiled sadly and said, "I will never see him again." The skinny monkey did not know what to say to warm up the atmosphere. He saw Qing Junyang go into the house to work. After eating more than half of the wine, meat and peanuts, he felt bored and went back to the mountain. Qing Junyang stood at the door from time to time and glanced at Su Lang. There was a long sword with a green scabbard on the table. She squinted her red phoenix eyes that even she would be jealous of. She just pursed her lips and stared blankly. Other than 2 meals, he just sat there. Qing Junyang still couldn't sleep even after the sky darkened. Through the window she saw the flickering oil lamp outside. She put on her clothes and walked out, asking softly, "Do you want some wine?" He turned his head and smiled. He said softly, "No need." She still went to get a jar of wine. It was one of the few remaining good wine. After opening the seal, the aroma filled the air. She said, "I will drink by myself." After drinking a few bowls, she asked, "You really don't want to drink?" He shook his head and said, "Just drink. I will wait for you to get drunk and have sex." The woman, who was amused, really started drinking alone. She drank heartily and did not lose to those men who boasted that they could only nod their heads if they were killed. As she drank, she began to speak in detail, just like the saying in my hometown, "A hairless bird is taken care of by the heavens." In any case, I somehow managed to survive. I was afraid of death and felt that it was too ugly to hang myself. How painful would it be to slit your throat and stab your stomach with a kitchen knife? A chaste and pure woman, I really can't do it. This woman, who used to rub ink with her bare hands and add incense with her red sleeves, was also Qing Junyang, who used to make human meat buns. She was drunk and her eyes were hazy with tears. That husband of mine did not do anything bad, but he did too many good things. The maids in the house were all poor children. When they made mistakes, he was not willing to punish them severely. I was always the good guy and the bad guy. The farmlands that we rented out were not of good years. They said that they received IOU, but they piled up year after year. How could they ask for it back? How did they die? Since you are heroes who enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, why don't you just rob the rich to help the poor? Why do you have to kill everyone before you stop? The people you killed were all good people who were no worse than you. Su Fengnian said calmly, the last time I saw my eldest sister who had married far away, I advised her to go home. She refused, saying that the first marriage depends on the family, and the second marriage depends on the body. I knew she was waiting for someone. The woman laughed and cried, did she wait? Su Fengnian nodded and said, she waited, but I would rather not wait. She turned her head and wiped her tears. She stopped drinking and sobbing. The two of them were silent. With a bang, the drunk woman knocked her head on the table. Her lips trembled as she stretched out a hand and said softly, my daughter, if she was still alive, she should be this tall, right? She raised her outstretched hand slightly, and the fingers of the hand that pressed against the table stiffened. Taller. Su Fengnian said, ever since I picked up the blade and started practicing martial arts, I don't think I have done a single good deed that has anything to do with helping the weak. Today I'll be unreasonable. Tell me who you want to kill and I'll kill that person. She just turned her head and looked at this stranger who was becoming more and more unfamiliar. She asked, if you kill someone, will my daughter be able to live and grow taller under my watch? Su Fengnian carried the spring and autumn sword on his back and walked up the mountain. Chapter 523. Han Fang sat in front of the desk, caressing a golden saber with a diamond-shaped handle. It was a decorative saber with little practical use. He was thinking about when to pawn it for some money so that he could solve the urgent needs of the stockade. Putting down the golden saber, he saw a miniature ivory diamond sutra paperweight on the desk. Han Fang touched the densely engraved words on the paperweight with his fingers and sighed heavily. A single coin is enough to starve a hero to death. Han Fang lived on the upper floor of the Loyalty Hall. When he pushed open the window, he could see the apricot yellow flag that was erected on the bluestone square. Unlike many of the bandits in the stronghold who only wanted to live a good life, he had been keeping himself clean all these years. He did not abduct women up the mountain to be used as tools to satisfy his lust. In the past, when he went down the mountain to kill the rich and help the poor, or to block the roads and cut off the paths, he would distribute those delicate and pretty women to his subordinates. Song Kuei and Fang Dei, who sat in the top few positions, were not greedy for money. Their only hobby was to compete with each other for the affection of women and fight with each other. Every time, he and Zhang Xiuqing had to mediate between them to make peace. Just like this time, when Song Kuei was beheaded on the execution field, the wives and concubines he left behind in the stronghold would become the playthings of the rest of the brothers tonight. This was also the reason why Han Fang was unwilling to take any wives or concubines. As a bandit, few people could enjoy their old age in peace. It was already a blessing from God to be able to live to the age of half a century. The stronghold was at its peak. Excluding those who had families to feed, there were more than 200 brothers who could ride horses and kill people. They came and went like the wind. There were no military town station soldiers in the hundreds of li around Mount Liui. The local government was not strong enough to suppress the bandits. When facing their own stronghold, they would be thanking the gods if they did not go to the government office and behead the officials row by row. However, now that the stronghold had lost its power, there were only a dozen or so capable subordinates. Many of those who used to be brothers in the past had died, and most of those who were still alive had gone to the other strongholds on the mountain. Those who were left behind were burdened by injuries and injuries. They were raised in the stronghold and had bad tempers. They either complained about the lack of fresh women or complained about the lack of wine and meat. Han Fang also knew that she was burdened by her reputation, so there were many things that she could not say, and she could not even show the slightest expression. Now the only one who could speak the truth was Zhang Xiuqing, whose family background was similar to hers. It was not scary that the monkeys would scatter when the tree fell, but it was frightening when everyone pushed the tree away. Some of the nearby strongholds who used to rely on him for food spared no effort in luring gold, silver, and pretty girls to gather a large number of men and horses, and from time to time, they would bring their brothers to the foot of the mountain to kill to their heart's content. A few of the villages who used to have secret connections with Mount Liui were all wiped out without any consideration for old relationships. Those leaders were unscrupulous in doing things and were never particular about the means. Some of them even flirted with the government, military school and constables, throwing large amounts of silver into their pockets and even helping the government to do the dirty work that should have been done by the government. Not long ago, an official who had a good relationship with the Silver Bottle Stronghold spent 500 taels of silver to privately hire villains from the stronghold to slaughter the entire family of a small official who was not from the village. Even a few young children were not spared. It was said that they were hung on a long spear just like that. Some other strongholds licked their faces and became willing dogs for the stewards of the Shin family's cottage, acknowledging their uncles as their godfathers. There was even a 40-year-old stronghold leader who took a young woman from the cottage as his godmother, just because she was the favored concubine of a ferocious demonic cultivator in the cottage. These shameless things, especially the collusion between the government and the bandits, were always despised by Han Feng. It was no wonder that such a large loyalty stronghold was declining. It was funny that the stronghold was able to disperse and not fall down thanks to Lady Green Bamboo at the foot of the mountain. If it were not for her half-year affair with one of the top demons in the cottage, the other big strongholds would have come over with real swords and spears to take over the stronghold. After 2 knocks on the door, Zhang Xiuqing pushed the door open and entered without waiting for a reply. He and Han Feng got along well and was also the military advisor in charge of the internal affairs of the stronghold. There was no need for him to be pretentious over the details. When Han Feng saw this trusted subordinate whom she had known for many years, her mood improved. She called out Zhang Xiuqing's name and smiled. "Fu Ling can't sleep?" Zhang Xiuqing's face was gloomy. "Fang Dai and Hong Qian are fighting again. They even threatened to sign a life and death contract, saying that they cannot live under the same sky. They asked me to write the contract. In a fit of anger, I ignored both of them to save myself the trouble." Han Feng smiled. "Is it because of the concubine that Song Kuei bought from the brothel for 200 taels of silver?" Zhang Xiuqing snorted coldly. "They keep saying that they are willing to risk their lives for their brothers. In the end they are still going against their brothers because of a woman." Han Feng said guiltily. "I also know that the woman has been having an affair with Hong Qian for a long time. She should have entered his house." However, Fang Dai was envious and insisted on interfering. It was indeed unreasonable of him to spoil this good thing. Hong Qian went to private school for a few years in his early years and learned a lot about medicine and astrology from you. He also has a lot of ambition. This kid is only 24 or 25 years old and he wants to fight for a title and bring glory to his ancestors. If it wasn't for your nurturing with his ability, he would have turned for the better and joined a family. If he changed to a village that has a good relationship with the government and secretly changed his household registration, he might have a chance to make a name for himself. Everyone in the village knows that Fang Dai is on good terms with me and he also considers himself as a child of the Han family. So it is my fault for making things difficult for you." Zhang Xiuqing's expression softened slightly. He waved his hand. "First Master, you are exaggerating. Fu Ling just feels that it is a pity for this family business." Han Feng sighed softly. "The sky wants to rain and the mother wants to get married. There is nothing that can be done about it." Han Feng stood up and walked to the window with the chief strategist. The breeze caressed her face. She looked at the night scenery of the mountains under the bright moonlight. Her state of mind became calmer. Suddenly she smiled. "A village woman is like a village woman. No matter how pretty that vixen looks, she is still a village woman." Zhang Xiuqing smiled knowingly. "Hong Qian and Fang Dai are just village men. They have never tasted the delicacies of the mountains and seas. Naturally they will fight until their heads bleed. Look, aren't they already invited to the square to compete?" Chapter 524. Han Feng pressed her hands on the windowsill. "It doesn't matter. Fang Dai may look boorish, but he is actually more meticulous than a girl who is in love. He is full of schemes and he is only taking the opportunity to find trouble with Hong Qian. Now that the stronghold is in decline and the third position is vacant, he wants to take the lead and sit under his butt. Hong Qian has a good constitution and a good comprehension ability. His martial arts are improving steadily. Fang Dai can only rely on brute force to fight as soon as possible. After a year and a half, he won't have to compete with Hong Qian anymore. This black bull is too clever, but he doesn't know that Hong Qian's ambition doesn't lie here. Actually, if he makes more connections now, he might need to rely on Hong Qian to hold up the apricot yellow flag in the future. Fu Ling, I will teach Fang Dai a lesson later and make him know his place. You should also say a few words to Hong Qian, who is half a disciple. We are really a father and a mother." Stuff. Zhang Xiuqing smiled and said, "It's considered good. Compared to those stronghold chiefs who are grandchildren, we are at least considered as elders." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Xiuqing frowned and asked, First Master, how should we deal with that scholar from Gusai Prefecture called Su Lang? Han Fang shook her head and said, don't bother about it. Today is different from the past. No matter if he is a scholar who is studying abroad or a spy sent by the government, we can't afford to offend him. The former is still okay, we can treat him with respect. If it is the latter, even if we can't afford to offend him, we can still hide from him. Zhang Xiuqing squinted his almond eyes and was filled with murderous aura. It doesn't matter. If the government really dares to send troops to kill us and leave us no way out, I just need to bring 10 elite brothers to sneak into the city and kill all the people in the backyard of these officials. Han Fang smiled and said, you, the heavenly monarch of thunder, don't look like a Jinren Fang. Zhang Xiuqing's eyes dimmed. He sighed and said, what Jinren? He's just a bandit in a Taoist robe. He only knows how to subdue demons and devils on paper. With a regretful look, Han Fang said, it's because the stockade is too small for Brother Fulling to display his talents and skills. If we could have been a little more powerful back then and had 300 brothers, we would have had enough power to ask for an official position. If we were recruited by the imperial court, we would have at least 6 or 7 official positions with real power in the inner circle and 30 or 40 official positions outside the inner circle. Not to mention Brother Fulling's strategic planning, with your identity as an outer circle disciple of the Taoist sect, you wouldn't have had to deal with the daily necessities in the stockade. Zhang Xiuqing stretched out 2 fingers and stroked his beard. He smiled broadly and said, life and death are decreed by fate. Riches and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Ordinary people like me can't force things. Han Fang's eyes widened. At the same time the Taoist blurted out, that's not right. Why did the devil show himself? Han Fang glanced at the Taoist beside her from the corner of her eyes. On the martial arts field paved with blue stones, a group of people appeared out of nowhere. They were all wearing brocade clothes that were rarely seen on the mountain. Moreover, even if the bandits in the stockade wore silk clothes, it was inevitable that they would look like monkeys wearing hats. The dozen or so handsome men and beautiful women had a very good temperament, like immortals from heaven descending to the mortal world, making people jealous. The leading middle-aged man wore a wide-sleeved white robe and came barefoot. His face was like jade and he didn't carry a sword. However, there were several sword-wielding attendants beside him. Needless to say, such a magnificent scene was the arrival of the nobles from the Shen sect's thatched cottage on the Chang'e peak of the Liuyi mountain. When Han Fang saw that Hong Qian left the field and didn't fight with Fang Dei, he walked towards the graceful man who looked like a marquis in the mortal world and bowed respectfully. Han Fang's heart sank to the bottom. As expected, Hong Qian had secretly changed his allegiance and joined the cottage. Han Fang sneered. The Taoist Zhang Xiuqing was furious. He angrily scolded, bastard, and jumped out of the window and landed on the field. Fang Dei and the dozen or so brothers in the stockade who were watching the show were also on guard. Zhang Xiuqing pulled out the pine-patterned peachwood sword from his back and pointed it at Hong Qian. He said in pain, Hong Qian, the stockade has treated you well. Back then you killed the soldiers and had no other way out. It was the master who took pity on your abilities and took you in. Why did you do such a disobedient thing? Hong Qian's simple words made Zhang Xiuqing, who was half a master, speechless. People walked towards higher places. Hong Qian continued expressionlessly, that's right. It was me who reported to Immortal Zhongli that a strange man tried to get close to Lady Qingzhu. Since Lady Qingzhu had entered the divine residence of the cottage, she should be a member of the cottage alive and a ghost of the cottage dead. She was unscrupulous. What's wrong with me telling the Immortal Master? Master, the Immortal Master has already promised me that as long as you are willing to leave the stockade, the Immortal Master will be merciful and there will be a place for you in the cottage. Isn't such great glory what you have been dreaming of for many years? I built a Qingyun ladder for you out of kindness. What's wrong with that? Immortal Zhongli's trip this time was on the way and he didn't intend to argue with the stockade. He only went to take the lives of that adulterous couple. The man with bare feet on the ground finally spoke. Squinting his eyes, he said, I heard that the 2 leaders of the Zhongli stockade are quite skilled. Otherwise they would have been imposters like Hong Qian. They would just have changed their original surnames and be given the surname Zhongli. However, before that, I still want to see if they are worthy of my attention. I want to see how you, Zhang Xiuqing, beat the 13 towns at the border with your rod techniques and whether your swordsmanship can really attract thunder. If you disappoint me, I will flatten this stockade tonight and erase its name. This apricot yellow flag has long been an eyesore to the masters of the cottage. They are enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, but they are actually doing evil. How ridiculous. The man raised his head and looked surprised. A young man with a sword on his back stood at the top of the flag. He was so angry that he laughed. "Little kid, you don't know your place. How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of me? Hong Qian, go and cut down the flagpole." If he cut down the flag, it would be tantamount to forming a blood feud with the stockade. Hong Qian knew the severity of the situation, but he still gritted his teeth and ran forward, cutting down the flagpole with one strike. Zhang Xiuqing, who did not dare to stop Hong Qian in front of the devil from the cottage, had an ashen face. Zhongyi's stockade was completely finished. The flagpole suddenly fell towards the center of the square. However, the traveling scholar who only dared to fight with a widow at the foot of the mountain did not lose his footing and fall to the ground. His body was still as straight as a spear. When he landed with the flagpole that had fallen to the ground swayed and was kicked out by him. The flagpole was used as a sword and shot towards the carefree devil from the cottage. Hong Qian shouted angrily and slashed down with his sword. Unexpectedly, when the sharp blade hit the flagpole, not only did it not break the flagpole, but a huge force also rebounded into the sword. He almost could not hold the sword. Hong Qian, whose ocean of qi was churning, staggered back a few steps. He looked over in shock and could no longer see the weak scholar. The devil from the cottage, whose surname was Zhongli, sneered. He stepped out and pressed his palm on one end of the flagpole, breaking it inch by inch. There was no doubt that he was an expert. Everyone only saw the scene of him breaking through the flagpole but did not see that he had quietly slid back a few inches. The devil tried to raise his qi several times but could not stop himself from retreating. The fear in his eyes was no less than Hong Qian's. When he saw the young swordsman disappear in a flash, he finally could not hold it in and said in a low voice, "Sword, come." The sword boy hurriedly threw out a simple ancient sword covered with ice cracks. The next scene was that the young man stood in front of the famous middle-aged devil of Mount Liui. One of his hands overstepped his authority and caught the ancient sword for his master. The other hand grabbed the devil's neck and lifted him up. The devil broke a flag, but the young man twisted the ancient sword in his hand and broke it inch by inch. Su Fengnian stared at the ferocious red face and asked coldly, "Do you deserve to use a sword? Do you deserve to use the word sword, come?" Chapter 525. Su Fengnian casually threw away the useless sword that was once known to cut jade like mud and asked again, "Who allowed you to say the word, sword?" Normally, if someone dared to be so arrogant and rude, he would be chopped into minced meat and fed to the dogs with his sword. However, this young man, who was even more of a devil than him, was stronger than him. He struggled to gasp and said, "I heard that the sword immortal Li Chungang of the Liang dynasty once said that he was a model for swordsmen of our generation, so I secretly learned and used it. If young master is dissatisfied, I know I Zhongli Handan won't say it again. I won't say it again for the rest of my life." Zhongli Handan's face turned from red to purple as he gasped and said, "I heard that the sword immortal Li Chungang of the Liang dynasty once said that he was a model for swordsmen of our generation, so I secretly learned and used it. If young master is dissatisfied, I know I Zhongli Handan will never say it again." Su Fengnian responded with an "oh," and raised his hand. He slapped the side of the head of this immortal from the cottage. Then, his head was pulled out of the body and rolled far away like a watermelon. Su Fengnian threw away the headless body and laughed softly. "Sword and lie are such common words. It must be very difficult for you to keep your promise. In order not to break your promise, I have to help you." When the servant boy who handed Zhongli Handan the sword saw his master die suddenly, he did not care about anything else. He also did not think deeply about why his master died in one move. He only thought that he was tricked by a villain and was careless. He snatched the famous sword from the other servant who was holding the sword. After he pulled out the sword with a clang, he angrily rebuked with red eyes, "You crazy country bastard, do you know that Master Zhongli is the next hut master of Shenmen's straw hut? I will tear you into pieces and let you die without a burial place." In the eyes of Han Fang, Zhang Xiuqing and the others who were not weak in martial arts, the sword boy's sword strike was not to be underestimated. The 5 fingers of Su Fengnian's left hand hooked into a claw, and the head that was dripping with blood flew back out of thin air. Coincidentally, it was split into 2 by the sword boy's sword. However, the splattering blood was all bounced off by a layer of Fata Morgana. On the other hand, the domineering sword boy's face was covered in blood. His sword chopped open his master's head, and it hovered 3 to 4 inches above the sword-carrying scholar's head. Su Fengnian slowly raised his arm and flicked the sword away from the sword boy's hand with a flick of his finger. The sword broke free from the sword boy's hand and slapped his white cheek. Instantly, a long red mark as wide as the sword body appeared. After the ancient sword with a rare cat's eye stone inlaid in the sword guard left Su Fengyin's hand, it strangely pulled back into Su Fengyin's hand and cracked inch by inch. Su Fengyin smiled at the stunned sword boy and said, "I have never even heard of Shin Men's thatched hut. How would I know who this piece of trash with a broken head is? Your master has just gone to hell. Since you are so loyal, why don't you accompany him? Otherwise, with your peerless swordsmanship of splitting Mount Hua, I believe that you will be buried with him when you return to the cottage." Only then did the sword boy realize the difference between the two of them. He had just said a word when his body was kicked like a drawn bow and flew out 5 to 6 feet away. He spat out blood and died. Su Fengyin then asked, "What do you want to say?" In the square, two groups of people with different standpoints were both shocked. Hong Qian quietly moved, wanting to escape from this troublesome place. After cutting down the flag, he had already cut off all ties with the loyal and righteous stronghold. There was no room for negotiation. The big backer that he had found with great difficulty died on the spot. Not to mention how this bloody swordsman would deal with him, just his master, Zhang Xiuqing, and the leader, Han Feng, were enough to make him suffer. Just as he slipped to the edge of the square, Su Fengyin turned around and stared at this bandit who spared no effort to climb up the ranks. He smiled and said, "Leader Hong, don't be in a hurry to leave. This apricot yellow flag was cut down by you because of the grudge between you and the stronghold. It has nothing to do with me. However, I heard from Qing Zhu's mother that when her husband's manor was broken into, it was also you who hid your identity and became a guest of the manor for a few months. Then you cooperated from the inside and stabbed that scholar to death. Many of the pretty maids who used to joke with you were also killed that night after you lifted up your belt. Since Zhongli Handan is dead, come, if you are lucky enough to beat me, Qing Zhu's mother will be your plaything in the tent." Hong Qian's face was full of bitterness and regret. He said, "Young Master Su, you must be joking. How would I dare to be disrespectful to you?" The Taoist priest, Zhang Xiuqing, suddenly said loudly, "I beg young Master Su to leave this person to me. After this, if you want to kill me, I, Zhang Xiuqing, will not fight back. Do as you wish." Su Fengyin asked back, "That day at the wine shop at the foot of the mountain, didn't you want to cut off my head with your sword?" Zhang Xiuqing said calmly, "As long as young Master Su is willing to let go of the loyal and righteous stronghold, I, Zhang Xiuqing, kill Hong Qian, and I will apologize with my life." Su Fengyin smiled and spread out his hands, indicating that Zhang Xiuqing should go all out to kill and clean up the place. Su Fengyin looked at the apricot yellow flag with the word vermilion written on it and said to himself, "It's not wrong for the government to force the people to rebel. However, after eating wine and meat, they changed from being unarmed to holding weapons. In the end, the people who killed the most were the people like you. Who is the one doing justice for whom?" Su Fengyin looked at the group of shivering cottage servants. Since even the king of the mountain was dead, what else could he do? Su Fengyin turned his head and said to Han Feng, "Leader Han, can you lend me 7 or 8 horses to go with me to the Shin Men's thatched cottage to see the wonderland on earth?" Han Feng clasped his hands and said loudly, "I dare not disobey." A few bandits from the Zhongyi stockade brought over a dozen horses from the stable with fear. They were afraid that this handsome guy, who was even more devilish than a devil, would think that there were too few horses and that he was not observant enough and would kill them all. That would be really unjust. Hong Qian was already entangled by Zhang Xiuqing. A few strong men stood still and formed a circle. Against the famous anonymous disciple of the Dowd clan, Zhang Xiuqing, Hong Qian originally had no chance of winning. Moreover, most of his martial arts were taught by Zhang Xiuqing. His shortcomings were exposed and he was targeted everywhere. Fang Dei, who was eyeing him covetously, saw an opportunity. He waved his axe and cut a big wound on Hong Qian's back. Hong Qian no longer had the strength to scold this black bull for not following the rules. At this moment, Su Fengyin, who had just pulled the reins and was about to jump on the horse, flashed past. He grabbed the flag with the words "Justice for Heaven" in his hand and rushed behind Fang Dei. He slapped his back. Before the strong man fell, his head was wrapped up by the flag. Like a dumpling, he was slowly suffocated to death. A cool breeze blew in the square, but it made everyone fall into an ice cellar. After Hong Qian's chest was pierced by Zhang Xiuqing's sword, he laughed and said, "It's good to die. All of you died happily. I will still be a man in my next life. I only hope that God will let Han Feng, Zhang Xiuqing, and the rest of you become women." Without waiting for him to finish his last words, Zhang Xiuqing's sword pierced his heart and lungs. Su Fengyin glanced at the apricot-eyed Taoist and said calmly, "Since Lady Qingzhu said that you still have some sage-like demeanor, I will spare your life. As for what to do in the future, Wait for me and leader Han to come back and make a decision. Chapter 526. Unexpectedly, this Taoist priest was also decisive. He waved away the blood on the tip of his sword and held a peachwood sword upside down. He bowed and said directly, "There's no need for such trouble. Zhang Xiuqing is willing to go to the cottage with Mr. Su." Su Fengyan ordered the cottage attendants coldly, "Bring Zhongli Handan's head with 2 parts." The group rode to Chang'e Peak, which was 2 hours away. There was actually a luxurious carriage outside the Zhongyi village. However, since Su Fengyan did not want to sit in it, no one dared to make trouble. The sects that had the right to occupy a mountain and call themselves kings were mostly rich and powerful. The ones that were far away were like Dragon Tiger Mountain and Huishan Shenyuan, which were opposite each other across the river. The ones that were closer were like Qingyang Palace. They all had thousands of followers. Not to mention the clan leaders, even some small fries were high up in the sky. In the eyes of ordinary people, they only felt like they were covered by clouds and mist. Naturally, they would be in awe. The Shen family thatched cottage was the king of the Liuyi mountain. However, the devil in front of them, who was grabbed by the neck like a wild duck, liked to call himself an immortal. His strength was among the top 5 in the cottage. A few years ago, it was rumored that he was close to rank 2. According to the details that Su Fengyan learned from Qingzhou, the cottage had about 2 rank 2 masters. For a state like the Orange State, it was indeed not bad. The owner of the cottage had the surname Shen. This person with the surname Zhongli was the dishonorable illegitimate son of the owner of the cottage. However, he was quite talented in martial arts and had the chance to reach rank 2 before the age of 40. Whether he was an illegitimate son or not, it did not matter. The reason why the Shen family thatched cottage was labeled as a devil sect was because they were good at sex and tantrism. In the end, as long as it was related to sex, the cottage was good at it. When the disciples of the Shen family went down the mountain, they either killed their parents or kidnapped their young tripod furnaces. They also escorted mature tripod furnaces to high officials and dignitaries. They even had business dealings with some relatives of the 2 surnames in the Beimang imperial tent. This was also the reason why the thatched cottage could be so wealthy. In fact, although the tantrism had always been criticized as heretical, some of the orthodox supernatural powers that originated from Buddhist scriptures were not distorted. This was probably the key reason why the Shen family had so many pillars of martial arts. Han Feng did not say anything. She rode beside this scholar at night. However, her thoughts were running wild. Since he was traveling with his sword, he had slapped the devil Zhongli's head without using his sword. Didn't that mean that he had reached rank 2? How many years had this scholar, who called himself Su Lang, been in his 20s? However, she was not optimistic about Su Lang going to the Shen family's thatched cottage. He was forced to go because he had no other choice. He could not be like the servant boy who died on the spot after saying no. However, she had a headache about how to weigh the pros and cons after arriving at the cottage. Not to mention other things, the cottage had 2 elders from the Shen family who had been in the 2nd rank for a long time. Would Su Lang not care about his life when he had not even drawn his sword out of its scabbard behind him? Or was he confident? Zhang Xiuqing followed behind him. He only felt that this scholar had a strong sense of hostility. It was like the ink that was ground out of a top-grade ancient inkstone. It was unusually thick. Su Fengyan was holding a sword that the sword boy had taken from him. It was modeled after the bronze sword of the Dongyue sword pool. It was thick, black, and simple. Su Fengyan let go of the reins. He held the sword with one hand and flicked his fingers with the other. The sound was crisp and melodious. He suddenly asked, "People like Fang Dei have the habit of swinging their axes and killing people in the busy streets without asking about the right and wrong. Do they only feel satisfied and not have the slightest bit of mercy?" Han Feng mocked herself and was about to speak. Zhang Xiuqing was the first to speak. Fang Dei and Hong Qian, these outlaws, were not soft-hearted people before they came to the mountain. They were all people who killed without blinking an eye. They acted on impulse and did not distinguish right from wrong. To their own brothers, they were naturally worthy of praise for their righteousness. This is just like the so-called killing their children and raising their mothers in the 24 filial piety of the Central Plains. They're all crazy. In the end, they go against common sense. In the end, the loyalty of the brothers depended on Fang Dei and these boorish fellows. Those who were literate and quick-witted were rarely willing to hang themselves on a single tree. Later on, Zhongyi village was pushed aside by the other villages of Mount Liuyi, and the birds and beasts scattered. Those who scattered were precisely these brothers who had knowledge in their stomachs. After joining other families, they turned around and wreaked havoc on Zhongyi village, sparing no effort. The third boss Song Kue was tricked by one of his former brothers into going to the city, which was why he ended up in prison. Of course, not everyone is so despicable. Many brothers who went up the mountain but did not form a gang or faction to establish a foothold were disheartened, and after going down the mountain, they were still affectionate and loyal to the Zhongyi stronghold. It can be said that they parted on good terms. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "At the foot of the mountain, I asked Qing Junyang for advice on many methods of running a village. I more or less know that it is not easy for you." Zhang Xiuqing couldn't help but curse in his heart. "I beg you, this great devil, to stop asking for advice. You already have such fierce and unparalleled skills and supernatural powers. Could it be that you want to learn from us and build a stronghold for fun?" Zhang Xiuqing's heart was heated. Could it be that Mount Liui was going to change? Han Feng also had a telepathic connection. The two of them knew each other. Their gazes met and then flashed away. A sword boy who picked up the luxurious sword inlaid with cat's eye stone from the square came riding over. He anxiously reported, "Young master, someone is sneaking away." In fact, Su Fengnian had already known the truth from the sound of the horse's hooves. However, it was unnecessary for him to turn his head and look. The ruthless sword boy, who had probably learned most of his skills from his master, used the sword as a dagger and took the opportunity to stab Su Fengnian's neck. Even Han Feng and Zhang Xiuqing did not expect this sword boy to be so daring. His unyielding character was even more obvious. Su Fengnian gently threw the bronze sword in his hand. It stabbed into the back of the escaping cottage servant and he fell off the horse. 2 fingers easily pinched the tip of the sword. The 2 horses were still riding side by side. Su Fengnian did not immediately kill the servant. He only pulled out the valuable sword and then smiled, Go to the corpse and pull out the sword. As for whether you want to escape or not, it's up to you." The sword boy was stunned on the spot. Then he broke down and burst into tears. Su Fengnian turned the sword around and kicked him. The sword boy, who had just come back to his senses and was about to pull out the sword, flew out like a kite and hit the mountain wall. He stopped breathing and died. Zhang Xiuqing was as silent as a cicada in winter. How could this devil's character be more unpredictable than his methods? Su Fengnian, who was sitting steadily on the horse, threw the sword to Han Feng. He put his hands in his sleeves and squinted his phoenix eyes to look at the road in front of him. He remembered the harsh days when he saw thieves armed with knives and sticks as his mortal enemy. Every time he crossed over a mountain, there was a young girl who was determined to be a heroine who would happily shout that the king asked her to patrol the mountain. She would patrol the South Mountain and the North Mountain. At the end of each sentence, she would not forget to make incessant moans. Su Fengnian said calmly, "If you, a heroine, knew that you were going up the mountain just to kill people, would you still call me your good brother?" There was another chapter at around 2 o'clock in the morning. It was to thank the new top scorer on the 13th, Grey Shepherd V. Gale Altar. As for the new top scorer on the 14th, young Master Fu Shu, his outburst came later. Chapter 527. Su Fengnian went up the mountain because he wanted to learn from Li Changgang and kill thousands of soldiers by himself. Although he did not bring spring thunder with him, he was still nourishing it. Su Fengnian had already noticed that he had accumulated too much killing intent and hostility. If this continued, he would go crazy sooner or later. When that happened, Bailiang would lose a hereditary king of Bailiang, and Beimeng would gain a new demon who would kill without batting an eyelid. After asking about the family background of Shinmen's cottage, he learned that other than the 2 old men who were above the common populace, there were 4 or 5 masters, who were as strong as Zhongli Handan. For the Orange Province, where there were many military towns, they were already bold enough to survive in the cracks. Beimeng ruled the Jianghu with an iron fist. Among the 5 major sects, Tibing Mountain, which was no different from a military town, was ranked 3rd. The chess and sword music school was ranked last. Because there was Hong Jingyan, who was on the Wushu rankings holding the flag, as well as the master of the sword mansion, Jianqi, and a few other hidden masters, no one dared to look down on them. With these 5 beasts who absorbed the resources of the Jianghu like whales swallowing whales, there was an insurmountable gap between the superclass sects and the first-class sections. Su Fengnian did not find this strange. Beimeng only used such methods so that they could gather the strength of the Jianghu at the start of the war and integrate it into the army to deal a heavy blow to the Liang dynasty. Looking at it this way, when Su Shao entered the Jianghu on horseback and broke the Jianghu, there were pros and cons. For the imperial court, it was a headache. However, once the backbone was crushed and the backbone was broken, the Jianghu would lose its vitality. Su Fengnian shot a glance at Han Feng. This stick-wielding hero who sat at the head of Zhongyi stronghold came from a prestigious family. The Han family was the cornerstone of the strategic border region Ji province for 100 years. It was unknown just how many waves of northern Ming invasions they had withstood. The old man of the Han family had once led 800 elite cavalry to charge at 60 to 70,000 northern Ming soldiers. After identifying the location of the royal flag, they directly slaughtered their way over, their military achievements illustrious. This was not an exaggeration in unofficial history. It was always recognized by the internal court historians who were strict with history, and was written with rich ink and color. With the Han family controlling a few key passes in Ji province, it caused the Baimang's cavalry to go south for the first 40 years. Countless times they hit a wall, they were so hurt that they simply took a detour. Because of this, the Han family had always been regarded as a big problem by the Baimang imperial tent. The Han family could be said to be fiercely loyal. Interestingly, in the past 100 years, no matter what the emperor's surname was, as long as you sat on the dragon throne and wore the dragon robe, the Han family would be loyal and devoted. They would do everything they could to guard the border for you. The Han family members of the Han family would not hesitate to die again and again, and the number of direct descendants who died on the battlefield was countless. Until 10 years ago, Zhang Julu and Gu Jiantang took the initiative to rotate the border towns. The two Liao provinces, where the Baimang army started, especially Jinzhou, rebelled fiercely and almost caused the first mutiny after the spring and autumn period. Next was the Han family of Ji province. Although the Han family did not express any dissatisfaction and even started to move for some reason, there was a mutiny in Ji province overnight. This gave rise to a famous saying from Zhang Julu, "The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are." The emperor? This was tantamount to setting the standard for the turmoil in Jizhou. The Han family had 100 people, but they were all executed. Afterwards, they were transferred to the border army. Han Feng was listed as a traitor on the Han family's genealogy. However, the Liang dynasty was too far away to reach. It was unlikely that they would come to the hinterland of Juzhou to kill this traitor. Years ago, Su Xiao and his second sister, Su Weisheng, sat around the stove on a snowy night and talked about the world. When they talked about the Han family in Jizhou who had no hope of being avenged, Su Xiao only said one sentence. In the end, Master Han still did not have enough soldiers. His second sister lightly added, the imperial court was certain that the Han family would not rebel because of the burden of loyalty and righteousness. Therefore they deserved to die even more. One needle to the blood, two needles to the bone. Su Fengyan once curiously asked Su Xiao if he was the one who purposely led Bailiang and the two Liao to Jizhou. Su Xiao asked him in return, take a guess. At that time, Su Fengyan's temper was as irritable as the dragons in the prince's mansion. He scolded, take a guess your grandpa. Su Xiao only had a good temper with his children. He still smiled and replied, am I not your father? Take another guess. Then the young Su Fengyan was completely speechless. At that time, his second sister, who had not yet gone to the Shangyin Academy to study, held her belly and laughed for the first time. Finally, they approached the Shen family's thatched hut. One servant of the Shen family was kicked to death, another stabbed to death with a sword. Those who survived no longer had the arrogance they had when they came down the mountain and entered the stronghold. Even when they were about to enter their own territory, they did not dare to show any emotion. They still kept a straight face and rode behind the scholar carrying the sword. On Changli Peak there were rows upon rows of bamboo buildings. Thousands of large red lanterns were hung high up. The decorated archway had the 4 words 6 Feitian Peaks hanging on it. The 2 pillars were made of incomparably expensive golden-threaded cedar wood, which was the wood that needed to be wrapped around. Golden-threaded cedar wood was originally purchased by the government for the imperial family. The construction of the main hall and the pillars of the mausoleum were all made of high-quality Jinan, and the golden-threaded cedar wood was the best quality. During the spring and autumn period, the Central Plains, Western Shu and Southern Tang, and a few other countries, every few years, there would be 1 or 2 cases where dozens of heads would fall to the ground. In the current dynasty, there was even a comical scandal where the emperor of the Zhao family stole precious Jinan wood under the guise of repairing West Chu's imperial mausoleum. Because the golden-threaded cedar wood itself had the effect of a sea of clouds, it did not need to be carved to dazzle people. Su Fengyan rode past the decorated archway and turned his head to look at the golden-threaded cedar pillars. He clicked his tongue and said, what a wealthy family. It was the first time that Han Feng and Zhang Xiuqing personally came to the Shen family's thatched cottage. Apart from the eye-opening experience, they were also very worried. The richer the Shen family was, the more likely they would be buried with them. How could they smile? Su Fengyan looked at the 2 groups of people rushing out from the 2 sides of the main building and said to himself, Su Fengyan, remember, don't treat a level 2 master like a joke. Su Fengnian turned around and stretched out his hand. He said calmly, "Give it to me." A cottage retinue hurriedly threw over the bag that was soaked in blood and rode forward. The horse's hooves stepped on the white jade square, which was exceptionally loud. From 100 steps away, Su Fengnian casually threw out the bag that contained Zhongli Handan's 2 severed heads and stared at an old man with a white beard that reached his chest. Chapter 528. Not everyone could make the head of the Shen family get up from his white belly in the middle of the night and personally go out to receive them. However, since there was a saying that one had a high vantage point, of course, there would be benefits to living high up. The disciples of the Shen family who were responsible for the night watch had already spread the news. Layer by layer, the situation became more and more intense. Only then did the old man, who had not cared about worldly affairs for many years, notice. Zhongli Handan was his illegitimate son. After it was confirmed that he had the potential to enter rank 2 in the prime of his life, he gradually had high hopes placed on him and was highly valued by the cottage. Many of the resources that originally belonged to the eldest son began to be tilted towards Zhongli Handan. Even when he killed a concubine who had killed his own mother, the cottage did not punish him. Later on, he strangled another concubine to death with a white silk cloth. Only then was he punished to be locked up in the word sword study at the back of the mountain for a year. In fact, he was only suppressed to practice martial arts and browse secret manuals. Tonight, there was clearly an important guest who had just visited the residence. After that, Zhongli Handan secretly left the mountain in a carriage. This was not a big deal. What was surprising was that when he came back, he was nowhere to be seen. How could the cottage, who had spent a lot of money and effort on him, be at ease? The two sides were in a standoff. A disciple of the Shen family who had a slender bronze sword received a signal from his eyes. He jogged over to open the bag and was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. It was almost there. It was not a ghost. It was just the head of a dead person. The swordsman who had his back facing the family had a complicated expression. After he turned around, he hid the ecstasy in his eyes that was hidden very deeply. With a face full of grief, he said in a trembling voice, "Head of the hut, Zhongli Handan is dead." The head of the hut was extremely angry. The long beard in front of his chest fluttered. He lifted the iron cane that weighed hundreds of kilograms and heavily smashed it into the jade ground, creating a hole. He shouted, "Who are you?" Su Fengnian did not pull the reins. He put his hands in his sleeves and carried the spring and autumn sword on his back. He sat still on the horse and said calmly, "To be honest, this is the first time I've met this cottage swordsman who calls himself Zhongli Handan. We have no grudges against each other." However, he said, "Sword come," and said that he wanted to imitate sword god Li's style on the snowy plains. However, he didn't send thousands or hundreds of swords. He only asked his servant to throw a broken sword over. I really couldn't stand it anymore and coincidentally wanted to kill him so much that I went crazy, so I slapped his head off. If the Shen family cottage can't stand it anymore, why don't you take turns fighting me? The head of the hut was so gloomy that the nearby disciples of the Shen family trembled and did not dare to look at him. The old man who had been in the second rank for much longer than the young man on the horse with a sword on his back held his cane tightly. He was full of murderous intent. Squinting his eyes, he asked, "Which school are you from?" Su Fengnian said with a look of surprise, "I've already killed your son and you're still nagging me. Am I your father?" Han Feng and Zhang Xiuqing looked at each other. They were considered experienced people in the Jianghu, but they had never seen such a master who was like a ruffian in the marketplace. Good. The head of the hut was so angry that he laughed loudly. He pressed his hands on the huge luminous pearl that was held in the dragon's mouth at the top of the cane. Regardless of whether they were under the protection of the cottage or the direct descendants of the Shen family, there were a total of 60 people present. Among them there were 13 archers on both sides. However, people continued to enter the field. Ordinary people would get lost if they walked in. With such a big family, news would inevitably be delayed. It was like a stone being thrown into the heart of the lake. It would take some time for the ripples to spread to the lake. Su Fengnian silently said to himself, "If you want to kill me, you will be responsible for your own life." Su Fengnian floated down from the horse. His elegance was out of this world. The first wave of water splashing from the crossbow was already in front of him. Su Fengnian slid a few feet and easily dodged the flying arrows. The poor tall horse was shot into a hedgehog in an instant and fell to the ground with a loud bang. A strong man with a broad sword rushed forward in large strides, not giving him any chance to attack. Su Fengnian suddenly sped up. When he brushed past the man, he waved his sleeve and the man's huge body flew to the side. Just the sound of the man's shoulder breaking was very shocking. The 3 swordsmen from the cottage who followed him knew that things were not going well. In an instant they set up the tripartite sword formation, which could be considered common in the Jianghu. The blades of the swords were dazzling. Su Fengnian spread out his hands and grabbed the tips of 2 swords. His body flipped back and dodged the middle sword. The 2 swordsmen between his fingers immediately twisted. One of the swordsmen who was smarter and more cunning also did a flip to prevent his sword from falling out of his hand. The other swordsman's movements were slower. The swordsman who managed to save his face secretly felt lucky. A force surged from the tip of his sword to his wrist. His body was fiercely pulled forward by the force. Just as he was about to abandon his sword and retreat, Su Fengnian held his sword and moved to the side like a fish swimming in water. The back of his hand suddenly hit the swordsman's chest, who was caught off guard. A cloud of scarlet blood spurted out. When the swordsman stumbled back, Su Fengnian raised his leg, which was not higher than his knee. He kicked the swordsman's calf with a huge force, causing his body to fly forward. Then he hit the man's forehead with his knee. Blum. The swordsman fell on the white jade slab. He only twitched twice symbolically before he quickly died with the ups and downs of his life. Su Fengnian flicked his sleeves, and the second wave of arrows shot by the crossbowmen fell into 2 treacherous vortexes. In the end they were stabbed in the opposite direction. Only those who were quick enough to dodge were able to escape, but there were still 3 crossbowmen who died. Most of the people in Shinmen Cottage were swordsmen. 7 people, 7 swords, and 7 swords were released instantly. Every sword carried a strong momentum that did not care about life or death. It seemed that these Jianghu heroes were also stimulated. Every sword attacked the enemy's vital points. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to kill the enemy and break the array. He glided like a fish as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The slender figure with the sword on his back dodged elegantly. Except for a few swords that pierced his lower body and moved a little, the other dozens of swords that were released in 7 or 8 breaths could not make his feet leave the ground. This scholarly young man's body rose and fell like the tide, but he did not fall. No matter how many swords attack, my feet will take root. A man in purple with a golden crown who was calmly watching the battle stood beside the master of the cottage. After seeing his father nod, he unsheathed his sword like a dragon's roar. The sword aura was faintly lingering. In the gap between the 7 swords, he stabbed viciously towards Su Fengnian's heart. Su Fengnian formed a circle with his hands and covered the long sword. The green sword aura that was close to his heart could not pierce forward. His palms drew a circle again and the sword followed. The man in purple who looked like Zhongli Handan frowned slightly. He did not forcefully hold the sword. Instead, he pushed his palm on the sword hilt and finally pushed it forward a few inches. Su Fengnian floated back and dodged the attack in the 7 swords. The crossbowmen who were watching the situation immediately released the 3rd wave of arrows. They did not want to kill the enemy, but they did not want to give the swordsman a chance to breathe. The moment of breathing was like the moment of yin and yang. Those evenly matched life and death battles competed on the exquisiteness of breathing. Of course, there was also the degree of vigor. Both sides strangled each other like needles pricking each other. It was a matter of who leaked more slowly. Back then at the riverbank. In the blink of an eye, an old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat killed 600 iron armors with a single breath that circulated for 800 li. Su Fengnian, who had entered the initial stage of the Great Vajra realm, did not advance. Instead, he retreated, causing the arrow rain to miss again. The man in purple's expression changed slightly. He used his chi to control his sword and retreated with the sword. The mirage expanded and resisted 6 swords. His 5 fingers formed a hook and pressed down on a head. The majestic vigor at the tip of his fingers caused the head to explode. His hands rolled up his sleeves and tied his hair. The remaining 6 swords completely lost their aim. After a series of messy collisions, they no longer had their original order. Su Fengnian used the half-baked Wuxia's 18 slaps that he stole. In the blink of an eye, he killed 6 swordsmen who died with their eyes wide open. Su Fengnian, who was standing among the corpses, raised Kunlun with both hands. He closed his eyes and said softly, "Old man Li, why don't you open your eyes and watch me kill a few people in one breath?" Chapter 529. 6 corpses that had been slapped to death by Hu Shao lay on the jade square with the scholar in the center. Blood flowed everywhere. After this battle, the archers were all stunned and forgot to shoot the next wave of arrows. The long-bearded hut owner shouted angrily, "Disciples of the Shen family, go first." 2 encirclements were formed in an instant. The small circle was made up of more than 20 members of the Shen family, mixed with the men of sacrifice cultivated by the cottage. The outer circle was made up of more than 40 guests of the Chang'e Peak. As the battle became more and more intense, more than 30 people rushed into the white jade square. The small circle suddenly shrank. More than 20 swords and knives combined. Su Fengyan's left foot moved about an inch, his hands raised to break the river and shake the Kunlun Mountains. Together with the knot of black hair that the blind Guqin player had learned by imitating Hu Zhao's rhythm, he had the demeanor of a great grandmaster. His body swayed and his qi flowed east like a long river. The disciples of the Shen family had been practicing martial arts since they were young. They were blessed by nature when it came to training their bodies. They also had superior secret manuals and masters to guide them. The 20 swords and knives attacked in a strict manner. Although they were defeated by the mighty qi, the small circle recovered and spread. Only a few people's swords and knives left their hands and were destroyed. Most people were safe and sound. The few who lost their weapons almost simultaneously caught the upper-class swords and knives thrown by the people in the big circle behind them. The circle shrank and stretched, showing the power of the Shen family cottage. West Shu had the largest dragon wall in the world. It was even bigger than the current 9-dragon wall in the Liang imperial city. When Li Chenggang used 3,000 streaks of sword qi to roll across it, it was called the opening Shu style. Su Fengyan, who had fought against more than 60 martial artists alone, silently said, "Sword, rise." Su Fengyan used Wudong Wang Zhongluo's one-finger Kanglan style to start. The spring and autumn sword on his back was unsheathed. The sword qi covered the entire Chang'e Peak. Spring and autumn flashed by. Su Fengyan stomped his feet fiercely, creating 2 pits on the jade floor. Between heaven and earth, there was a stream of splendor like a flowing comet. Compared to the somewhat crude swallow-circling flying sword of the past, it truly surpassed the realm by too many levels. It was already close to the level of the Wu family's sword mound. At the Battle of the Reed Marsh, when Zhao Luding faced Li Chuangang's 2-sleeved green snake, he did not panic in the face of danger. He borrowed the second most famous sword of the age, the Su of Gojoseon, from the hands of the sword attendant. This was drawing qi to control the sword. Su Fengyan, in an extremely rude and unreasonable manner, continued to slap randomly. This was a summary of the main points. On the other hand, the spring and autumn sword qi rolled out like a huge net. Wherever the sword qi reached, not only did it engulf the 20 people in the small circle, it also engulfed the 40 people in the big circle. The sword pierced through his neck, his chest, and his leg. The sword came and went, and the qi was endless. The father and son of the Shen family were 2 of the 3 master realm cultivators on Chang'e Peak. The father and son had reached rank 2 one after another, which was a fantastic story in the underworld of the Orange State. It could be said that a tiger father would not have a dog son. The reason why Shinji had high hopes for his illegitimate son Zhongli Handan was because he was waiting for the day when 3 master realm cultivators appeared in Chang'e Peak. This would undoubtedly help the cottage close the gap between them and the top 10 sections. The younger generation of the Shen family had many talented martial arts geniuses. As long as they did their best to raise a rank 1 expert within 30 years, the Shen family would be qualified to enter the eyes of the Northern Mang imperial court and would be supported by large amounts of people, money, and resources. The rich would get richer. This was the underworld of the Northern Mang. Not only did the imperial court allow the small sects to eat shrimps, they would also take the initiative to help the big sects to eat the small ones. If they did not move forward, they would fall behind. In Dunhuang City, which was 600 miles away, the city lord was like a king who had established his own sect. He was called the Second King by Little Emperor Wu. He had long wanted to devour the Shen family cottage. If it were not for the fact that the Chang'e Peak and the royal family had built up a huge amount of incense, which allowed several military towns to stand between them and were willing to stop the Dunhuang City forces from invading the south, the cottage would have been devoured long ago. Living in peace, one would not think about danger. The 40 or so sects within 300 miles of Dunhuang City were examples. The death of one person in the cottage meant that there would be more danger. How could Shinji not be worried? The purple-robed swordsman from the eldest branch of the cottage squinted his eyes and said gloomily, "If we don't get rid of this person, how can the cottage stand in Mount Lioi? Should I ask Grandpa to come out?" The cottage master shook his head and seemed to ask himself, "Isn't the price too high?" The middle-aged man retorted in a low voice, "Are we going to let this person kill everyone in the square?" The long-bearded cottage master squinted his eyes and said, "No hurry. Wait until he stops breathing, then you can test him again." The next cottage master, who was more elegant than Zhongli Handan, said angrily, "If we still can't take him down, what should we do? If we lose face, we will be hurt. Those bastards in Dunhuang City love to take advantage of every opportunity. Won't the cottage be in danger? If the cottage is destroyed, How can the descendants of the Shen family live a peaceful life? We can't learn from those filthy village leaders and take the Dunhuang City Lord as our godmother and be her slave, right? The messenger from Dunhuang City on the mountain has a seductive face and a plump body. She is like a concubine in the palace. However, her heart is vicious and her tone is lawless. She just came and already said that she wants the entire Shen family of the cottage to be the fake sons of Dunhuang City. How can I tolerate that? Shinji frowned and said, "Don't try to goad me. Nobody knows my son better than his father. Do you really think that I'm old and dim-witted for all the tricks you've done in secret all these years? You blame me for not being willing to rely on Murong Baoding and not paving the way for you in the military world. So, you secretly made friends with the henchmen who hold the decree. Shin Kaiha, do you still think that I am your father?" Shin Kaiha's face was distorted and he sneered, "My mother was strangled to death by Zhongli Handan's illegitimate son with a piece of white silk. However, you don't even allow me to take revenge. What kind of father are you?" The old man held the iron crutch tightly. He was angry at first and then sad. His eyes were lonely. He suppressed his anger and sighed, "Now that Handan is dead, you and I should be united." Looking at the sword in the square, the owner of the cottage felt that he was old. A scholar who had become a crown could ride a sword, which was hard to find for ordinary swordsmen. The old man said slowly, "Murong Baoding is a man of great talent and bold vision, but he has a disloyal heart. Even if he can fight against Her Majesty, who is from the same clan as him, can he fight against Tuoba Bodhisattva who has military power? Can he defeat the other 7 people who will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? If I kneel down and show my goodwill to Dunhuang City, even if the Shen family is struggling at death's door, it is better than being executed one day." Shin Kaiha said coldly, "Let's talk about the future. Right now we still have to rely on people." The old owner smiled bitterly and said nothing. In the square, the spring and autumn sword had broken through 2 layers of the circle. More than half of the people were dead or injured. Chapter 530. The sword returned to its scabbard. The purple-clothed Shin Kaiha swept into the arena and fought a thrilling battle with this elegant swordsman. His figure was nimble and his purple sleeves fluttered. It was a very beautiful sight. The battlefield continued to shift. Shin Kaiha was punched in the chest by the hut master Shinji who was 20 steps behind him. The latter's expression changed slightly. He lifted his walking stick and rushed forward, supporting this eldest son of the hut master. Shin Kaiha stood behind the long-bearded hut master. Su Fengyin originally did not want to play any trick of capturing the leader of the bandits. He only wanted to deal with the continuous battle of attrition and kill again. However, since he had delivered himself to his doorstep, he did not hold back. He unsheathed the spring and autumn sword. He saw the hut master with the white beard lift his walking stick. Su Fengyin sensed that this second-level master's qi had collapsed in an instant. Although there were signs of reversing the flow of qi, it was as if he had received another heavy blow. Finally, like the river and the sea, the spring and autumn sword pierced through his heart without any stagnation. It drew an exquisite arc in the air and returned to its scabbard. Su Fengyin narrowed his eyes. There was some surprise and even more unreasonable strange smile. Shin Kaiha roared, "Father," and hugged the dying old man who had been pierced by the sword. He carefully sat down and lowered his head with tears in his eyes. His gaze was unusually cold. The hut master Shinji who was about to meet the enemy had been attacked twice in the back by the qi of the sword at close range. 2 of his vital acupoints had been pierced. The acupoints themselves were not fatal to martial artists. However, the Shin family's unique inner strength cultivation method was very particular about stopping and then stopping again in the circulation of qi. The circulation of qi was progressing layer by layer. In the end, the atmosphere was very vigorous. This subtle moment of the Shin family's 3 stops to reach the peak was not easy for outsiders to grasp. However, Shin Kaiha was very familiar with it. The 2 stabs had caused Shinji's inner strength to lose its foundation. Finally, he was easily defeated by the spring and autumn sword. Father and son, one lying down and one sitting, looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Shin Kaiha, who had committed treason, wanted to use the excuse of wiping the blood to cover Shinji's mouth to prevent him from shouting out the truth. Unexpectedly, the old man only smiled bleakly and did not show much anger. He shook his head slightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. He slowly said, "Kaiha, although Zhongli Handan is arrogant, he has no ambition. You only know how to be jealous of his martial arts talent and hate his ruthlessness. Do you know that your mother and Aunt Lu were killed by your father's hands and not by him? I'm doing this for the future of the cottage. Handan has untied the knot in his heart. He doesn't hate you. Once I die, he will focus on practicing martial arts. You can take advantage of Dunhuang City, which is rumored to be Tuoba's lover, to join the army. Then you will have a meteoric rise. Furthermore, if Handan reaches the first rank, he will be in charge of Lufeng. Then you will have nothing to worry about. After all, the position of the leader of the cottage is yours. The bright future is also yours. Shenji, who was on the verge of death, spoke intermittently. Shen Kaihe, who was in the prime of his life, pursed his lips and his lips trembled. Shenji, who was like a tiger that did not eat its cubs, grabbed his son's wrist and said with a hoarse voice, "Kaihe, don't get involved in the mud of the Murong family. Compared to the huge forces like Dunhuang City, the Shen family can't afford to play with a palace coup. Remember, there is a Zhuang spy hidden in the cottage. I purposely formed a connection with Dunhuang City to cover up your relationship with Murong Baoding. You have to be careful." Shenji's last words before he died were, "Don't feel guilty, Kaihe. You are someone who can achieve great things. As your father, I will take it as one of your achievements. In the future, you will bring glory to our family and have more children." Shen Kaihe finally had a few drops of sincere tears. However, there was still no remorse in his eyes. Su Fengyin, who had watched a great show, knew that there was no need to fight today. The purple-robed man's actions seemed absurd and cold-blooded. He knew that he could not kill Su Fengyin in a short period of time, but he also revealed the truth of killing his father. It was obvious that he was giving Su Fengyin a name. Not to mention being an enemy, he could even become a secret guest. Su Fengyin suddenly raised his head and glanced over. A silk-robed man jumped gracefully on the roof of a tall building. He flew like a swan goose from a raised eave. After grabbing something, he fell rapidly and disappeared in an instant. Su Fengyin retracted his gaze and asked, "What do you mean?" Shen Kaihe, who was sitting on the ground, looked as if he was an irreconcilable enemy. He gritted his teeth and said, "I, Shen Kaihe, will personally find you after my father's death." Su Fengyin smiled and said, "I am Song Rong from the Chess and Sword Music School." Under everyone's gaze, he turned around and left the square. When he went down the mountain, only Han Feng and Zhang Xiuqing were left dumbfounded. The three horses traveled together under the moonlight and passed the towering archway made of Phoebe Jinan wood. Han Feng was frightened. She gathered her courage and asked, "Sir, are you from the Chess and Sword Music School?" Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Obviously it is even more fake than the name Su Lang that I told you. It is just a name I made up casually. Do you really believe it?" Zhang Xiuqing smiled knowingly. Su Fengyin looked back at the night view of the mansion with lanterns hanging high and said softly, "I know you are from the Han family. If you don't want to die in the revenge of the cottage, bring a few trustworthy brothers and return to Jizhou tonight." Han Feng said bitterly, "Sir, who are you?" Su Fengyin said irresponsibly, "You will know in the future. Anyway, if you still want to help the Han family and turn the Legend of the Courteous Minister written by the historian of the Liang dynasty into Legend of the Loyal Minister, then go to Jizhou. Besides, you have no choice. If you want to live, you can only escape to the south." Han Feng said stubbornly, "What if I don't want to listen to orders?" Su Fengyin sneered and said, "Then die." Han Feng's expression was solemn and she said calmly, "When have the men of the Han family ever feared death?" Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Of course I am not afraid of death." Back then, in the capital of Ji province, a few hundred members of the Han family were strung together like grasshoppers. When they arrived at the entrance of the city, they raised their hands and chopped down with their knives. I heard that the butcher's knives even left a gash in their heads. I don't know how you became a cowardly fish that escaped the net, but I won't look into it. I will only negotiate with you. You go to Ji province and use the Han family's banner to secretly recruit 1,000 elite soldiers. As for where you hide, it is up to you. If you want gold, I will give you gold. If you want silver, I will give you silver. I can even provide war horses and weapons. After that, let's see if God will let the Han family wash away this injustice. As for who I am..." Zhang Xiuqing squeezed the horse's belly and took the lead to run a few hundred steps forward. After the three horses ran side by side again, Zhang Xiuqing saw that Han Feng's face was still in shock. It was obvious that the answer must be very shocking. Su Fengyin asked, "Other than you, Han Feng, are there any other direct descendants of the Han family?" Han Feng shook her head and said, "No." Su Fengyin sneered and said, "Fortunately, otherwise I would have killed them for you." Han Feng was slightly angry, but she suppressed it. Zhang Xiuqing's eyes were shining. The reason why he did not abandon Han Feng after the decline of the Zhongyi camp was because he, Zhang Xiuqing, no longer hoped for the day to come. When he interacted with Han Fang, he was more of a friend and confidant. Unknowingly, there was no master-servant relationship between them because Zhang Xiuqing knew that Han Fang controlled people too rigidly. She did not know how to reward and punish. To put it bluntly, she was soft-hearted. She was definitely not a wise ruler who could conquer the world. Zhang Xiuqing did not mind being someone's dog as long as that person showed enough shrewdness and skill. Su Fengyan put his hands in his sleeves. Thinking of the warmth of the past, the corner of his mouth raised slightly and his eyes were gentle. I can't believe I met you in Juzhou. Chapter 531. Su Fengyan asked Han Fang and Zhang Xiuqing, the two smart people, to go to Zhongyi village to pack their luggage. He went down the mountain alone and came to the wine shop. He saw Qing Junyang lying there sleeping soundly. If she was seen by the skinny monkey, who was as impatient as a monkey, wouldn't he drag her into the depths of the forest or the fields and ride her like a mare? After Su Fengyan sat down, he reached out and patted her cheek, which made her shiver. The woman, who had been through a lot, subconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth, afraid that she would forget herself. Most women were like this. They loved beauty, cherished reputation, were afraid of pain, and were even more afraid of death. Of course, there were exceptions. Su Fengyan had seen too many women who were not inferior to men. He did not dare to underestimate them. Moreover, for women who were more beautiful than 70 yuan, he did not mind if they were older. As long as they were not life and death enemies, he would be kind to them. Qing Junyang was in a daze. She hugged her collar tightly and did not notice anything strange. She was relieved. This expression hurt Su Fengyan. Qing Junyang was experienced and was familiar with the relationship between men and women. She saw the young man's helplessness from the corner of her eye and smiled. Little bastard, you don't even dare to knock on my door. I'll piss you off. Su Fengyan said straightforwardly. Zhongyi village angered the devils of Shen Men's thatched hut. Han Fang and Zhang Xiuqing will take you south to Jizhou to escape. I think the days will be bumpy, but it should be better than being a fish on the chopping block. You will live a more comfortable life there. However, it is up to you whether you want to go to Jizhou or not. I won't force you. I'll tell you in advance that Zhongli Handan of Chengel Peak Cottage is dead. You have no one to rely on. Qing Junyang was stunned. She mumbled to herself, dead? Finally dead? Su Fengyan nodded and said, he can't be more dead. I'm not lying to you. Qing Junyang lay on the table and stared blankly. Her breasts were out to scare people again? Was he not afraid of crushing the table? Su Fengyan looked at her openly and asked with a smile, do you know how to ride a horse? Qing Junyang winked and said, I can even make human meat buns. How can I not know how to ride a horse? Su Fengyan's eyes looked strange. He nodded and said, you know how to ride a horse. Qing Junyang's charming eyes were like silk. Under the table, she gently stepped on the foot of this sword-bearing wanderer and softly said, isn't that so? If you don't believe me. Su Fengyan shook his head. I'm not a casual man. Qing Junyang stopped teasing him. She lowered her eyelids and said softly, I'm a casual woman, right? She did not even question at the end of the sentence. And he? Of course. Of Lady Nen laughed. Junyang he, was that was that. Biqing Junyang did not seem to take it seriously. She said with a worried face, what can I do in Jizhou? Su Fengyan stroked the empty wine jar with 2 fingers and said softly, continue to be the lady boss of a wine shop. Remember to sell good wine. Don't open a black shop and make human meat buns. The sound of horse hooves was heard. Han Fang and Zhang Xiuqing brought less than 20 riders down the mountain. They got off their horses and came to the table respectfully. Qing Junyang looked at the 2 leaders who were like mice that saw a cat. She was confused. Su Fengyan counted the number of people and laughed. Including you, there are only 20 riders. Was it the second leader who stopped you? He didn't ask you to drag the whole village down with you. Han Fang blushed. Zhang Xiuqing smiled and hit the nail on the head. If she had not tried her best to stop them and only brought 18 strong brothers to Jizhou, Han Fang would have wanted to bring them all to the south. Su Fengyan stood up slowly and walked around the table to Qing Junyang's side. He picked her up and put her on his horse. He raised his head and said, Qing Junyang, go to Jizhou. Find a man you like and marry him. If anyone dares to talk bad about you, I will let the 2 leaders tear their mouths apart. On the horse, the young woman who was still drunk suddenly cried. She bent down and hugged the scholar's head, but she did not let go. For a long time. Su Fengyan finally said with great difficulty, I can't breathe. The men of Zhongyi village were stunned. Moreover, Qing Junyang had a moment when she was shy like a young woman. Su Fengyan said softly, live well. There is no greater principle in the world than this. She nodded and wiped away her tears. The 21 riders gradually moved away. Su Fengyin waved his hand and touched his head. He said softly, "So fragrant, so heavy." Other than having a funny name, Du Qinglu only had a very ordinary face. His skills were average among the foreign officials of the Shen cottage. He could not participate in confidential matters. 5 or 6 years ago he went to Jianghu Peak. Because he practiced a set of sharp swordsmanship that was not known in the Jianghu, the moves were not flashy, but they were very murderous. Thus, he was often caught by Zhongli Handan to compete with him and practice his swordsmanship. Du Qinglu was not a loner. He got along well with many officials on the mountain. He was a small character who was willing to lower himself to get to know people. He was also one of the few important officials in the cottage who was willing to be nice to the bandits. He often went down the mountain to drink and laugh. Chapter 532. This chapter is not updated on the 18th. It is a chapter to thank the new top scholar for his calligraphy. The mansion of Shin Men Cottage was in chaos. As the night deepened, more and more red lanterns were hung. Many of the acquaintances began to gather and whisper to each other. Those who did not have time to get close to the fight were all shocked by it. 34 people died in the encirclement of the young swordsman who went up the mountain to pick a fight. Even the head of the cottage, Shinji, was stabbed in the heart. Because of the rolling sword chi, Shinji, who had been in the second rank for many years, was careless and died, which did not cause too much speculation. After cleaning up the mess, Shin Kaiha in purple went to the back of the mountain and knocked on a wooden door. He told a white-haired old man about the situation at the top of the mountain. The old man did not say a word. In the end, he stared at his grandson's eyes. Shin Kaiha sat upright and did not move, especially with a straight back. The old man in Jianghu Peak was like a retired emperor who retired after abdicating. He finally spoke in a plain tone, "Bury your father early to avoid leaving a topic for gossip." Shin Kaiha knelt down and cried bitterly, "I am unfilial." Now that his grandson was no longer observing his expression, the old man slowly showed his weariness, just like a piece of rice paper that had been laid out for many years, but after a drop of thick ink had been dripped into it, he would eat the ink later. He no longer mentioned this matter and asked, "How is that woman from Dunhuang?" Shin Kaiha choked and said, "I don't know if she took advantage of the chaos to go down the mountain or to loot a burning house." The old man said in a low voice, "You gradually alienated yourself from the governor of Orange State. You can't expose yourself and make him hate you. But I will draw a bottom line for you on behalf of your father. If you dare to cross the line and insist on using the lives of the Shin family as a bargaining chip for your future, since I already have several great-grandsons, Shinji and Zhongli Handan are dead, I don't mind losing one of you. If I can't help you up, why should I help you?" Shin Kaiha, who kept his head down, said, "I know the severity of the matter." The head of the cottage closed his eyes and concentrated. Shin Kaiha waited for a moment before he got up and bowed to leave. It was destined that the mountain would be covered in mourning clothes at dawn. The mountain wind was bleak. The old man opened his eyes and looked at the door. "Since you're passing by, why don't you come in for a chat?" The voluptuous woman in embroidered clothes smiled sweetly, pushed open the door, entered and sat down directly. The old man with a serious expression sized her up and asked, "Miss, are you in the embroidered musk deer that entered the rankings with that blind zither player, Shuesong?" The woman touched her blood-red lips with her finger and smiled. "I'm only at the bottom. It's not worth mentioning." This old man shook his head and said, "Because there are 2 people in the second place, making a total of 11 people on the list. The first place and the little girl called Jia 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 are just a little more famous, but they don't live up to their names. In this old man's opinion, in terms of killing techniques, Shui Songguan is good at Shen Shen killing Vajra, so he should be ranked first. Miss Jean Musk might not be in the top 3, but at the very least she should be in the top 5. The beautiful young woman pretended to hold her chest and laughed while covering her heart. "Shen Shuihu, everyone in the Orange Prefecture says that you have high standards. How is it that your flattery skills are better than your skills? You really have hidden your strength well." The old man who was being sarcastically laughed it off and changed the topic. He sighed and said, "My family's dirty linen is made public. Miss Jean Musk, please don't laugh at me." The woman raised her eyebrows and asked, "Dirty linen? Is it as ugly as me?" The old man laughed and said, "Miss Jean Musk, you really like to joke. This old man has lived for more than 80 years, but I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you." She asked seriously, "I killed an ignorant cottage employee called Du Qinglu, who was a spy on Murong Baoding's side. Will you punish me?" Shin Shuihu thought for a while and shook his head. This old man is not qualified to punish you. Not to mention the second king in Dunhuang City and the small cottage, even you can come and go as you please. However, the imperial edict will definitely be investigated. Can the cottage say that it was Dunhuang City who killed you? Miss Jean Musk, you also know that the cottage is not Dunhuang City. We can't withstand the imperial edict from Murong Baoding. The woman twitched the corner of her mouth and said, okay. Shun Shuehu bowed and said, I'll have to rely on Dunhuang City in the future. She nodded. Su Fengyin came to Mount Liui all by himself and left all by himself. He found a pot of wine at Qing Junyang's wine shop and carried his bookcase on his back. Wearing a black robe and a white undershirt, he drank as he walked. Su Fengyin felt that he finally had a Mother King heroic demeanor. Why did he go up the mountain to kill people? Su Fengyin walked on the muddy road that was full of potholes due to the horse's hooves. He thought for a while. Qing Junyang's words were so good. In Su Fengyin's opinion, he took the initiative to jump into the Jianghu. Whether it was dog paddling or backstroke, he could only rely on his own abilities. For example, the Fish Dragon Gang and Lu Narong had to be responsible for their own lives. Other people practiced martial arts and ran to help the weak after reaching a certain level. Su Fengyin was in Beimang and was in a precarious situation. He did not want to join in the fun. Since he was determined to seek fame and fortune in the Jianghu, he could not blame others if he was killed by the waves. Chapter 533. The girl's eyes and brows were full of charm. She only pretended to be delicate and timid, not in a hurry to jump into the scholar's arms. Is this path-cutting bandit the king of the mountain? Wrong, this one is only a small bandit snatching a girl for the king of the mountain to be his wife. Once this merit is accomplished, I can go from a small bandit to a big bandit. Then haven't you even hugged the bandit's wife? Moreover, this is the wilderness. Even if you do something to this little girl, heaven and earth won't respond. That's true. But if you become the bandit's wife and tell the mountain king, won't my head be chopped off? Little girl, don't talk nonsense and disturb my mind. Although I'm a nameless nobody right now, I have the ambition to be the king of the mountain. Even if you're a fickle woman and are willing to sleep with me under the canopy of heaven and earth, I will definitely not do it. Bah, you dare to tease me. If my young master hears this, he will chop you to death. Who is your young master? Is he as skilled as me in both sword and saber arts? Moreover, your young master is definitely not as elegant as me. Little bandit, you are just a frog in a well. How would you know my young master's good points? I'm not a frog in a well. I am a toad blocking the road. Little girl, you can insult this one's appearance, but don't insult my bandit profession. Sigh, my young master said that he has made up his mind to build a pigsty on the ridge of the field. He will not let the goodies flow into the fields of others. But why haven't you eaten me yet? That's strange. Your young master is indeed a gentleman. I admire him very much. The moon was bright and the wind was high. It was a good night to kill people. Otherwise, it would be a man and a woman having a romantic moment. How bored must this pair be to chat in the middle of the night on a muddy path? After chattering for a while, the embroidered clothed girl finally flew into Su Fengyin's arms like a graceful butterfly. Su Fengyin hugged her soft body and sniffed hard. He closed his eyes and said with intoxication, after smelling it, your scent is still the most fragrant. It's even better than seeing a piece of delicious roasted sweet potato after you've lost your mind from hunger. The woman hugged him tightly and pressed herself against his chest. It was as if she wanted to rub herself into his body. She murmured, this servant was originally called Sweet Potato. The young man and woman, who were master and servant, walked out of Baoyang at almost the same time. It seemed like a warm reunion in a foreign land, but who would know about the soul-stirring journey that belonged to each of them? She was always smiling at the people she cared about. Sweet Potato, loosen your grip. You're choking me. Young master, you are now an expert. Then you should loosen your grip. It's inappropriate to keep hugging her like this. Oh, young master, you have an extra sword. Show it to this servant? If you need to clean the sword, just leave it to this servant. You're asking for a beating. Don't play any tricks. Let go of me. Young master, the last time you returned from your travels in Wutangin, you said that there was a powerful swordsman who killed a beauty with a single sword. Was it this sword? Can't you have some rules? Su Fengyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slapped her buttocks and used a little force to break free from the beauty's embrace. He glared at her and saw that her face was strangely red, as if she had taken an aphrodisiac. The two of them looked at each other. Su Fengyin pinched her nose and said with a smile, why are you here? What are you doing in Shinmen Cottage? It was Wutangin's first-class servant, Sweet Potato. Her eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. She enunciated each word clearly and said, "I missed you, young master." Su Fengnian pretended that he was going to hit her. Sweet Potato leaned over and looked like she was going to let him do whatever he wanted. Su Fengnian frowned. Sweet Potato smiled and whistled. A horse galloped over and she took the reins. She said seriously, "I left Beiliang a few days later than you, young master. There was a plot in Dunhuang City by the prince's mansion, which involved the cottage. My original intention was to knock some sense into Shen Kaiha, who was secretly close to Murong Baoding, the head of Orange Province. I didn't expect young master to be so powerful that you killed the cottage and even killed Shinji. Coincidentally, I pulled out one of Zhu Yan's spies. After that, I used a trick and told the previous cottage master, Shin Shuihu, that I was Murong Baoding's spy. I promised him that Dunhuang City would be the scapegoat. I bet that he wouldn't dare to take the initiative to mention this to Murong Baoding. During this period of time, I imitated the handwriting of the catcher and delivered some authentic secret letters. I won't be exposed for the time being. At least, when your highness leaves Jinxi province, the butterfly catchers 300 miles away will only notice. If we are lucky, your highness may not have revealed any clues to those people when you return to Beiliang." Su Fengnian mounted the horse and bent down to pull Sweet Potato up. He hugged her slender waist and rested his head on the servant's round shoulder. He frowned and said, "What if it's exposed?" She calmly said, "There's no harm in that. Just let Sweet Potato follow the vine to find the melon, and kill more than a dozen catchers in one go to catch the butterfly lady. This will throw them into confusion, and I guarantee that they won't be able to track down your highness' whereabouts. They'll only be led by the nose by this servant." Su Fengnian was silent. Even the king of Beiliang, Su Xiao, praised her for having a clever heart. Sweet Potato said softly, "Young master, Sweet Potato is a death warrior. If I don't die, what am I living for? Isn't it to help master kill people?" Su Fengnian gently bit her earlobe and ordered, "You're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to do that." Her body trembled and she leaned back. Su Fengnian, who could be said to be calm, asked, "All these years, you've been leaving the prince's mansion every now and then. Have you been running to Beimang's Dunhuang City?" Sweet Potato obediently and meekly acknowledged. There were many servant girls in Wutangin, each with their own merits. They were all outstanding young women. Not to mention Spear Fairy Wang Xiu's daughter, Bluebird, Green Ant was a small national champion on the chess scale. She only lost to her second sister, Su Weisheng. Su Fengnian had been defeated by him for many years. He was good at the quatrains and had a strong poetic style. The maidservant, who had been renamed Cucumber, had outstanding attainments in music. She was also an expert in cooking, and the pastries she made were comparable to those made by the chefs in the imperial palace. Only the northern Liang prince's mansion was wealthy enough to allow so many women to gather in one courtyard. Any one of them would be able to make the scholars of northern Liang go crazy. Sweet Potato was undoubtedly the most interesting one. Bluebird, who was also a servant girl, had a cold temperament and was difficult to get close to. Sweet Potato was much more gentle and charming. Everyone liked her from the bottom of their hearts. She always looked at the big picture and grasped people's hearts. The harmony in the courtyard could not go unnoticed. Su Xiao said that she could go to the palace and become an invincible concubine. It was not an exaggeration. Her charm was on her face, but she was cold to the bone. Su Fengnian had been close to her since they were young. They were probably both cold people. That was why they were so close. They were like hamsters in the winter. They could only snuggle up to each other for warmth. Su Fengnian curiously asked, "According to what you said, you have another identity in Dunhuang?" Sweet Potato put her hands on her waist and nodded, "Of course there will be. Dunhuang City has many different forces entangled with each other. It's very complicated." This servant entered early. At that time, Dunhuang City was short of manpower and was in turmoil. I took advantage of the situation. I know that there are no less than 8 big mountains. Among them, there are 3 factions that have been accumulated by the people of Dunhuang for 2 generations. They are like 3 legs of a tripod. It can be said that they spared no effort in scheming against each other. Young Master also knows that the northern barbarians are learning our dynasty's battle of wits. It is a bit nonsensical, but there are some battles of bravery that are very interesting. Other than the 2 factions supported by Murong Baoding and Jinxi province, the Buke Tai, which is ranked 9th among the top 10 sects in Beimang, has its foundation in Dunhuang. It is one of the city's elders. It does not participate in the struggle and has never done anything like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. The other two factions are the powers formed by the entanglement of wealthy merchants. They are particularly slippery in their conduct and cannot be underestimated. Su Fengyin sighed with emotion. They really have a lot of methods, he said. Sweet Potato leaned against his chest and closed her bewitching limpid eyes. She said in a low voice, "Recently, I heard that there was a disciple of Chao Guanzi on the prairie who defeated Tuoba Chunsen's arrogance. I knew it was young master." Su Fengyin stroked her fine black hair and said with a laugh, "You and I are like frogs meeting frogs in boiling oil. We are brothers in distress." Sweet Potato said in a sweet voice, "I am a woman." Chapter 534. Su Fengyin did not respond. Thinking about the Zhongyi camp, he was touched. He smiled and said, "I've been staying at Mount Liuyi these past few days. I met a descendant of the Han family and encouraged him to go to Jizhou. Sweet Potato, if you have time, send a message back to Bailiang and ask my master to play Go. He's good at this." Sweet Potato nodded. "Okay. When we get to Dunhuang we'll do this. I guarantee that there won't be any mistakes." Su Fengyin said softly, "My master has always regarded Go as a wild fox. He disapproves of it and doesn't think highly of it. He says that although the moves of the Go pieces seem complicated, it's far from being as unpredictable as the human heart. A Go piece can take root on the chessboard mountain. After all, a black Go piece is still a black Go piece and a white Go piece is still white Go piece. No matter how you change the colors, a person can reverse black and white. Loyalty, righteousness, kindness, and so on are not worth mentioning. In the past I didn't think so. I just thought that my master's Go skills were not good enough. He couldn't even beat my second sister, so he found this excuse. Now that I look back, I understand my master's good intentions. In the past, under the shade of the tree in the prince's mansion, watching the small ripples or the rise and fall of the water was always like watching a play. I never personally entered the game. Perhaps it's because the old foxes hide too deeply that I can't see it clearly. But in Mount Liuyi, a small Zhongyi camp, there are some differences in the way the leaders do things. Sweet Potato, is this what my master meant by cutting a small hole to make a big fuss?" Sweet Potato stroked the back of Su Fengyin's interlocked fingers and said softly with a smile, "Young master is becoming more and more sensible." Su Fengyin was about to teach his head maid a lesson when she suddenly turned her head. She raised her sharp chin. Her fox-like face was devoid of any signs of spring. She said, "Young master, I'm not talking about Sweet Potato. I'm talking about those people who can't see the light for years or even decades. They don't even have a proper name when they die. You have to remember their kindness." Su Fengyin nodded. "I'll remember that." The transmission of information was done in the form of human lives and blood. On the battlefield were scouts and horses, in the dark were secret agents and spies. The latter was even more silent. "Sweet Potato, this horse is not bad. Is it a famous horse from Beimang?" "It's a night jade lion. One horse is worth 50 taels of gold." "You rode from Dunhuang? What kind of status does he have to be so imposing?" "Young master, you'll know when you arrive." "You don't want to say?" "I scratched your armpit." "Young master, don't." "You're rebelling. Just because you say you don't want it, you don't want it? Who's the young master and who's the servant girl?" Instead of finding a place to rest, they galloped through the night and arrived at a small city without walls in the wee hours of the morning. Sweet Potato, who had slept in Su Fengyin's arms, continued to curl up her head, not letting anyone see her beautiful face. He stopped at an inn to rest, paid the bill and left in less than 2 hours. The innkeeper and the waiter, who were mesmerized by the Sweet Potato face and figure, looked at the departing figure, thumped their chests and stamped their feet. "This damned scholar, he picked such a delicate and beautiful flower." The innkeeper and his assistant suddenly came back to their senses. The latter took the lead and was about to run to the inn where the man and woman were staying. What could they do in 2 hours if they came and went in a hurry? As long as one was enlightened, they would know even if they used their buttocks to think. Smelling the fragrance of the quilt was also a great blessing. The innkeeper grabbed his assistant's collar and angrily scolded him, driving him to do his work. He rushed into the room and saw that the quilt was neat and clean. He did not give up his evil intentions and jumped on the big bed. Not smelling the woman's body fragrance, the middle-aged bald innkeeper became absent-minded again. He punched the bed and cursed bitterly, "This boy is not a man. Such a beautiful woman, it's worth it even if I lose 10 years of my life to have fun with her." It was said that a horse could travel 1,000 miles in a day. It was impossible for a single horse to travel 1,000 miles in a day. A military horse had to brush its nose every 30 miles. Moreover, even if the horse did not hesitate to run until it died, it would not be possible unless it was the continuous post horses of the Liang dynasty. If there was an emergency military situation, it would need to travel 800 miles. It was based on the premise that it was changed every few dozen miles. Only then could it reach the limit of 800 miles in a day. During the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period, there was a rare example of a horse traveling 900 miles in a day to deliver a letter. However, during that widespread delivery, more than 10 post stations were neglected and 2 priceless horses died from running. This jade lion with good endurance and leg strength did not rush, but it did not stop. It took 3 days and 3 nights to see the huge outline of Dunhuang City. It was just dawn and Dunhuang City was strictly forbidden at night. At this time the city had not yet opened. Sweet Potato asked if they wanted to take a look at the Tsaiji Buddha cave outside Dunhuang City. There were more than 26,000 statues of Buddha, Bodhisattva, celestial beings and fairies in Tsaiji Buddha cave. It was worthy of being called a sacred place of Buddhism, second only to the 2 Zen temples in the Central Plains and Mount Lantua in the western region. Unlike many important places of religion, Tsaiji Buddha cave was not built on a mountain. It did not ask for the mountain to be higher than the Buddha. It was built from the ground or carved from the mountain. It allowed visitors and believers to go to the top of Tsaiji Mountain to enjoy the scenery. The only main Buddha was only carved from the mountain. There was no need to go up the mountain. The main Buddha of Tsaiji Cave was 3 Buddhas of 3 worlds sitting on the Sumeru platform. The one in the middle was 66 feet tall. His face was plump and solemn. The pattern of his cassock hung diagonally in front of him. The 2 sides were more than 40 feet tall. There were bodhisattvas on each side. At the end of the 2 sides were 8 celestial beings. Seeing the towering Buddha statue from afar, Sweet Potato smiled and said, "Behind the main Buddha, there are 81 lotuses. On each lotus there is a bodhisattva worshipping it. There are many Buddhists in Beimang. These 81 bodhisattvas have almost all been divided among the rich and powerful. Their incense is flourishing. I'm afraid even the 2 Zen temples can't compare. Among them there are more than 10 great bodhisattvas. Not to mention the rich and powerful in Dunhuang, even the few great city in the grassland would have to think twice before voluntarily giving up the idea of fighting for them." Su Fengyin dismissed it with a smile and raised his head to take a closer look. The main Buddha performed the fearless mudra. On the top of the cavern, there was a large lotus with shallow marks carved by the southern Tang round knife. It left a deep impression on Su Fengyin. Hundreds more flew into the sky. Their bodies were light and their expressions were natural. Su Fengyin lowered his head and put his palms together. Beimang and Liang were about to launch a mighty Buddha extermination if nothing unexpected happened. Su Fengyin continued to worship Buddha. Sweet Potato did not believe in Buddha, but she followed suit. After standing still for a long time, Su Fengyin did not say anything. He turned around and left. He pulled on the reins but did not mount the horse. He said softly, "Zazai zazai zazai, there is no one, there is no me. Ask your own safety at this time, know where you are and you are naturally at ease. Buddha Tathagata, there is a future, there is a future. Find out how this life came to be, come to see Tathagata." Sweet Potato smiled tenderly and said, "Young master, this couplet is very appropriate for the occasion." Su Fengyin turned his head and smiled. He sighed and said, "Isn't that so?" Remembering something, Su Fengyin said, "I met a monk this time. You won't be able to guess who he is." Sweet Potato said, "The Dragon Tree Monk, the abbot of the 2 Zen temples. I know he has come to Beimang. Since young master said so, it must be him. This Buddhist saint is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he be praised for crossing all living beings in the sea of bitterness? Only the Kunlun Pond dragon knows how to listen to his lectures. The Buddhist lion's roar can cause the Penglai Sea to raise huge waves." Su Fengyin looked melancholy. She covered her mouth and smiled. She took a few steps back and pointed to the top of the mountain. She said softly, "I just got the news that the Empress wants to invite the state preceptor, Immortal Qilin, to build a Taoist temple on Tsaiji Mountain." Su Fengyin said to himself, "Do the Buddhists and Taoists hate each other in the mountains?" Su Fengyin left Tsaiji Myriad Buddha cave far away. He got on the horse with her and galloped to Dunhuang City. Sweet Potato asked, "Young master, the 6 paths of reincarnation mentioned by the Buddhists, is there really such a thing?" Su Fengyin said calmly, "If you believe it, there is. If you don't believe it, there is none." She hesitated for a moment and looked back. She was destined to die when she was born. She always wanted to give her body to young master so that she could die willingly. If she died early and reincarnated, she would seize the opportunity to be a devout Buddhist in this life and reincarnate as a good-looking woman. Maybe she could meet him again. She didn't want to live until she was old and wrinkled. Was too ugly. Su Fengyin suddenly said, "Sweet potato, when I have a daughter in the future, no matter who she is, you will help her dress up and teach her how to apply rouge, okay?" She blinked her eyes and asked with a red face, "But I'm just a worthless maid." Su Fengyin said in a deep voice, "I'm a man and you're a woman. It's that simple. If you talk about worthless again, I'll beat you." Sweet Potato lowered her head and then looked up at him in a daze. Outside the city, young master and maid were enjoying each other? He continued, "You have to promise me that I'll bully you when I get to the city. Don't talk about beating you, I'll eat you up." Really? A gentleman keeps his word. Young master is a gentleman? A humble person's words can't be changed even by 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Young master is heroic. That's right, let's go. Pick a big bed and go to bed.